Get up. Your bloodline is extremely noble. It's just because your bloodline is too thin. Wang Xian supported him with his arm. The Fire Hammer tribe leader stood up and lowered his head respectfully. Thank you, Dragon King. If it weren't for you, our Fire Hammer tribe would have been like this for generations. We are just a lowly level 8 supernatural race. The leader of the Fire Hammer clan said gratefully. Duan Jinming's bloodline is 1 level higher than yours. Are you willing to join the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian looked at Duan Jinming and asked him, Join the Dragon Palace? Duan Jinming was a little stunned. Jinming, hurry up and agree. It's time for our Fire Hammer clan to rise. The leader of the Fire Hammer clan hurriedly said to Duan Jinming. After absorbing his divine dragon blood essence, the Fire Hammer clan leader had completely submitted to Wang Xian. Naturally, he would help him to subdue the entire Fire Hammer clan. Yes, it's the clan leader. Duan Jinming nodded his head. After witnessing Wang Xian's magical means, he would agree even if it was his own choice. Alright, swallow the blood essence. You will automatically receive the Fire Gold Dragon Seed's inheritance. Wang Xian nodded his head and a drop of blood essence floated beside him. Duan Jinming nodded his head and consumed it directly. Following that, Wang Xian injected his dragon qi into his body directly. Arms appeared on his body one after another. Initially, he only had 6 arms, but now he had 12 arms. His strength had also risen to the 1st level of the see-through realm. Thank you, Dragon King. Clan leader, my strength has also risen to the 1st level of the see-through void stage. We are no longer a lowly race. A minute later, Duan Jinming shouted excitedly. Hurry up and thank Dragon King. Yes, yes. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. As he spoke, Duan Jinming knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. Get up. Wang Xian smiled. After becoming a member of the Dragon Palace, it didn't mean that they had lost their emotions and desires. Other than being 100% loyal to the Dragon King, they were just like humans. My strength has reached the 1st level of the see-through void stage. Will I be able to be together with the 3rd lady in the future? Duan Jinming stood up and said excitedly. Of course. I have agreed to your marriage. I will definitely help you marry the 3rd lady back to the Dragon Palace. Haha. Wang Xian smiled. The future development of the Dragon Palace would definitely involve the members of the Dragon Palace getting married, giving birth to children, and then going through a cycle. This was the best way for a top-tier force to live. Currently, the Dragon Palace lacked some vitality. They were all subdued by Wang Xian before they developed intelligence. They lacked some human experience. If the Fire Hammer clan were to join in the future, it would bring more vitality to the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the Fire Hammer clan had over 2,000 members, which could be considered as a huge increase in the number of members of the Dragon Clan. As for asking Duan Jinming to marry the 3rd young lady of the Gilded Gold Clan, Wang Xian was also very supportive. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. The honest Duan Jinming immediately knelt down and thanked him. No need, Duan Yanlai. Are you working for the Gilded Gold Clan? Quit your job and lead your clansmen to find a place to live. A small Gilded Gold Clan is not qualified to make members of my Dragon Palace work. Wang Xian said to the Fire Hammer clan leader. It's the Dragon King. We will handle this matter immediately. The Fire Hammer clan leader replied immediately. Okay, I will give you some spiritual stones. You go and find a place to live. We will stay here for a few days and find a place to sell some weapons. After the auction, I will bring you back to the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian continued to give him orders. It's the Dragon King. The chief of the Fire Hammer tribe nodded. As for Jinming, don't worry. Before we leave, I'll bring you to the Gilded Gold tribe to propose marriage. Wang Xian looked at Duan Jinming, who was hesitating, and smiled. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. Duan Jinming smiled honestly. Wang Xian smiled as well. As the 2nd peak dragon in the Dragon Palace, he naturally wouldn't treat his subordinates badly. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and the formation disappeared, revealing the worried Fire Hammer clansmen outside. Clansmen. Jinming. Seeing that they had come out safely, the clansmen immediately shouted. Clansmen, there are some things that I can't tell you right now. The Fire Hammer clan leader was a little agitated when he saw his clansmen. But what I want to tell you is that our Fire Hammer clan is not a lowly clan. As he spoke, an incomparably powerful aura was emitted from his body. What? The aura of the profound void tier caused the surrounding 2,000-plus Fire Hammer clansmen to be instantly stunned. Their eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Clan leader, this is... My god, the profound void tier. Our clan actually has a profound void tier expert. Haha, the clan leader actually became a profound void tier expert. We are no longer a weak clan. All the members of the Fire Hammer clan stared at the chief of the Fire Hammer clan with excitement. The Gilded Gold clan doesn't treat us badly. Let's finish their work first. We will move out of here tomorrow. We will talk about some things at night. The chief of the Fire Hammer clan said to everyone. Under the curiosity of the members of the Fire Hammer clan, they continued to work. Some of the Fire Hammer tribe members looked at Wang Xian and their faces were filled with astonishment. Oh my god, look at Jin Ming. Jin Ming's aura is so terrifying. It turns out that Jin Ming has also reached the insightful emptiness realm. Jin Ming actually gained 6 more arms. His forging speed is so terrifying. Very soon, everyone's attention fell on Duan Jin Ming. His strength had reached the insightful void stage and he had 12 arms. 12 arms forging weapons at the same time, forging 12 weapons at the same time. In just over a minute, all 12 extraordinary level 6 weapons were forged. This terrifying forging speed stunned even Wang Xian. Similarly, the Fire Hammer clan leader, who had 8 arms, was also extremely fast. This is insane. Even though I have the origin forging technique, I'm still not as fast as them. Forging more than 10 arms at the same time. Even if it's a transcendent level 9 weapon, with Jin Ming's talent, he can forge 12 in 2 minutes at most. Crazy! Wang Xian's eyes were burning as he looked at all the members of the Fire Hammer clan. He didn't leave. There were still 2 days left before the king's auction. He would be with the Fiery Hammer clan in these few days. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to these precious subordinates of his. Wang Xian sat at the side and leisurely looked at the waterfall at the side. From time to time, he would look at Duan Jinming and the rest. Initially, it would take them a day to complete the task. However, with the presence of Duan Jinming and the Fiery Hammer clan leader, it was completed very quickly. What, you want to leave here? I think you're courting death. Our Gilded Gold clan has already treated you well by taking you in. Yet you still want to leave. In the evening, an angry voice sounded from the front. Lord, we thank the Gilded Gold clan for taking us in. Near the 10,000-meter mountain peak, in front of the forging rooms, the Fire Hammer clan leader respectfully stood in front of a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes. Beside the Fire Hammer clan leader, Duan Jinming stood by the side, his expression somewhat ugly. Fire Hammer clan, I think you're courting death. If you leave Carefree City, you might become slaves. We took you in, but you still don't know what's good for you. The luxurious middle-aged man stared at them with an ugly expression and said coldly. The Fire Hammer clan had an extraordinary 8th-rank bloodline. Logically speaking, their clan's strength wasn't too weak. They could easily survive in any city. However, their forging techniques were too famous. In addition, they belonged to the demonic beast clan. Many evil forces wanted to control them. There was once when the entire Fire Hammer clan became slaves. Half of the original 5,000 clansmen died. The Fire Hammer clan was extremely united. After escaping time and time again, they met the Gilded Gold clan by chance. Although the Gilded Gold clan didn't treat them very well, at least they didn't enslave them. They even gave them some spirit stones, which was considered good. Of course, this was only good compared to their previous life. If it was based on the value of the items they forged, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. Lord, we have already made up our minds. We hope that Lord will fulfill our wish. Today's work has been completed. The Fire Hammer tribe leader bowed and said again. Duan Yanlai, you have to think carefully. It's not easy for a lowly race to survive outside. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his tone was full of threat. We have already thought it through. I'll tell you one more thing, we are not a lowly race. Duan Jiming stared at the middle-aged man coldly and said loudly, "Hee hee. I can guarantee that the moment you step out of Xiaoyao City, you will immediately become slaves." The middle-aged man stared at Duan Jiming coldly. "Who dares? Who dares to make us slaves?" The furious Duan Jiming's body instantly surged with the power of the profound void tier. "What? You? The luxurious middle-aged man widened his eyes, his expression changing drastically as he stared at Duan Jiming. "Let's go, Jiming. Let's pack our things and lead our clansmen away." The Fire Hammer clan leader tugged at his clothes. Their Fire Hammer clan was not slaves to begin with, so they could naturally leave freely. Profound void tier expert, that lowly fellow actually became a profound void tier expert. This. He widened his eyes and stared at Duan Jiming's figure with an extremely unsightly expression. "This won't do. I must report this matter to the clan head immediately." His expression changed slightly, and he immediately walked towards the Gilded Gold clan's manor. The Fire Hammer clan was an incomparably cheap labor force to the entire Gilded Gold clan. Although the Fire Hammer clan was unable to refine high-grade weapons, they were able to perfectly refine transcendent 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade weapons. Moreover, regardless of whether it was the success rate or the degree of refinement, they were all stronger than ordinary blacksmiths. Most importantly, they didn't need to pay much spirit stones. Now that the Fire Hammer clan had left, it could be considered a considerable loss to the Gilded Gold clan. Also, the matter of that Fire Hammer clan brat becoming a profound void martial expert had to be reported immediately. The Gilded Gold clan, as a clan whose weapon region was second only to the Lu clan, had a huge manor. In the entire Gilded Gold clan, there were 6 or 7 insightful emptiness realm experts. In the study room of the clan leader, a luxurious middle-aged man hurried over. "What did you say? The members of the Fiery Hammer clan are leaving? And a kid from the Fiery Hammer clan has broken through to the insightful emptiness realm." In the study, a middle-aged man dressed in fiery red clothes sat in the middle, with a woman beside him. When he heard the report from his subordinate, the middle-aged man dressed in fiery red clothes immediately stood up and shouted with a face full of surprise. "Yes, clan head, 100% is a profound void tier powerhouse. That kid? Even I can't believe it." The luxurious middle-aged man also reported with a face full of surprise. "That kid? You mean they could call Duan Jiming?" The eyes of the Gilded Gold family's master flickered. "That kid's bloodline seems to belong to the phenomenon of atavism." Is it that kid who wants to be a toad and eat swan meat?" The woman at the side was also full of astonishment and slightly widened her eyes. "It's that kid who wants to pursue third miss." The luxurious middle-aged man immediately nodded. "He actually broke through to the insightful emptiness realm. I don't know what kind of opportunity he got, or is it the power from his bloodline?" The middle-aged man of the Gilded Gold family showed a thoughtful expression. "It seems that we have to face that kid properly." "Brother Hai, don't tell me you agree with Yen Yen and that kid." "No, I told Mrs. Lu some time ago. Mrs. Lu said that their son has a very good impression of Yen Yen and said that he will come to our family to propose marriage." The woman at the side shook her head and quickly said, "What? Madame Lu really wants to come to our house to propose marriage?" The head of the Gilded Gold family was slightly stunned and quickly asked expectantly, "I can still lie to you. Tonight, I will bring Yen Yen to the Lu residence. This matter will definitely be successful," the woman said with some pride. "Haha, good. If we can form a marriage alliance with the Lu residence, our Gilded Gold family will have no worries in a few hundred years." The Gilded Gold clan leader laughed happily. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Send someone to follow the Fire Hammer clan first." "Yes, clan leader." The luxurious middle-aged man immediately nodded. Isn't that the Fire Hammer Demon Beast clan? What are they doing with so many clansmen?" The Fire Hammer Demon Beast clan is very good at refining weapons, but it's a pity that their bloodline is too low. Their powerful talent in refining weapons makes them guilty of possessing treasures. In the past, they were often enslaved. They're just a lowly race. Even if their talent in crafting weapons is strong, They can only craft some low-level weapons at most. In the evening, when Wang Xian and more than 2,000 members of the Fire Hammer clan walked onto the streets, some of the people in the surroundings whispered in astonishment when they saw so many members of the Fire Hammer clan. The Fire Hammer clan could be considered to be somewhat famous. However, the bloodline level of this race was too low, so no one thought highly of them. "Humph, it won't be long before we become a powerful clan." The members of the Fire Hammer clan heard the discussions around them. If it was before, they would have completely ignored them. However, when they heard the words of the clan leader and Duan Jinming this evening, their ambitions were aroused. "Who said that we are a lowly clan? According to that lord's words, every one of us has the chance to become a powerhouse in the future." This made all the members of the Fire Hammer clan look forward to the day when they could rise up. They would definitely not allow others to call them a lowly race. They would definitely not let others look down on them. "Dragon King, it's just up ahead. We have rented a large-scale manor. If the members of our clan squeeze together, they will be able to stay." The Fire Hammer clan leader walked beside Wang Xian and spoke softly. "Ao Yao, send a crafty demon back to the Dragon Palace. Ask Prime Minister Gui to send more people over. In a week or two, we will bring our new members back to the Dragon Palace." Wang Xian looked at the temporarily rented manor. A group of Fire Hammer clansmen were packing up their things as they spoke to the void at the side. "It's the Dragon King." Ao Yao's voice was heard. The void at the side trembled slightly. The Dragon Palace was still some distance away from here. Fierce beasts were rampant along the way, and the members of the Fire Hammer clan were too weak. It was necessary to have a strong escort. It would be much safer to have around 300 insightful Emptiness Realm experts to escort them. "Dragon King, the shop you want to rent has also been negotiated. I wonder what you are going to do, Dragon King?" "Our Fire Hammer clan has lived in Xiaoyao City for dozens of years. We are very familiar with this place, especially the weapons area." After the Fire Hammer clan leader settled his clansmen, he came to Wang Xian's side and asked respectfully, "There are indeed some things that I need you to handle. I have a batch of weapons here that I need you to handle. There are also some low-level metal materials." As Wang Xian spoke, he took out his interspatial rings one by one. Most of the items that he came to Xiaoyao City to sell were weapons. Wang Xian planned to auction some insightful void-level weapons at the king's auction. However, those that were not at the insightful void level were not eligible to be auctioned. Hence, they had to be sold separately. As Xiaoyao City was a large-scale market, many dynasties came here to purchase things. Even if it was more than 100,000 weapons, they could be sold. This time, there were about 70,000 to 80,000 weapons, staffs, and protective equipment in his interspatial ring. Apart from these weapons, there were also tens of tons of metallic materials. From Transcendent Level 4 to Half-Step Void Interpretation, there were many different kinds of materials. As the level of metallic materials was not very high, it would be too troublesome to forge weapons and sell them. Therefore, Wang Xian was prepared to sell these metal materials directly. "Good, there are so many items and these materials. Dragon King, it's not worth it to sell the materials directly. We can totally forge them into weapons and sell them later. In that case, we can sell them for at least 5 to 6 times the price," the chief of the Fire Hammer tribe suggested. "Is there enough time?" Wang Xian looked at him. Naturally, he knew that the value of forging weapons was higher. In the past, if he were to forge weapons by himself, it would take at least 10 days. Wang Xian felt that it was too troublesome, so he did not forge weapons. "It's enough, Dragon King. There are more than 2,000 members of our Fire Hammer clan. Now that you have taught them the first 2 transformations of the Fire God Dragon transformation, many of our clansmen can break through directly and forge weapons faster." The chief of the Fire Hammer clan said with a smile on his face. The members of the Fire Hammer clan had at least 4 arms and could forge 2 weapons at the same time. Their speed was twice that of an ordinary weaponsmith. Someone like Duan Jinming could forge 12 weapons in less than a minute. Their speed and efficiency were even faster than Wang Xian. More than 2,000 people was indeed enough. "All right, I'll leave the problem of selling these resources to you. In addition, I have some items here that you can sell. I'll sell some spirit stones. You can buy some things that you need. Don't be stingy and buy whatever you need. Wang Xian passed the rest of the miscellaneous items to the chief of the Fire Hammer tribe. With his current strength of the first level of the see-through void tier, it wouldn't be dangerous for him to handle these matters. Thank you, Dragon King. In the future, our Fire Hammer tribe will definitely go through fire and water for you. The chief of the Fire Hammer clan said respectfully with tears in his eyes as he looked outside. Wang Xian revealed a smile. With the help of the Fire Hammer clan, it was much easier for him than it was for him. He returned to his room. Wang Xian rested for the night. The next morning, he walked out directly. Dragon King, if you want to enter the king's auction, you need an invitation letter. Not everyone can enter the king's auction. The elder from the Fire Hammer clan acted as Wang Xian's guide and led him to the king's area in the middle. Compared to the weapons area, the king's area was more glorious. The most prominent thing in the entire area was the gigantic auction. King's auction. There was only one way to enter this auction, an invitation letter. An invitation letter for the king's auction. Those who could receive an invitation letter would be considered top-notch even if they were placed in a dynasty. There were more than 20 dynasties participating in this auction, and there were 7 to 8 sects that were not weaker than dynasties. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. He had the invitation letter in his hand and it was given to him by Feng Wan. There were a total of 3 of them. Sir, do you wish to auction the items? If you wish to have the invitation letter, our commission will be reduced by 0.05 points. When he arrived at the auction counter, an old staff member asked Wang Xian, "Auction all the items here." Wang Xian nodded his head. As he spoke, he took out the invitation letter and the auction items. So you are from the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty? When the old man received Wang Xian's invitation letter, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then he took a look at the auction items and was slightly shocked. As expected of a powerful empire that has risen recently, I'll give you the auction certificate and your identity certificate. This is a private room for the auction. After the auction is over, you can use the auction certificate to collect the spirit stones for your auction items. The old man smiled at Wang Xian. All right, thank you. Wang Xian nodded his head. Young master, you can take a look at the king's zone. The items sold here are all very valuable. The old man suggested to him. Okay. After walking out of the huge and glorious king's zone, Wang Xian started to stroll around. In the king's zone, there were many high-grade items besides this auction house. Items above transcendence were sold here. Let's see if I can buy some good stuff. Wang Xian walked on the streets. The king's territory was not small. There were many shops around the auction house. There were all kinds of weapons and elixirs. All kinds of items were sold and they were all top grade. A spirit pearl shop? I didn't expect there to be a spirit pearl shop here. Wang Xian revealed a look of surprise and immediately walked into the shop. The moment he stepped into the shop, Wang Xian could feel the impact of the spiritual energy from the spirit pearls of various attributes. In the entire shop, there were hundreds of spirit pearls of various attributes. However, most of them were not of high levels. There was a group of young men and women in the shop. The price is not very expensive. It's very suitable for purchase. The spiritual pearls were of great use to Wang Xian. It could also be used to nurture weapons for his subordinates. It could also be used to allow the 5 elements grinding mill to devour and upgrade. Come, brothers and sisters, this is the unique spiritual pearls shop in our Xiaoao city. This shop wouldn't be available in other dynasties. At this moment, dozens of young men and women entered the shop from the outside. There were many people in this group, and each of them seemed to have an extraordinary status. Their every movement revealed an extraordinary temperament. Spirit pearls. I didn't expect there to be so many spirit pearls. There are hundreds of these rare spirit pearls in our dynasty. Wow, as expected of Xiaoyao City. I came to the right place this time. These spirit pearls are so beautiful. Spirit pearls are very beneficial to cultivation. If cultivated with energy, they can also increase the level of the spirit pearls. In the spirit pearl shop, the young men and women looked at the spirit pearls in the shop with pleasant surprise, their eyes shining. Spirit pearls were condensed from elemental energy. They could be made into staffs or pendants. With such a high-level spirit pearl, it could also increase one's cultivation speed. Such an item was rare in any place. Even though these young men and women had extraordinary statuses and came from powerful dynasties and sects, they were still extremely surprised when they saw so many spirit pearls. This is the most special shop in our Xiaoyao city. The owner is a third-level void interpretation expert, and he specially bought it from the 5-element sea in the Boundless Sea region. It takes a year for the owner to come and go, and there are many dangers along the way. However, everyone knows how precious spirit pearls are. In the middle of the group of young men, a young man wearing dark red clothes and holding a feather fan said with a smile, "So they are spirit pearls from the Hanhai region. No wonder they are so good." The young men and women nodded slightly and looked at the spirit pearls eagerly. "Ladies and gentlemen, see if there are any spirit pearls that you like. Mark the price clearly." When the shopkeeper saw so many young men and women with extraordinary statuses coming over, he immediately asked with a smile, "Shopkeeper, bring that fire spiritual pearl over for me to have a look." That fire spiritual pearl of the first level of the void interpretation is so expensive. It's even more expensive than the weapons of the second level of the void interpretation. "I don't have enough spiritual stones." The group of young men and women spoke. "Shopkeeper, how many spiritual pearls do you have here?" "I want all of them." "How many spiritual stones?" Wang Xian glanced at the young men and women around him. He ignored them and asked the shopkeeper directly. Wang Xian's voice rang out in the hall, causing everyone in the shop to look over. Buy all of them." Although the shop of the Spirit Pearls shop is small, the value of the items in it is more than 100 billion middle-grade spirit stones. "Buy all of them?" Ha. The young man who was holding the feather fan glanced at Wang Xian with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "HMPH, you sure are arrogant. I can't even afford a spirit pearl of the first level of the void interpretation realm. How can you?" A lady who was dressed like a princess curled her lips and said with a hint of disdain, "Just like how she was dressed, she was a princess of a dynasty. Furthermore, she was the princess that the king of a dynasty doted on the most. What was the concept of hundreds of billions of middle-grade spirit stones? Even if a dynasty's king had to fork out hundreds of billions of spirit stones, he had to think about it." A young man casually said that he would fork out hundreds of billions of spirit stones to buy spirit pearls. This was simply arrogant. "Young master, the spirit pearls here are worth more than 130 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Please take a look at what kind of spirit pearls you need. I will get them for you." The shopkeeper looked at Wang Xian and smiled. He didn't think that he could buy all of them. "Store them all." Wang Xian moved his arm and threw the interspatial rings to the shopkeeper one by one. The shopkeeper was slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Then, when he saw the pile of spirit stones in the interspatial ring, he widened his eyes and was filled with shock. This, young master, please wait for a moment. I will pack all the spiritual pearls for you." The shopkeeper's arm trembled as he said hurriedly, "Yes, just put them in your interspatial ring. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Wang Xian said directly. He had 7 to 8 trillion middle-grade spiritual stones in his hands. A large portion of them came from the Sky Island Empire and the One-Leaf Mainland Empire. After all, Wang Xian had completely robbed all the families and forces of the two empires. The other portion came from the spirit stones dug out from the deep-sea spiritual spring. The deep-sea spiritual spring had yet to be dug out. There were at least a few trillion middle-grade spirit stones in it. More than 100 billion spirit stones was nothing in Wang Xian's eyes. What? Wang Xian acted like a tycoon, causing all the young men and women around him to be slightly stunned. He really had so many spirit stones? And he even bought all the spirit pearls here? "I'm sorry, young masters and young ladies. All the spirit pearls in our shop have been bought by this young master." The shopkeeper looked at the crowd around him and said with a smile. The shopkeeper gestured to the young men who were looking at the spirit pearls. "Brother, you've bought all the spirit pearls. What else do we need to buy?" "I want the spirit pearl in my hand. I'll give you the spirit stones." A young man frowned slightly and said directly to Wang Xian, "I'm sorry. I want all the spirit pearls." Wang Xian took a glance at him and sat down at the side. "Brother, Can you give face to the Northern Spirit Empire and show some love? My sister likes this water spirit pearl very much. A young man raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Xian when he saw that Wang Xian rejected him directly. Either you buy it all or don't say a word. Wang Xian glanced at them indifferently and said in a slightly disrespectful manner. He even revealed his background? Wang Xian didn't give any face to this kind of royal family. He even directly ignored them in a provocative manner. He wanted all the spirit pearls. If anyone was unhappy, he would be unhappy. If he met one or two people who were blind, Wang Xian wouldn't mind destroying them. Destroying an empire was Wang Xian's favorite thing. You! The young man's expression changed slightly. He stared at Wang Xian coldly. Brother, may I know where you are from? The young man holding the feather fan waved his hand, indicating for the others to stop talking. He looked at Wang Xian and asked with a twinkle in his eyes. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Wang Xian crossed his legs and said plainly. His appearance was no different from a good-for-nothing. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire. When the young men and women around heard Wang Xian's words, their pupils contracted slightly. Is it the newly rising Dragon and Phoenix Empire? The Dragon and Phoenix Empire? It's actually the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. This empire destroyed 4 empires in one go. Moreover, there's the Dongyuan Empire, which is very strong. No wonder. The expressions of the young men and women changed. The way they looked at Wang Xian also changed a lot. Dragon Phoenix Empire. So you're from the Dragon Phoenix Empire. I'm Yao Dingfeng from the Yao clan of Xiaoyao City. Young Master Xiaoyao is holding a banquet for the elites and aristocrats tonight. This brother can come over and make friends. The youth with the feather fan looked at Wang Xian in surprise and invited him. I'm not interested. Wang Xian waved his hand and shook his head in disdain. Young master, put all the spirit pearls in the interspatial ring. Take a look. In the spirit pearl shop, the shopkeeper handed over the interspatial ring with a respectful expression and said with a smile. He had heard Wang Xian's words clearly just now. He had heard of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. A powerful dynasty that suddenly rose up had only been established for a year. It had destroyed 4 dynasties and occupied all the cities of the 4 dynasties. With the current strength of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, it was definitely one of the best within 100,000 kilometers. And this young master in front of them had a very high position in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. They didn't dare to offend such a force. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. He swept his gaze across the spirit pearl in his interspatial ring and nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he walked out directly. The Dragon Phoenix Empire. The elder of the Fire Hammer clan who had been following Wang Xian all this while had a puzzled look in his eyes. This guy is too arrogant. He actually doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Arrogant, he's really arrogant to the extreme. The Dragon Phoenix Empire. If that kid has a very high status in the Dragon Phoenix Empire, he's really not someone we can afford to provoke. This empire destroyed 4 empires in just 10 days. Their influence is extremely terrifying. No wonder he was able to take out more than 100 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Even if he has the ability, young Master Yao invited him to the banquet organized by the young master of Xiaoyao City. Yet that guy is still so disdainful. He's simply arrogant. That's right. So what if it's the Dragon Phoenix Empire? In front of the young master of Xiaoyao City, it's nothing. Seeing Wang Xianyao leaving without even bothering with them, the young men and women revealed furious expressions. They were all princes and princesses from various big forces. Their statuses were extremely honorable. Now that they were being treated with such contempt by a person, all of them were extremely furious. HMH, you don't know what's good for you. Yao Dingfeng looked at Wang Xian's back and snorted coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. Go and buy some elixirs. Wang Xian walked out of the spirit pearl shop. The faint aura of a silpants disappeared instantly. A faint smile appeared on his face. It felt good to be a hedonist disciple. If anyone doesn't like me, fine. Let's attack the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Haha. Next, I will continue to act as the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Wang Xian thought as he smiled and walked into the surrounding elixir stores. The spirit stones in his hands were in the trillions. Naturally, he had to exchange them for resources that could be used to increase his strength. Wang Xian did not hesitate at all when he took out all the elixirs of the insightful void tier. He swept through the 4 elixir stores and spent more than 600 billion middle-grade spirit stones. After a round of purchasing, Wang Xian walked towards the elixir area again. He took out all the elixirs and spiritual herbs one by one. In just a day's time, Wang Xian spent more than 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones. At least 1/5 of the spiritual herbs and elixirs in the entire elixir area were gone. As expected of Xiaoyao City, even with more than 50,000 spiritual stones, it didn't cause much of an impact to this place. Wang Xian sighed slightly when he came out of the elixir area. After returning to the weapons area, Wang Xian walked toward the shop that the Fire Hammer tribe leader rented yesterday. Business is so good. When Wang Xian went over, he noticed that there were many customers lining up outside the shop to buy weapons. TSK, I really didn't expect the Fire Hammer tribe to open a shop. Moreover, the quality of the weapons inside are pretty good. I heard from the Fire Hammer tribe that they are no longer in the Gilded Gold tribe. Aren't they afraid that without their protection, some factions will capture them and make them slaves? I guess many forces are waiting for the Fire Hammer clan to leave the city. Once they leave the city, I guess some forces will make a move. Who cares? We are buying our weapons. It has nothing to do with us. When he arrived at the entrance of the shop, Wang Xian heard the discussions of some customers around him. They didn't have any scruples. They even said the same thing in front of the members of the Fire Hammer clan. The members of the Fire Hammer clan ignored them and focused on selling their weapons. After the king's auction ends tomorrow, I will raise Duan Jinming's strength to the 3rd level of the see-through void stage. Before I leave, I must let them experience what the Fire Hammer clan is like. Their subordinates are not people who can be underestimated by just a few people. Wang Xian thought to himself. He was very satisfied with the speed at which the weapons were being sold. Although the Fire Hammer clan was weak, their craftsmanship was well known. It was already night when he returned to his residence. When Wang Xian reached the door, he saw Duan Jinming, who was dressed neatly, walking out excitedly. As he walked, he was holding a communication stone plate and giggling foolishly. Jinming, why aren't you here to greet the Dragon King? The old man who had been following Wang Xian for the whole day said sternly when he saw the silly look on Duan Jinming's face. Oh, third grandpa, Dragon King, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Upon hearing the old man's voice, Duan Jinming hurriedly raised his head. When he saw Wang Xian, he said in a panic. No need. Jinming, what made you so happy? Wang Xian asked with a smile on his face. Dragon King, this. I'll go and look for the 3rd lady. Duan Jinming scratched his head and revealed an honest smile on his face. Go on. In a few days, I'll bring you to the Gilded Gold family to propose a marriage, Wang Xian said to Duan Jinming with a smile on his face. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Long Wang. Duan Jinming, who was nearly 2 meters tall, thanked him immediately. Oh right. I will bring you to the king's auction house tomorrow to see the world. Wang Xian continued to speak to Duan Jinming. Oh? Yes. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. Duan Jinming thanked him immediately. His eyes were filled with joy. His strength had reached the 1st level of the see-through void stage. He would be able to be together with the 3rd lady in the future. In the end, he would be able to follow such a boss. This was something that he never dared to imagine in the past. Wang Xian smiled. As one of the pillars of the future members of the Dragon Palace, Duan Jinming naturally could not treat his subordinates poorly. Dragon King, you are so good to Jinming. This child is really lucky. We are really lucky to have met you, Dragon King. The old man beside him sighed. Wang Xian smiled. In the future, the Fire Hammer clan will become an existence beyond your imagination. Dragon King. After returning to his residence, the Fire Hammer clan leader walked over and greeted him respectfully. Come in. Wang Xian was sipping his tea and checking some information through the communication stone tray. Dragon King, we sold a total of 5,000 weapons today. After we bought some supplies, the rest of the spirit stones are all here. The chief of the Fire Hammer clan respectfully handed over an interspatial ring. I'll leave the spirit stones with you for now. Use these spirit stones to buy all kinds of metal materials. In the future, we will open a weapons store. Also, take out half of the spirit stones and buy some elixirs to increase the strength of your Fire Hammer clan. Wang Xian didn't take the interspatial ring and said to the Fire Hammer clan leader, "Thank you, Dragon King. These few days are the 5-year king auction period. At the same time, it is also the time for the major forces to purchase all kinds of items. The weapons in our hands can only be sold for 3 days at most. If we can meet some dynasties to purchase them, we might not be able to last a day. We can totally use the spirit stones we earned to purchase the materials and continue to sell them. If we do this repeatedly, we will be able to earn even more profits. Furthermore, Jin Ming and I are already able to forge void interpretation weapons." The chief of the Fire Hammer clan said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. "Yes, that's fine. You guys can make your own arrangements. I will bring Jin Ming to participate in the king's auction tomorrow." Wang Xian nodded and said to the chief of the Fire Hammer clan, "It's the Dragon King." The chief of the Fire Hammer clan bowed and walked out. After a night's rest, Wang Xian was awakened by the sound of forging in the morning. He walked out of the room and looked around with a smile on his face. The members of the Fire Hammer clan were forging weapons one by one. Due to the transformation of the Fire God Dragon, everyone's spirit, energy, and spirit had undergone a huge change. In addition, the clothes on their bodies had improved a little. They were wearing new clothes with a Fire Hammer pattern on the back. It was completely different from the pitch-black clothes that Wang Xian had when he first met them. Now, the blazing flames on their bodies had a hint of a smile on their faces. A faint aura emanated from their bodies. Dragon King. After eating some food, Duan Jiming came to Wang Xian's side and shouted respectfully, "Let's go. The auction is about to begin." Wang Xian nodded and led Ao Jian, Ao Yao, and the rest to the king's auction house in a beast carriage. There are so many people. There are simply too many of them. Furthermore, there are so many void interpretation experts here. When they arrived at the king's area in the middle, Duan Jinming scanned his surroundings with a look of astonishment. There were many luxurious cars pulled by powerful ferocious beasts. Among them, there were many void interpretation level ferocious beasts pulling the cars. There were also many people riding on void interpretation level ferocious beasts. Each and every one of them exuded a noble aura. There were also many powerhouses from powerful sects who were dressed in uniform. The entire king's region was bustling with activity. After staying here for such a long time, don't you know about this grand scene? Wang Xian looked at the surprised Duan Jinming and asked with a smile. No, these few days are also the busiest time for us. Moreover, we are not qualified to enter the king's region. Duan Jinming smiled and scanned his surroundings in surprise. We're here. Let's get off. Wang Xian patted Duan Jinming's arm and said faintly, Yes, yes. Duan Jinming nodded immediately and followed behind him. The carriage stopped not far from the king's auction house. There were many grand teams around them. Void interpretation experts could be seen everywhere. At least 1,000 people were walking towards the king's auction house. The Fire Hammer clan? Why are the Fire Hammer clan here? Wang Xian and the rest followed the crowd and walked in slowly. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from the side. Duan Jiming frowned and turned his head. He saw more than a dozen people looking at him. The one who spoke was a young man. At this moment, the young man was looking at Duan Jiming with a face full of surprise. He looked at the emblem of the Fire Hammer clan on the back of his clothes. Why can't you come here? Duan Jinming whispered and turned his head away. A lowly clan. This is not a place that you can come to. Shut up. Be careful not to bring disaster to your own clan. As the young man continued speaking, Wang Xian turned his head around and said coldly, Ha! When the dozen of people beside the young man heard Wang Xian's words, their faces turned cold immediately. Ao Jian and the other 3 golden swordfish stared at them coldly, causing everyone to feel their breathing stagnating. The young man's face turned red as he opened his mouth. He wanted to speak but was stopped by a middle-aged man beside him. "I'm sorry for offending you, young master." A middle-aged man cupped his hands at Wang Xian and looked at Ao Jian and the rest with some fear. "Mind your own business. You have no manners." Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man indifferently and said directly. This caused the middle-aged man's face to darken slightly, and he snorted softly. "It's the young master of Xiaoyao City. The young master of Xiaoyao City is here. The young master of Xiaoyao City master has the strength of a half-step to the peak of the void interpretation realm at such a young age. He can break through to the void interpretation realm at any time. Yesterday, the young mayor invited many of the younger generation to attend the gathering. It's a pity that Bayer wasn't able to participate." At this moment, sounds of exclamations could be heard from the surroundings. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked towards the back. A young man with long hair and a proud expression, dressed in white clothes and with the word Xiao written on his chest, walked straight towards the king's auction house. Around him were 40 to 50 young men and women. There were the disciples of the families in Xiaoyao City, as well as some princes and princesses from other dynasties. A group of proud young men followed behind the young castellan with smiles on their faces. Each and every one of them had a proud look on their faces. Third Miss is here too." At this moment, an excited voice came from beside Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked over and saw that Duan Jinming was looking at the back of the group of young men and women. A dignified and beautiful woman was following behind. It was the third miss of the Gilded Gold family. Third Miss. When the third miss of the Gilded Gold family came to the side not far away, Duan Jinming could not help but call out in a low voice. Just when Gilded Gold Yen was feeling a little annoyed following behind, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. She was slightly stunned and quickly looked over, a hint of surprise on her face. She hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Duan Jinming with a slightly red face. "Ha! Ha!" The men and women next to her were slightly stunned. Her elder sister and second brother's expressions changed slightly. "Xiao Yan, what are you going to do?" The two of them stopped walking with a dark face. A young man in water blue clothing at the side raised his eyebrows and slightly raised his head. He also stopped walking with displeasure in his eyes. "It's that guy." Beside the young man in aqua blue, Yao Dingfeng, who was holding a feather fan, narrowed his eyes and also stopped walking. "Big sister, second brother, we met a friend." Eugene Yin turned around and looked at his big sister and second brother, whose faces were cold. His expression was a bit ugly. "Don't interact with some random people. Let's go." The two of them looked at him and said with sullen faces, "Eldest sister, second brother, I don't want you to meddle in my affairs." When she heard her eldest sister and second brother berating her, her expression turned cold. In the past, because she was afraid that her parents would stop her, her eldest sister and second brother often berated her not to get close to Duan Jinming. But now, when she found out that Duan Jinming's strength had reached the first level of the insightful void tier and that he was going to go to her house in a few days to propose a betrothal gift, she was incomparably happy. With his current status, he was completely worthy of her. This also gave her a lot more confidence to fight back. "What's going on?" At that moment, a young man dressed in aqua blue walked over and asked with an expressionless face. She glanced at the young man, pursed her lips, and did not speak. "Young Master Lu, it's nothing. It's just that this little sister of mine has a problem with her brain." Upon hearing her words, the eldest sister and second brother of Gilded Speech also revealed an angry expression. Upon hearing the young man's question, they hurriedly said with an embarrassed expression, "Look at that lowly brat. Look at young Master Lu. Although young Master Lu doesn't fancy you, even if you become young Master Lu's concubine, it's still better than being with that lowly brat. Moreover, your parents won't." "Big sister and second brother, shut up. Jinming isn't a lowly brat." As the two continued to speak, Gilded Gold Yen interrupted them angrily. "Let me tell you, I'm not a lowly brat. Watch your words." When Duan Jinming heard the two of them talking about him like that and saw Gilded Gold Yan's aggrieved look, he stood up and said angrily, "You." Jin Yan's eldest sister and second brother saw that Duan Jinming was staring at them with a cold and disdainful look. The water-blue youth raised his eyebrows and a faint coldness flashed across his eyes. He looked at Jin Jinyan and then at Duan Jiming. These few days, his mother had been blowing wind in his ear and asking how the third daughter of the Jin family was doing. He had a pretty good impression of Gilded Gold Yen, but he knew what his mother wanted. She wanted him to get married and have children. He hadn't had enough fun yet, so he naturally didn't agree. Now that he saw that Gilded Gold Yen had a deep relationship with a lowly demonic beast, he was slightly displeased. I didn't expect Gilded Gold Yen to behave so atrociously. You don't know what's going on with a lowly demonic beast. Lu Xiao's eyes were cold as he mocked. You are the one who is rude. I'm warning you, watch your words. When Duan Jinming heard that Lu Xiao dared to say that he was rude to a lowly demonic beast, he glared at him angrily. A lowly demonic beast. You are the one who should watch your words. Lu Xiao saw Duan Jinming, who was 2 meters tall, staring at him angrily with his eyes wide open. His face turned cold and a trace of killing intent was emitted without any concealment. If you say that I am a lowly demonic beast, then who do you think you are? Duan Jiming's body instantly emitted a profound void-level pressure, and a powerful aura directly charged toward young Master Lu. What? The profound void-level aura charged over. Young Master Lu's face instantly changed, and he stared at Duan Jinming with a face full of fear. Under his aura, his body slightly trembled. What? How is this possible? This aura. An insightful emptiness realm expert. Lu Jinyan's eldest sister and second brother were also shocked, and they stared at Duan Jinming in disbelief. Duan Jinming had the strength of the first level of the insightful emptiness realm. Only his parents and a clansman knew about it, but the two of them did not know. Looking at the terrifying aura that Duan Jinming suddenly erupted with, the two of them had faces full of disbelief. This lowly race, this lowly fellow, how could he be an expert at the profound void tier? Duan Jinming's age was about the same as theirs, but now he had actually reached the profound void tier. He was simply a monster. Entering the profound void tier meant entering the ranks of experts. He was an expert that stood high above. First level of the profound void tier, you're actually at the first level of the profound void tier. However, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're an expert at the profound void tier. My Lu family, killing an expert at the first level of the profound void tier is a piece of cake. Lu Xiao growled in a low voice with an extremely embarrassed expression. Do you believe that I can easily destroy your Lu family? Wang Xian, who had been watching from the side, narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Lu Xiao's words. He took a step forward and said indifferently, who didn't have a force? Duan Jinming had the entire dragon palace behind him. King! When Duan Jinming heard Wang Xian's words, he immediately turned his head and shouted respectfully and gratefully. Annihilate my Lu family. This is the first time I've heard of someone daring to annihilate my Lu family, kid. Young master, you annihilated the Lu family with just a single word. Do you really think that your dragon and phoenix empire is invincible? We belong to Xiaoyao City. Your dragon and phoenix empire is nothing in front of the mayor of Xiaoyao City. At this moment, when Lu Xiao heard Wang Xian's words, he was interrupted by Yao Dingfeng, who was standing beside him before he could even speak. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Lu Xiao was slightly stunned when he heard his good brother's words. He was shocked as he stared at Wang Xian. Yesterday, they heard Yao Dingfeng and the rest talking about the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. They knew a little about the power of this empire. To destroy 4 empires at the same time, this empire had at least 5 experts at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, it was definitely the strongest empire. This empire was not something the Lu family could fight against. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Duan Jinming is my brother and my subordinate. If you dare to attack him, I dare to attack you. Wang Xian looked at them and said proudly, You are arrogant. This is Xiaoyao City, not your Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth in embarrassment when he heard his words. I have to say, this brother is really arrogant. Yao Dingfeng looked at Wang Xian coldly from the side and looked at Lu Xiao. Xiaohua, let's go. Lu Xiao glanced at Wang Xian, Duan Jiming, and the rest in a shady manner. He didn't say anything else and turned around to walk inside. A person who was even more powerful than them would only make them feel even more humiliated here. Gilded Speech, you. The two eldest and second brothers of Gilded Speech wanted to scold her. However, when they felt Duan Jiming's furious gaze and Wang Xian's indifferent expression, they didn't dare to say anything in the end. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire was a newly rising and powerful empire. Their strength was many times stronger than the Lu clan. A powerful empire that controlled more than 60 cities. Even Duan Jiming was an expert at the first level of the Profound Void tier. He was not someone they could berate casually. They clenched their fists and angrily turned around to chase after young Master Lu and the others. Jiming, I'll go over too. After all, they are my older brothers and sisters. I'll explain it to them. Don't be angry. Seeing young Master Lu and the others leave in anger, Gilded Jinyan also knew that he had caused trouble. So he said to Duan Jiming, "Yes, third miss, you can go. In a few days, we will go to your house to propose marriage." Duan Jiming promised. This caused a smile to appear on Gilded Jinyan's face. He nodded his head at him and left with a smile. That's right. A man should have the manliness of a man. Don't be afraid. I'm here for everything. Wang Xian saw Duan Jiming's behavior and patted his shoulder. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Dragon King. Sorry for the trouble." Duan Jiming grinned and said with a smile, "Let's go in." Wang Xian shook his head and walked straight in. This, a kid from the Fire Hammer clan, has actually reached the insightful emptiness realm. How is this possible? And that young man? He is actually from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Oh my god, this newly risen Dragon and Phoenix Empire is extremely powerful. At the rear, the clan that had mocked the Fire Hammer clan widened their eyes filled with fear. Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty. Damn it. That damn guy. How dare he be so arrogant? In the huge king's auction house, young Master Lu and Yao Dingfeng walked forward with embarrassed expressions. Young Master Lu's face was especially gloomy. A lowly demonic beast dared to be arrogant in front of him, and he even had the support of that guy from the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty. He even wanted to exterminate their Lu clan. This made him extremely furious. Young Master Lu, don't be angry. This matter is all the fault of my insensible sister." At this moment, elder sister and second brother, who were chasing after them, said in a fawning manner, "Scram!" Young Master Lu heard their figures and roared in a low voice without turning his head. This caused the expression of elder sister and second brother to stiffen, and they were filled with embarrassment. "Young Master Lu, we apologize to you. When that girl Xiaoyan comes later, I'll let her apologize to you." The two of them squeezed out a smile and followed behind. "Hee, your Gilded Gold clan's taste is really..." As young Master Lu spoke, he suddenly stopped. He slightly narrowed his eyes, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Your third sister, Miss Gilded Gold Yen, is quite good." He lowered his voice and said slowly with a profound meaning, "Ha!" The two of them were slightly stunned when they heard young Master Lu's words. Their faces revealed a stunned expression. "Miss Gilded Yen is here." Young Master Lu saw Gilded Yen, who followed behind him, and smiled faintly. He turned around and continued to walk towards his seat. "Huh? Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Yao Dingfeng, who was at the side, also came over in slight surprise and asked in a low voice, "It's nothing. I just suddenly feel that I'm not young anymore. Just take a concubine." Young Master Lu said with a smile. "Eh? You haha tall?" "Tall." Yao Dingfeng laughed and walked forward with his arm around young Master Lu's shoulder. The group of people came to a pavilion where the young city lord of Shaoao City and some noble disciples were all present. Everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty. "Your seats are over here." The entire king's auction house was huge, and its interior was completely different from ordinary auction houses. Inside, there were fake mountains and fake water and small pavilions. Many people could sit under the pavilions, and exquisite food was placed on top. In the center, there was a high platform, and above the high platform was the auction seat. The surrounding guests were seated around the platform. The entire auction hall could seat around 10,000 people. 10,000 people was not a huge number. However, the level of extravagance was definitely the best in the Luhai region.
Everyone, this is your seat. There are staff beside you. If you need anything, feel free to ask.
The staff brought Wang Xian and the rest to a spot that was closer to the center.
As the current rising overlord dynasty, the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty was qualified to be in a position that was closer to the front desk.
Moreover, the value of the items auctioned by Wang Xian this time was also very terrifying.
All right.
Wang Xian nodded and sat in the main seat. He gestured for Ao Jian, Duan Jinming, and the rest to sit at the side. Duan Jinming looked left and right. His gaze shifted to a spot not far away. His gaze landed on the golden words again and a smile appeared on his face. It was his first time coming to such a luxurious place. It was his first time being served with respect. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. Each pavilion represented a powerful force. That's right.
Wang Xian looked at the seat in front of him and saw a group of dozens of young men and women sitting together. They were chatting with smiles on their faces.
These were the second generation of the richest people in the vicinity.
The princes and princesses of the dynasty, the heirs of the top forces, and so on. The 20th King's auction will be held soon. This is also the 100th year that our King's auction will be held. For the items to be auctioned today, all the powerhouses and lords must be prepared.
Not long after, a woman who still had her charm came to the central auction area. She spoke to everyone around her with a smile on her face.
The first item to be auctioned is a third-level insightful emptiness realm magic staff with a fire attribute. The starting price is 10 billion middle-grade spirit stones.
The auction did not take long to start. The first item to be auctioned was a third-level insightful emptiness realm magic staff with a high price.
This seems to be the magic staff that I sent to auction. Wang Xian smiled when he saw the weapon that was brought up.
The starting price for a third-level insightful void stage staff was 10 billion middle-grade spirit stones. The starting price was not high, but the increase in the competition was relatively high. 15 billion.
16 billion. One by one, the forces began to bid. Soon, the price reached 21 billion. The final price also dropped to 21 billion.
The second item was a piece of armor.
There were more than 30 larger forces, dozens of second-level forces, and itinerant cultivators present. Wang Xian glanced around and saw that there were about 300 insightful emptiness realm experts.
Basically, most of the insightful emptiness realm experts who came to Xiaoyao City were gathered here. With so many experts, the total amount of spirit stones in their hands amounted to at least tens of trillion middle-grade spirit stones.
After all, the value of the items in each auction was no less than 10 trillion.
The next item to be auctioned is a set of elixirs that can help improve one's comprehension and clear one's mind. The elixirs are of extraordinary 9th grade, and each of them is worth 50 million middle-grade spirit stones. There are a total of 3,000 of them. The starting bid will be 1,000 to 1,000 of them.
The first set will be 1,000 of them. The starting bid will be 50 billion middle-grade spirit stones.
After auctioning more than a dozen items consecutively, one item caught Wang Xian's attention.
It was a medicinal pill. Furthermore, it was an extraordinary 9th grade medicinal pill. Naturally, he would swallow it directly and turn it into dragon qi. After Wang Xian's calculations, buying a high-grade medicinal pill at the same price would be more than buying many low-grade medicinal pills that would turn into dragon qi.
For this auction, Wang Xian was prepared to buy all the medicinal pills in the auction.
51 billion. Wang Xian raised the bid directly. Qiming elixir, this is a good elixir to nurture strong people. 1,000 pieces of 50 billion are not expensive. Some of the dynasties and sects around looked at the elixirs on the stage and followed suit. 51.5 billion. 52 billion.
52.5 billion. 3 factions called out their bids consecutively and raised the sign next to them. 55 billion.
Directly increasing the bid by 2.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Which faction is this?
Those who can sit at the front are all top-notch factions. However, I have never seen that young man before.
When the surrounding factions saw Wang Xian increasing the bid by 55 billion, they were astonished. Some of them looked over and discussed among themselves with a hint of curiosity on their faces.
That is. However, at a spot not far from the center, a middle-aged man stood up abruptly when he saw Wang Xian.
He widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief.
This, he is the nameless sword demon, the supreme heavens pride expert, and a peerless powerhouse at the 5th level of the see-through realm. Why is he here? Why is he here? This. In front of a pavilion near the central auction stage, a middle-aged man stood up and stared at Wang Xian with a trembling body. He never expected to encounter such a legendary existence in this place. The last time he saw Wang Xian was during the selection of the crown prince of the Guanglong dynasty. The battle that day had shaken the entire demi-human graveyard. Only after witnessing the terrifying strength of the nameless sword demon did he know what was terrifying. An old monster at the 5th level of the see-through realm who had lived for thousands of years was killed directly. That terrifying millstone could easily wipe out an entire empire.
13th brother, what's wrong?
Beside the middle-aged man, a middle-aged man with a beard and wearing a wide robe who was sitting in the middle saw the shocked expression on his brother's face. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously.
This 13th brother of his had stayed in a cruel place like the demi-human graveyard for a long time. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be so excited.
Big brother, it's that person. He swallowed his saliva, his eyes still filled with shock.
13th uncle, slow down. What made you so shocked?
The youth sitting beside the wide-robed, middle-aged man asked curiously. Big brother, do you know the nameless sword demon? The supreme prodigy?
The evildoer who destroyed the 5th level ice child of the void interpretation stage.
The middle-aged man gulped and said to the middle-aged man in the robe.
Yes, you told me about this before. Could it be?
The middle-aged man in the robe was also slightly surprised. His eyes were sparkling.
He is there. The middle-aged man widened his eyes and pointed at Wang Xian.
What?
The middle-aged man quickly turned his head and fixed his gaze on Wang Xian.
13th brother, is what you said true? The middle-aged man asked with a trembling figure. I'm sure. I'm 100% sure that it's him. It's definitely him.
The middle-aged man said with certainty.
This.
The expression of the middle-aged man changed drastically. A terrifying powerhouse who could kill a 5th-level insightful void martial artist could completely change the order of the entire region.
The reason why Xiaoyao City was so powerful here was because of the 5th-level profound void martial artist, Xiaoyao City Lord. Investigate the faction that Lord is from and think of a way to curry favor with him.
The wide-robed middle-aged man said directly. The youth sitting at the side widened his eyes. He's so young and he's actually a terrifying expert.
It's Big Brother.
Congratulations to everyone from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty for obtaining the first batch of green nether pills.
At this moment, the auctioneer's voice sounded from the stage. Dragon Phoenix Empire. The middle-aged man in the robe was slightly shocked as he looked into the middle-aged man's eyes with a hint of solemnity. If an empire wanted to become stronger, it had to expand. If it wanted to expand, it had to conquer other empires.
If I remember correctly, the Dragon Phoenix Empire destroyed 4 empires not long after the nameless sword demon left. The middle-aged man gulped as his eyes flickered.
They were a powerful sect, and their influence was much stronger than ordinary dynasties.
Within the sect, there were 3 or 4 profound void tier 4 experts. But compared to nameless sword demon, they were still far from it. Be friendly. Sects and dynasties are not irreconcilable.
The wide-robed, middle-aged man decided. The Dragon Phoenix dynasty is actually the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. So they are actually from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. No wonder they are able to sit so close to the front.
The Dragon Phoenix dynasty is very strong.
When the surrounding factions heard the auctioneer's voice, they looked at Wang Xian and the rest in astonishment.
The Dragon Phoenix dynasty, the one that has risen recently?
At this moment, under a pavilion closest to the central auction stage, the young city lord in white looked over curiously.
Yes, it's a newly risen empire. I heard that this empire is a queen and is very strong. It should be the strongest among the neighboring empires. Our empire is far from that.
A lady sitting beside the young city lord said with a smile.
Is that so, Qianying?
But with me around in the future, your Jinliang dynasty will become stronger and stronger.
The young city lord narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him greedily.
Hee hee. Then I'll thank you, young city lord. The woman said to him with a smile. Young city lord, this guy from the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty is extremely arrogant. Yesterday I invited him to the banquet, and he said he wasn't interested. Humph, he's very arrogant. At this moment, Yao Dingfeng and Lu Xiaohua, who were not far away, came over and said angrily, Oh really? Hee. Don't mind him.
The young city lord smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. It could be said that he did not take the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty seriously. If the young city lord had spoken, he would not have refused.
The woman at the side leaned closer to the young city lord's side, and the huge Xiong division leaned on his body.
Hee, that's natural, that's natural. Even if he had 4 or 5 guts, he wouldn't dare to be impudent with the young city lord.
The two saw that the young city lord didn't put the Dragon and Phoenix Empire in his eyes at all. So they didn't say anything else and just smiled and nodded. Qianying, what do you want? I'll buy it for you later.
The young city lord smiled and put his arm around the woman's shoulder as he asked with a smile. Really?
Then I won't stand on ceremony with you, young city lord. I heard that this water pearl can beautify one's appearance. The woman said happily. Haha, all right. I'll buy it for you later.
The young city lord laughed out loud with a big smile on his face.
Around them, some of the ladies looked at the lady enviously. The second batch of green nether pills. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire is offering 57 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? The second batch of green nether pills began to be sold. When Wang Xian continued to bid, the two factions gave up after competing for a while.
Congratulations to everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire for obtaining the second batch of green nether pills. The third batch will still be auctioned off at 50 billion middle-grade spirit stones.
55 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Wang Xian raised his hand and raised it to 55 billion. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire is really rich. That's right. They must have destroyed for empires. A few 100 billion might be an easy feat for them. It seems like he can't compete with all the pills he wants. Forget it.
After Wang Xian continued to bid, some of the forces around him shook their heads slowly.
Wang Xian was allowed to buy all 3 sets of elixirs in a row. The next items to be auctioned were some other items. Wang Xian did not bid for them either.
The next item to be auctioned is the water element cultivator. Please take note that this is a treasure. It is a water bead, an item at the first level of the void interpretation stage. It is similar to the water spirit bead but different. Wearing it on one's body can enhance one's beauty. After auctioning off more than 10 items consecutively, another item was taken out.
Oh right, Jin Ming, I'll go to propose marriage in 2 days. Have you thought about what you want to take? Wang Xian looked at the water elemental orb and asked Duan Jinming, who was beside him.
Take something?
Duan Jinming scratched his head. You have to be smarter when picking up girls. Wang Xian patted his shoulder and said, Let me prepare the item for you. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you. The honest Duan Jinming thanked him immediately.
It wasn't easy to be the boss now.
Wang Xian looked at the water orb on the stage and smiled. It was a marriage proposal. As one of the pillars of the Dragon Palace in the future, Duan Jinming naturally had to be in the limelight. The things that he proposed to get shouldn't be shabby. Wang Xian wouldn't let Duan Jinming lose face either. Regardless of whether you wear this water orb yourself or give it to your wife or daughter, it is definitely the best gift. The starting bid for the water orb of the first level of the void interpretation stage is 5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer introduced the item on the stage with a smile. 5.1 billion medium-grade spirit stones. A young man immediately bid. 5.2 billion medium-grade spirit stones.
5.3 billion.
5.4 billion. In an instant, many people started to bid. 6 billion.
When the price reached 5.7 billion, Wang Xian raised the bid to 60. Some of the people around saw Wang Xian's bid and looked over. 7 billion, I want it.
However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, raising the price to 7 billion. 7 billion. It's a direct increase of 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. It's the young city lord. It's the voice of the young city lord of Xiaoyao City. He's bidding. There's no need for the young city lord to make a bid anymore. We have to give the young city lord face. Some people stopped when they saw the young city lord of Xiaoyao City making a bid. Some people even shouted loudly, "Young city lord, you really have a lot of face." The woman sitting next to the young city lord heard the surrounding voices and said to him with a smile on her face, "Haha, since I have made my move, usually no one would compete with me." The young castellan raised his head slightly and looked around. He stood up slowly and said, "Thank you for giving me this little bit. 7.5 billion. However, before he could finish his words, Wang Xian raised the auction house in his hand and handed over a number. "What?"
Everyone looked at the young city lord but was stunned by the sudden voice. All the forces in the king's auction house looked in the direction of the voice in astonishment. The young city lord, who had just stood up, didn't say the last word.
His face, which was full of smiles, slowly turned gloomy. He looked in the direction of Wang Xian and narrowed his eyes slightly. This young master from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is bidding for 7.5 billion. Is there anyone who is willing to bid higher?
The auctioneer looked at his young master in a dilemma.
However, an auction was an auction. It was impossible for others to not be able to bid once his young master made a bid. This would also make the auctioneer unhappy and affect his reputation. I didn't expect this person from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to also want this item. Alright then, 8 billion. The young city lord had a cold expression on his face as he spoke indifferently.
However, everyone present could feel his anger.
Is this young man from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire looking for death?
How dare he compete with the young city lord? That's right. Moreover, it was when the young city lord had just stood up to express his gratitude. How embarrassing for the young city lord. Some of the surrounding factions were stunned when they saw Wang Xian suddenly bidding for the item.
This fellow dared to compete with the young city lord. Was he courting death? Did he really think that he would dare to challenge Xiaoyao City just because he had just risen up and destroyed a few dynasties? This fellow from the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty is really courting death.
It's good that he is courting death, if he really infuriates the young city lord.
Lu Xiaohua and Yao Dingfeng revealed a faint smile when they saw that Wang Xian did not give the young city lord any face. He dares to not give the young city lord any face. Indeed, with his strength, he has the qualifications to do so. Even the mayor of Xiaoyao City would dare to not give him face. The middle-aged man who was not far away from them muttered, 8 billion, then 8.5 billion.
Wang Xian looked at the young city lord who was staring at him. His expression didn't change as he continued to shout.
The young castellan froze slightly and said coldly, 9 billion, 10 billion.
Wang Xian increased the price by 1 billion immediately. He picked up a teacup beside the table and took a sip gently.
He didn't put the young castellan in his eyes at all. Alright. Since the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is so rich, I won't earn for you anymore. I will offer you one last price, 11 billion. If you raise the price again, I will withdraw.
The young city lord clenched his fists and said coldly.
The surrounding forces were slightly shocked when they saw the ultimatum given by the young city lord. If the Dragon and Phoenix Empire dared to raise the price again, they would have completely offended the young city lord of Xiaoyao. This was definitely not a wise choice.
Thank you very much then. 11 billion.
However, Wang Xian's voice continued to ring out in less than a second. Haha. Good. The young castellan's face turned ashen as he sat down. He picked up the wine cup in front of him and took a big gulp. Then he stared coldly at Wang Xian's position. Is this guy courting death? How dare he offend our young castellan? Damn it, that guy from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is courting death. How dare he be so arrogant in Xiaoyao City? Beside the young castellan, many young men and women saw the young castellan's furious look. Then, they looked at Wang Xian's position with cold faces.
Young castellan, this guy is not giving you any face. Let's teach him a lesson.
The woman beside the young castellan pouted her lips and said angrily with an unpleasant expression. Young castellan, do you want us to? Yao Dingfeng and Lu Xiaohua walked over immediately and whispered. The young castellan raised his head and glanced at them coldly. He said coldly, "No one is allowed to cause trouble in Xiaoyao City."
Yes, yes, young city lord. Yao Dingfeng and Lu Xiaohua nodded respectfully.
Dragon Phoenix Dynasty. The young city lord clenched his fists unwillingly. Xiaoyao City was able to become a trading city within a 100,000-kilometer radius not only because of his father's powerful strength. It was also because of his neutrality.
He did not interfere with the affairs of other dynasties and sects.
Furthermore, with his strength, he didn't have the qualifications to deal with a power like the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty. Unless his father said that he was going to make a move. But even so, he wasn't willing to accept it. This made him extremely frustrated. Congratulations to everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty for obtaining the water art bead. On the stage, the auctioneer squeezed out a smile and congratulated. This young man from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is really... A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? This time, he has completely offended the young master of Xiaoyao City. Some of the people around were discussing in low voices as they looked over with twinkling eyes. Wang Xian smiled faintly and completely ignored the voices around him.
Giving face to the young master of Xiaoyao City? What a joke! In front of him he was nothing. Even if his father was here, Wang Xian still wouldn't give them any face.
In fact, he might even want to provoke them. If the other party wasn't satisfied, he would fight.
Congratulations to the young master of the Dragon Phoenix Empire for bidding 75 billion for the elixirs of the third level of the Void Interpretation stage. Congratulations to the young master of the Dragon Phoenix Empire for purchasing 100 elixirs of the half-step Void Interpretation stage with 130 billion.
Congratulations to the young master of the Dragon Phoenix Empire for purchasing 2 4th-level Void Interpretation stage Spirit Trees with 250 billion. Congratulations to the Dragon Phoenix Empire.
The auction continued. As long as there were elixirs and spiritual herbs that could enhance the dragon energy, Wang Xian would buy all of them. The young man from the Dragon Phoenix Empire has bought at least 2 trillion middle-grade spirit stones over the past half-day.
What a big deal, what a big deal. All the elixirs and spiritual herbs have been auctioned off by him. This Dragon Phoenix Empire is simply too rich. Elixirs and spiritual herbs that are worth trillions of middle-grade spiritual stones are really tempting.
The day's auction was about to end. 500 to 600 items were auctioned off in a day. However, Wang Xian alone had bought over 20 trillion middle-grade spiritual stones. Some of the forces looked at Wang Xian with envy. There was an indescribable look in their eyes.
With so many elixirs and spiritual herbs, many people were willing to take the risk. A few trillion. The entire imperial treasury of their dynasty only had so many items. Wang Xian saw the hidden greed in the eyes of the people around him. A faint smile appeared on his face.
Today's auction ends here. Thank you to all the friends who have come to support us. Our next large-scale auction will be in 5 years. At 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, the king's auction ended.
Young master, this is the item you sent for auction. After deducting the spiritual stones you spent and the service fees, the rest of the spiritual stones are all here. A staff member walked over and handed the item to Wang Xian. He said with a smile on his face.
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and checked the spiritual stones inside.
That's great. Let's go.
Wang Xian said to Ao Jian, Duan Jiming, and the rest. Then he walked out with a smile on his face. His harvest today was not bad.
I didn't expect this guy to have so many spiritual stones. Help me check what he has done in the 2 days since he came to Xiaoyao City. At the back, an old man stood beside the cold-faced young castellan. He stared at Wang Xian's figure with a twinkle in his eyes and said softly,
"It's the young castellan. I will send all the information to you soon." The old man nodded respectfully.
Under the watchful eyes of some people, Wang Xian and the rest rode the carriage towards the weapons area. Along the way, he swallowed all the elixirs and gained about 500 million dragon crystals. Duan Jinming, I will raise your strength by another level. Halfway through, Wang Xian raised Duan Jinming's strength by another level. Now that Duan Jinming had the strength of a second-level void interpretation, he could definitely fight against a third-level void interpretation.
Even though he wasn't a dragon that was good at fighting, it was still easy for him to fight against a dragon that was a level higher. This made Duan Jiming very excited. When he returned to his residence, it was already dark. Wang Xian returned to his room and continued to rest. The next day, he didn't go out. The members of the Fire Hammer clan were dealing with weapons one by one.
At the same time, they used the spirit stones they earned to purchase some metals to forge weapons and continue to sell them. With the Fire Hammer clan's smithing ability, it was a complete windfall.
In these 2 consecutive days, the Fire Hammer clan made a name for themselves in the weapons district.
On the first day, a mercenary group was causing trouble at the entrance of the Fire Hammer shop, and Duan Jiming happened to see them.
He used his powerful presence to suppress the troublemakers.
The strength that Duan Jiming displayed at the insightful void tier shocked everyone. The sudden appearance of an insightful void tier powerhouse from a lowly demonic beast clan shocked many people. A faction with a profound void stage expert and a faction without a profound void stage expert were 2 completely different concepts.
Even if the Fire Hammer clan only had 1 profound void stage expert, Duan Jiming, it could still be considered a pretty good demonic beast race.
Those who dared to look down on the Fire Hammer clan would have to consider it carefully. The formidable strength displayed by Duan Jiming caused the Fire Hammer shop to become popular.
One after another, they received a few big orders. It could be said that they had made quite a name for themselves in the entire weapons district.
Dragon King, Ao Chitian and the rest will arrive at Xiaoyao City in a few hours.
On the 4th day, Ao Yao appeared beside Wang Xian and spoke to him.
Are they here?
Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. Let's go to the location of the shop.
As he spoke, he walked straight to the location of the Fire Hammer shop. It was time to leave after settling the matter with Duan Jiming and the rest. I really didn't expect the Fire Hammer demonic beast clan to be able to reach such a level in just a few days.
The business of the various big shops in the weapons district isn't better than theirs, right? I heard that the Fire Hammer demonic beast clan has a powerful force supporting them.
When Wang Xian arrived at the Fire Hammer shop, he heard exclamations coming from the surroundings. This kind of voice was completely different from the first day when the shop opened. In front of the shop, a few members of the Fire Hammer clan received customers one after another happily. Dragon King, Duan Jiming and the Fire Hammer clan leader, who were in the shop, walked over with smiles on their faces. Close the shop and get ready. I will bring Jiming to propose a marriage. After that, we will leave this place.
Wang Xian said to Duan Jiming with a smile on his face.
Propose a marriage? Duan Jiming was slightly taken aback. Soon after, an excited expression appeared on his face. Dragon King, shall we go now?
Duan Yanlai, have you prepared everything that I asked you to prepare yesterday? Wang Xian smiled and looked at the chief of the Fire Hammer tribe.
Dragon King, everything has been prepared. It is placed at the back of the shop. Are we going now? The chief of the Fire Hammer tribe was slightly taken aback as well. He said with a smile on his face, Yes, I will bring all of you out of Xiaoyao City in the next 2 days. Settle the matter regarding Jiming first. We must do it in a glorious manner.
Wang Xian nodded his head.
Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. I will tell my clansmen to prepare now.
This time, our Fire Hammer clan will be leaving soon. Before we leave, we must do it in a glorious manner. The Fire Hammer clan leader said excitedly as he walked to the side.
Dragon King, I will go and prepare as well. Duan Jiming also walked to the side excitedly.
Hey, what's going on?
Why are the Fire Hammer clan's shops closed?
Yes, what's going on?
Well, why did they bring these festive carriages?
In less than 10 minutes, some people around them said in surprise. They looked at the weapons shop of the Fire Hammer clan, which had closed in the morning, and frowned slightly. Members of the Fire Hammer clan, what are you going to do? Why is the shop closed? A customer frowned and asked a member of the Fire Hammer clan. It's closed. Today, the future chief of the Fire Hammer clan will go to the Gilded Gold clan to propose marriage.
The member of the Fire Hammer clan said with a smile. What? Propose marriage? Go to the Gilded Gold clan to propose marriage.
Everyone around was slightly stunned.
The young, insightful emptiness realm expert of the Fire Hammer clan is going to propose marriage to the Gilded Gold clan. It is said that when the Fire Hammer clan was in the Gilded Gold clan, the mutated Duan Jinming and the third young miss of the Gilded Gold clan had a crush on each other. I didn't expect that they would propose marriage today.
Could this be considered as a successful counterattack?
Who would have thought that Duan Jinming's bloodline would actually return to its ancestor? Now that he has directly advanced to the first level of the insightful emptiness realm, it is more than enough for him to propose marriage to the Gilded Gold clan. The current Fire Hammer clan can be considered to have made a comeback. With the protection of a profound void tier expert, they are no longer something that ordinary factions can bully. At the entrance of the Fire Hammer shop, when the shop's door closed and 2 horse carriages stopped at the entrance, dozens of members of the Fire Hammer clan stood around the horse carriages. The surrounding customers and passers-by looked on with bewildered expressions. Who would have thought that not long ago, an extremely poor and lowly clan would actually have a profound void martial expert? And this young profound void martial expert had completed his counterattack and went to the Gilded Gold clan to propose marriage.
The Gilded Gold clan was a well-known large clan in the entire weapon district. Other than the Lu clan, the Gilded Gold clan's influence was the strongest. The strongest expert in the clan was at the 3rd level of the Profound Void Martial stage, and there were 5 or 6 experts at the Profound Void Martial stage. However, it was more than enough for a level 1 of the Void Interpretation stage to propose marriage to the 3rd young miss of the Gilded Gold tribe. Let's go and take a look.
Let's go.
Some people who had nothing to do followed behind and walked in the direction of the Gilded Gold tribe. Duan Jinming and the leader of the Fire tribe stood at the front while Wang Xian and Ao Jian followed in the middle.
Along the way, some passers-by saw the Fire Hammer tribe going over to propose marriage in such a grand manner. They looked at them curiously.
Father, Mother, Jinming will come over to our house to propose the marriage later. Can you not make things difficult for him? At this moment, in the study room of the Gilded Gold clan, Gilded Gold Yen ran over with a face full of joy and told them about the time when Duan Jinming was going to propose the marriage. She looked at her parents with some anticipation, her eyes full of desire.
Good.
Now that kid has become a profound void stage powerhouse, he is worthy of our Yan. When that kid comes over later, we will definitely not make things difficult for him.
The leader of the Gilded Gold tribe looked at his daughter and laughed loudly. He also said happily,
"Thank you, Father. I will go and make some preparations now."
Gilded Gold tribe leader's face turned red. His eyes were as happy as crescent moons. He jumped out excitedly. Good. Although the Lu family did not agree, that kid actually obtained an opportunity and directly became an insightful emptiness realm expert. He is worthy of our Yan.
A woman in the study said with a smile.
The current Fire Hammer clan is no longer the Fire Hammer clan of the past. They have a powerful backer. The Gilded Gold clan leader said slowly. I heard that the young man from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty offended the young city lord. Will the Fire Hammer clan be fine in the future if they join them? Will our words be married to them? The woman suddenly said with some worry. It's not a big deal. Although the Dragon Phoenix dynasty offended the young city lord of Xiaoyao City, they didn't offend the city lord of Xiaoyao City. It's said that the Dragon Phoenix dynasty has 4 or 5 4th-level profound void martial experts. The young city lord can't do anything to them.
The Gilded Gold tribe leader shook his head with a smile on his face. Let our clansmen prepare. Since the Fire Hammer tribe is here to propose marriage, our Gilded Gold tribe can't be stingy. Besides, the Dragon Phoenix Empire might follow us. Let's put on a show and go out to welcome them later. The Gilded Gold tribe leader continued to say with a smile.
It's husband. The woman nodded and passed the news to the Gilded Gold tribe clansmen.
Duan Jinming is coming to our house to propose marriage later. When the brothers and sisters of the Gilded Gold tribe received this message, they were slightly stunned.
Young Master Lu said that if our sister has any news, tell him. Should we tell him?
Of course, tell young Master Lu. Third sister may marry out of Xiaoyao City in the future, but we still have to stay in Xiaoyao City.
As the two of them spoke, they immediately relayed this matter to young Master Lu. At the peak 10,000 meters behind the weapons district, in front of the waterfall, 20 to 30 young noble men and women were playing.
Lu Xiaohua, who was sitting next to Yao Dingfeng, was slightly stunned when he saw the message on the communication stone plate. Immediately after, his eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster.
What's wrong, Xiaohua? What's the matter?
Yao Dingfeng asked curiously when he saw the corner of his good brother's mouth curling up slightly.
I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Lu Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile on his face.
Huh?
What's the matter? The young master of the city is coming soon. Are you leaving now? Yao Dingfeng asked in astonishment. I'm going to propose a marriage.
Lu Xiaohua said with a smile on his face. Propose a marriage?
Didn't you say a few days ago that you were going to be free and easy for a few years?
Why?
As Yao Dingfeng said this, he thought of something and stopped. He asked, Gilded Gold Family?
Gilded Gold Family.
Lu Xiaohua nodded with a smile. Haha, the third miss of Gilded Gold Family is pretty good. Let's go. I'll go with you. Yao Dingfeng laughed and stood up with a smile.
Eh? Young Master Lu, Young Master Yao, what are you going to do?
At this moment, some young men and women asked curiously. Young Master Yao is going to the Gilded Gold Family to propose marriage. I'll go with him.
He laughed and the two flew down. The Lu family was under the waterfall. Eh? Propose marriage?
Some young men and women were slightly stunned and showed a stunned look.
Duan Jinming of the Fire Hammer clan has proposed marriage to the third young miss of the Gilded Gold clan.
The members of the Gilded Gold clan are waiting at the entrance. It can be said that they have obviously agreed to this marriage.
I heard that the Fire Hammer clan has found a powerful backer, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. When the marriage proposal team was about to arrive at the Gilded Gold clan's mansion, the nearby residents saw the Fire Hammer clan walking over and whispered among themselves.
At the entrance of the Gilded Gold clan's residence, a group of Gilded Gold clan's people were welcoming them. After meticulously dressing up, Gilded Gold Yen stood at the center of the group, looking at the marriage proposal team with a face full of joy.
Duan Jinming saw the Gilded Gold clan's people waiting at the entrance of the residence from afar. His beloved woman was waiting for him. His face was full of excitement.
Behind him, the members of the Fire Hammer clan were also full of pride.
Today, a member of their clan came to propose marriage to the Gilded Gold clan.
All the honor and confidence were given to them by the king beside them. Lord of the Gilded Gold clan, this kid, Duan Jinming of the Fire Hammer clan, has a long-standing relationship with the third young miss. Today, he is here to propose marriage to the Gilded Gold clan. I hope Lord of the clan and the third young miss can agree to this kid's proposal.
The team approached. Under the guidance of the Fire Hammer patriarch, Duan Jinming walked over with some restraint. He cupped his hands and said sincerely.
In front of the Gilded Gold clan's mansion, Duan Jinming bowed respectfully. Standing in front of the mansion, the Gilded Gold clan's patriarch and the Gilded Gold clan's people revealed satisfied expressions.
Although the Fire Hammer clan didn't have a good background in the past, this couldn't conceal the fact that Duan Jinming was a profound void martial stage expert.
For a profound void martial stage expert to come here so respectfully to propose marriage, his sincerity was enough. Haha, good. You don't have to be so courteous, nephew. I have long seen your imposing manner in the past. You will definitely become a great talent in the future. I didn't expect that you would be able to change my opinion of you in just a few days. Good.
The leader of the Gilded Gold tribe shouted in satisfaction when he saw how respectful Duan Jinming was. Let's go, my friends from the Fire Hammer tribe. Let's talk inside. He
invited them with a loud laugh. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Wang Xian and the rest in the middle.
All right, bring the gifts. Let's go. The Fire Hammer clan leader was full of smiles when he saw this scene. He shouted at the clansmen behind him.
It seems like the marriage between the Fire Hammer clan and the Gilded Gold clan is going to be a success.
100% success. The Fire Hammer clan is no longer the Fire Hammer clan of the past. Those humans in the middle should be from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. When the surrounding people saw the scene, they all looked on with smiles on their faces.
Lady Gilded Gold, your Gilded Gold clan is so lively today. At this moment, a slightly shrill voice was heard, causing everyone to be slightly stunned.
Eh? That?
Lu clan's people. Lu clan's patriarch's wife.
Lu clan's people, and there are many of them. What are they doing here?
Everyone looked over and were slightly stunned.
Even everyone from the Gilded Gold clan looked over in astonishment. When they saw dozens of Lu clan's people walking over, their faces were filled with astonishment. The leader was Lu clan's patriarch's wife. Beside him was Lu clan's eldest young master, Lu clan's second master.
Mrs.
Lu, second master Lu, what are you doing here?
The head of the Gilded Gold family immediately smiled and walked over respectfully.
The Lu family of Shaoao City was a top family in the weapons district. There was a fourth-level profound void martial stage powerhouse in the family. The head of the family and second master Lu were both third-level profound void martial stage powerhouses. The power of the Lu family was completely incomparable to the Gilded Gold family. Patriarch Gilded Gold, what are you doing? Madame Lu looked around with a smile and asked indifferently. The Fire Hammer family has come to our Gilded Gold family to propose marriage. Seeing Madame Lu's cold eyes, Patriarch Gilded Gold frowned and said quickly, propose marriage? That lowly race of the Fire Hammer family has actually proposed marriage to you. We can't agree to it.
When Madame Lu heard his words, she slightly raised her eyebrows and her sharp voice continued to ring out in the surroundings.
Her words caused everyone in the surroundings to be slightly stunned.
The faces of the members of the Fire Hammer clan were somewhat embarrassed, and they were incomparably furious in their hearts. You can't say that. Duan Jinming, this young fellow, has advanced to the profound void stage and is also an expert. If he came to propose marriage,
The leader of the Gilded Gold tribe said with an apologetic smile. In his heart, he was a little puzzled as to why the Lu tribe was targeting the Fire Hammer tribe. Madame Lu, I don't know why you have brought so many people to our Gilded Gold mansion. If you have something to say, please ask your sister. I will go to the Lu mansion to look for you. At the back, Madame Gilded Gold saw the scene and frowned. She quickly said with an apologetic smile. It's nothing. It's just that your third miss is really in demand. Mrs. Lu looked at Mrs. Gilded Gold and said with a deep meaning. Mrs. Lu, what do you mean?
Mrs. Gilded Gold asked with a smile on her face.
Mrs. Gilded Gold told me a few days ago. After my Shaohua and I considered it, we agreed to it. Today, we came to propose marriage to you. I didn't expect that someone would come to propose marriage to you.
Mrs. Lu stared at Mrs. Gilded Gold with a smile on her face.
What? Mrs. Lu, what do you mean? Mrs. Gilded Gold was slightly stunned. She showed a surprised look and slowly frowned.
Mrs. Gilded Gold told me not long ago about your third miss and our Shaohua. She won't go back on her words, right?
We are here to propose marriage today. Madame Lu said indifferently with a smile on her face. Madame Lu's words caused everyone around to be slightly stunned.
The Lu family is also here to propose a marriage.
No way, the Lu family is also here to propose a marriage. Then, what about the Fire Hammer family?
The Fire Hammer family is far inferior to the Lu family.
The people gathered around looked at the Lu family members in astonishment, then looked at the Fire Hammer family members. At this moment, all the members of the Fire Hammer family looked extremely embarrassed. Duan Jinming clenched his fists tightly.
Lady Gilded Gold also frowned. They had just accepted the Fire Hammer family. Most importantly, her daughter liked that kid from the Fire Hammer family.
However, compared to the Fire Hammer family, the Lu family was undoubtedly more powerful. They also had an extremely high status in Shaohua City. Lady Gilded Gold looked at her husband. The Gilded Gold clan leader also slightly frowned. They never expected that Lady Lu, who had obviously not agreed to this marriage a few days ago, would actually directly propose the marriage today.
This caught them somewhat unprepared.
Lady Gilded Gold, you won't go back on your words, right? You won't play tricks on people, right? Mrs. Lu saw them furrowing their brows and faintly forced them. Playing tricks on their Lu clan, the consequences were clear to everyone. Gilded Gold clan leader, Mrs. Gilded Gold, Miss Yen Yen is incomparably beautiful. I want to marry her as a concubine. Today, I beg my mother to come and propose marriage to the Gilded Gold clan. I hope uncle and aunt will agree. Lu Shaohua, who was standing at the side, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He took a step forward and faintly said, as a concubine? Lu Shaohua's words caused the expressions of the Gilded Gold tribe leader and madam to slightly change. He was actually marrying her as a concubine and not as a wife. Don't worry, Gilded Gold tribe leader. Our Lu family will not mistreat Yen Yen. Yin Yin is a good girl. No matter how you look at it, Yin Yin is my son's first legitimate wife. Madame Lu said with a smile on her face. Father, mother, I want to marry brother Jiming. I don't want to. At the back, Yin Yin anxiously walked over and said in a low voice. Not long ago, she knew that her parents wanted her to marry the eldest son of the Lu family. However, the other party did not seem to agree at first. This made her sigh in relief. However, she did not expect that the other party would actually come to propose marriage today. Yin Yin, don't be deceived at such a young age. What right does a lowly demonic beast race have to be compared to our Lu family? Compared to our youth, you are still young and insensible. Madame Lu's eyes were filled with displeasure when she heard Gilded Yan's words. She said coldly, Gilded Yan, you should be happy that I'm marrying you as a concubine. Today, I and the people of our Lu family came to propose marriage personally. Your Gilded Gold family will not reject us and agree to a lowly demonic beast race, right? Lu Xiao's lips curled up slightly at the side. He swept a disdainful glance at Duan Jinming, the Fire Hammer clan, and even Wang Xian. The Lu family is obviously going to fight over it. The Lu family is bullying us. Other people come over respectfully to propose marriage, but they are putting on airs. But who asked the Lu family to be so powerful? Mrs. Lu and Lu Xiaohua did not hide their words at all, causing an uproar in the surroundings. They looked at Duan Jinming and the Fire Hammer clan sympathetically. Although the current Fire Hammer clan was quite strong, they were still far from the Lu clan. They didn't dare to reject the Lu clan's proposal. Who are you calling a lowly demonic beast clan? Duan Jinming heard them calling him a lowly demonic beast clan, and his expression turned angry. He growled in a low voice. Jinming, don't be angry. The Fire Hammer tribe leader waved his hand at Duan Jinming, telling him not to speak recklessly. He straightened his clothes and cupped his hands towards the center. Gilded Gold tribe leader, our Fire Hammer tribe is sincerely here today to propose a marriage. The Gilded Gold tribe leader also knows that the two children have long been in love. Our Fire Hammer tribe was indeed a lowly demonic beast tribe in the past. Perhaps we are still a lowly tribe in the eyes of some people now. Bring out the marriage proposal gift prepared by our lowly clan. I believe that the Gilded Gold clan leader will be able to see our sincerity. After the Fire Hammer clan leader cupped his hands, he slightly raised his head and straightened his back as he stood up. It's the clan leader. At the rear, a few members of the Fire Hammer clan carried the items from the carriage down. Peng ping ping. There were a total of 10 boxes. The members of the Fire Hammer clan directly placed the boxes on the ground in the middle. Chief Gilded Gold, our Fire Hammer clan comes from an ordinary background. In the past, many thanks to Chief Gilded Gold for giving us a meal. Our Gilded Gold bloodline is extraordinary. Now that we have become insightful emptiness realm experts, these are the betrothal gifts we prepared to show our sincerity. The chief of the Fire Hammer clan walked over and waved at the clansmen behind him. Ka ka ka. The chest opened, revealing some of the items inside. Hua! Holy shit, so many weapons and equipment. Hiss, so many weapons. The Fire Hammer clan actually brought out so many exquisite weapons. Look at that chest, there's a forging table inside. It should be a profound void tier forging table. This forging table is worth at least 10 billion middle grade spirit stones. My goodness, what a huge sum. Look at those brats. 5 void interpretation weapons. How did the Fire Hammer clan become so rich? All these items added together should be worth at least 100 billion middle grade spirit stones, right? When the items were opened one by one, the surrounding people revealed shocked expressions. A weapon worth 100 billion middle grade spirit stones. This wasn't something that could be easily taken out by a random force. Even the Gilded Gold clan's items that were worth such a high price were equivalent to 1/7 to 1/8 of their clan's wealth. Everyone in the Gilded Gold clan was slightly stunned. Their gazes looked at the items one by one and a trace of shock flashed through their eyes. This was fucking generous. Third miss, this is my gift to you. At this moment, Duan Jinming walked over, took out the water orb from his interspatial ring and handed it to Gilded Speech. Water orb, the water orb that was auctioned at the king's auction yesterday. Oh my god, a water orb worth more than 10 billion mid-grade spirit stones. I heard that the young city lord wanted to buy it, but the people of the Dragon Phoenix Empire didn't give the young city lord any face and directly bid for it. This Fire Hammer clan is simply too generous. More than 100 billion items to propose marriage?
TSK.
It seems that the Fire Hammer clan has a powerful background. The Lu clan came to propose marriage, but they didn't even prepare the items. There's no sincerity at all. Around them, everyone looked at the gifts with some shock and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is an item that our lowly race took out. I hope that the Gilded Gold tribe leader will agree to the marriage between Jean Ming and Third Miss. The Fire Hammer tribe leader cupped his hands once again and looked at everyone from the Lu tribe as he spoke indifferently. At this moment, everyone from the Lu tribe looked at the items in the arena with an embarrassed expression. Hearing the words items prepared by the lowly race, their expressions changed slightly. A lowly race had already taken out so many items. As the Lu family, shouldn't you take out something even more precious? It's just some external items. Our foundation and strength aren't something they can compare to. Lu Xiaohua's gloomy face swept across Duan Jinming as he stared at the Gilded Gold family with an embarrassed expression. Uncle and Aunt, I'm more than enough for your 3 daughters. Please consider it carefully. Mrs.
Gilded Gold, for your daughter Sake and for the Gilded Gold family's sake, you'd better betroth your 3rd daughter to my son, Mrs. Lu said with an embarrassed expression. There was a hint of threat in her voice. The Lu family's words caused the Gilded Gold family's expressions to change slightly. It was very obvious that if their daughter didn't marry the Lu family, then the Gilded Gold family would be in trouble in the future. The meaning was obvious. Haha, if you want to propose a marriage, then propose a marriage. Why did you bring along a competition of influence? Wang Xian, who had been watching from the back, smirked when he saw the people from the Lu family using influence to suppress others. The Gilded Gold family wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the Lu family. He walked out with a smile on his face. His gaze swept across everyone from the Lu family. His eyes were filled with disdain. Do you really think that only your Lu family has influence? Who is that young man? He has been with the Fire Hammer family all this while. He should be from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The influence of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is much stronger than the Lu family. When the people around saw Wang Xian walking out, they were all surprised and discussed in a low voice. Dragon and Phoenix Empire? This has nothing to do with you guys. You are meddling too much. Do you really think that this is your Dragon and Phoenix Empire? Everyone from the Lu clan was focused on Wang Xian. Lu Xiaohua stared at him with a cold face. If someone bullies my subordinates, I will naturally take action. If you are not satisfied, we can have a fight. With your Lu clan, do you believe that I can destroy all of you easily? Wang Xian glanced at everyone from the Lu clan with a smile and said forcefully, "He's really domineering. This is interesting. Now that the Fire Hammer clan has the Dragon and Phoenix Empire behind them, it's really easy for them to destroy the Lu clan with the power of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire." When the people around saw Wang Xian's domineering manner, their eyes lit up. This time, the Lu clan had encountered a tough nut to crack. When everyone in the Lu clan heard Wang Xian's words, their faces changed slightly. They looked extremely embarrassed. A gentleman would like to have a beautiful lady. As a young man, what's the difference between a good-for-nothing and a good-for-nothing by relying on the forces behind him? Let's compete on our own. Wang Xian said with a smile on his face, if your Lu clan dares to suppress us in this matter, I will take action as well. If you don't, let's see how strong you are from the Gilded Gold clan. As he spoke, he gestured at Duan Jinming. With your individual strength, how can a noble trash like you compete with me? Duan Jinming stared at Lu Xiaohua and roared loudly. His aura shook and a second-level profound void martial stage aura was emitted. A terrifying aura charged forward. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Duan Jinming's body, and the terrifying aura directly covered the entire Lu clan. Lu Xiaohua, who was the first to bear the brunt of this terrifying impact, instantly turned pale. His face was filled with terror as he directly retreated backwards. What? This is impossible. This aura isn't the aura of an ordinary profound void stage expert. This second-level insightful emptiness realm expert? Or higher? My god, Duan Jinming's aura. In front of the Gilded Gold clan's mansion, at least a few thousand people gathered to watch curiously. When Duan Jinming unleashed all of his strength, everyone was shocked. They looked at Duan Jinming standing in the middle with fear on their faces. That terrifying aura caused everyone's faces to turn slightly pale. Third level of the profound void tier. At the Lu clan's position, the Lu clan's second master's expression changed drastically.
With a wave of his arm, a wave of energy directly blocked Duan Jinming's incoming aura.
He stared at Duan Jinming with a face full of shock, and couldn't help but exclaim out loud.
What? Third level of the Profound Void tier?
Duan Jinming is the third level of the Profound Void tier expert.
How is this possible? Third level of the Profound Void tier? A few days ago, wasn't he just a punk who was nothing?
How could it be now?
The rest of the Lu clan members were all dumbfounded. They stared at Duan Jinming in disbelief. Third level of the Profound Void tier, this was the third level of the Profound Void tier. In their Lu clan, he was also a top-notch expert. But now, this once lowly demonic beast was actually a terrifying existence like the third level of the Profound Void tier. That's right, it's the third level of the Profound Void tier. It's the aura of the third level of the Profound Void tier.
The Gilded Gold tribe leader's body was trembling slightly. He stared at Duan Jinming with his eyes wide open.
His strength was at the second level Profound Void martial stage. He could feel the terrifying pressure coming from Duan Jinming. This pressure made him tremble. This kid, was he the young man who respectfully bowed and cupped his hands towards him just now? Was he the young man who wanted to marry his daughter and respectfully came to propose marriage? This was a fucking third-level Profound Void martial stage. A third-level Profound Void martial stage expert who was comparable to their Gilded Gold family's patriarch.
Such an expert came to propose the marriage, and he still refused? As for the Lu family's eldest young master?
Compared to a third-level Profound Void martial stage expert, he was far inferior. Third-level Profound Void martial stage, Duan Jinming's bloodline level is absolutely very good, otherwise he wouldn't have directly upgraded to third-level Profound Void martial stage.
Compared to Duan Jinming, the young master of the Lu family is completely useless.
Lowly? There's such a lowly expert.
Everyone was in a daze as they thought of the mockery and disdain the Lu family had shown him. Now, they had been slapped in the face, and it was a severe slap to the face.
Compared to Duan Jinming, Lu Shaowa was on a completely different level. No wonder the people of the Dragon Phoenix Empire placed so much importance on the Fire Hammer clan and Duan Jinming. Some people had some understanding. Using force to suppress others. The other party had the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. In terms of individual ability, there was no way they could compare.
Jinming. Gilded Gold Yen looked at Duan Jinming with admiration. He tightly held the water orb in his hand, full of excitement. In front of Gilded Gold Mansion, under Duan Jinming's powerful aura, everyone fell silent. All the people of the Lu clan stood in front of them, looking extremely embarrassed.
Lu Shaowa's face was ashen. He never expected that lowly demonic beast to have such terrifying strength.
He originally wanted to embarrass Duan Jinming and that guy from the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, but he didn't expect that he would be the one to be embarrassed in the end. He even made the entire Lu clan lose face.
Mrs. Gilded Gold, I don't care about this matter. A few days ago, you said that you wanted your third lady to marry my son. Now, I brought my son here to propose marriage. Do you want to embarrass my Lu clan?
Are you going to slap our Lu clan's face?
At this moment, Mrs. Lu's stern voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, Mrs. Lu stared at all the members of the Gilded Gold clan with a gloomy expression and asked with a cold face. Ha! All the members of the Gilded Gold clan were slightly stunned. Mrs. Gilded Gold's expression began to change. She had indeed said that she wanted her third daughter to marry the son of the Lu clan. At first, Mrs. Lu had said that it was fine, but it was clear that this matter did not succeed.
However, it was obvious that they had not rejected it.
Now that Madame Lu had brought up this matter, it made her look extremely embarrassed.
As long as they did not agree to the Lu family's proposal, they would definitely anger the Lu family.
However, if they agreed, Duan Jinming was a third-level Profound Void martial stage expert. His daughter liked him and had given him so many gifts. The entire Gilded Gold family was more inclined towards Duan Jinming.
Gilded Gold family, you guys should make a normal choice. If the Lu family dares to go against you, we will take action against them. Wang Xian saw Madame Lu's threat and spoke out sarcastically. Dragon and Phoenix Empire, this is Xiaoyao City, not your empire. Do you really think that you can go against anyone you want?
Don't look down on Xiaoyao City.
Yao Dingfeng, who was standing at the side, said coldly when he saw Wang Xian's arrogant look. Young Master Yao, what's going on?
At this moment, some curious voices came from behind.
Yao Dingfeng was slightly taken aback. He looked over and the people around him also looked over.
More than 30 young men and women with extraordinary statuses walked over curiously.
What's wrong?
We wanted to congratulate young Master Liu on marrying a beautiful woman. What's going on now? The young Master City has followed us here.
A young man looked at the scene curiously and asked.
Young Master Li, young Master Yang, you guys are just in time. An arrogant guy said arrogantly that he wants to deal with the Liu clan.
Yao Dingfeng's eyes were sparkling. He walked over and whispered the matter to them. What?
The group of young men was slightly shocked. Their eyes swept across Duan Jiming and finally landed on Wang Xian. An outsider has no right to interfere in the affairs of our Xiaoyao city.
The young man named Li Xiao said coldly. He said that he wanted to destroy a family in Xiaoyao city, but he wanted to destroy a family. Does he really think that he is invincible? Another young man at the side stared at Wang Xian mockingly. He is the young master of the other top families in Xiaoyao city.
The young master of the Li family in the ferocious beasts region and the young master of the Yang family in the grocery region. Xiaoyao city was established by the mayor of Xiaoyao city. Theoretically speaking, all the families in Xiaoyao city are under the mayor of Xiaoyao city. That guy from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is a little too arrogant when he said he wanted to destroy the Liu family. Some people whispered to each other when they saw the group of young men walking over. I will naturally not interfere in matters that have nothing to do with me. However, if it has something to do with me, I will naturally interfere.
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said faintly, interfere? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Would the families in Xiaoyao city be afraid of your Dragon and Phoenix Empire? This is not a place where your Dragon and Phoenix Empire can be impudent. Yao Dingfeng, Lu Xiaohua, and the young men from Xiaoyao city stared at Wang Xian and said coldly. In front of the residence of the Gilded Gold family, a group of young men from the families in Xiaoyao city stared at Wang Xian coldly. This was especially so for the 4 young men from the top families in Xiaoyao city. Their eyes were filled with coldness. If this was any other time, they would definitely not provoke the Dragon and Phoenix Empire for no reason.
However, the young city lord was coming over immediately. At the auction, that guy from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty did not give face to the young city lord, causing the young city lord to lose face and become extremely angry.
Now that the young city lord was coming over, they naturally had to put on a good show.
Between offending the Dragon Phoenix dynasty and pleasing the young city lord, they naturally chose the latter.
Moreover, they were already displeased with that guy from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Young masters, you might not have understood something.
At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded.
Around them, a dozen middle-aged elders and young men walked over.
They were all wearing green clothes with a bamboo pattern on it. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in a wide robe. His gaze swept across the group of young masters in Xiaoyao city before he approached Wang Xian.
What Master Wang means is that his subordinates have proposed to the Gilded Gold family, and the Liu family has also proposed to the Gilded Gold family. What Master Wang wants is a fair fight. A fair fight. As a top family in Xiaoyao city, they wouldn't do anything threatening to a marriage, right?
As the middle-aged man in a wide robe spoke, he cupped his hands toward Wang Xian.
The sudden appearance of more than a dozen people stunned everyone. When they gathered around these people, everyone was slightly shocked. Bamboo Mountain Sect. Why did the group of people from Bamboo Mountain Sect suddenly interfere? What is the relationship between Bamboo Mountain Sect and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire?
That middle-aged man in broad robes seems to be the eldest son of the current Bamboo Mountain Sect leader. He actually addressed that young man as Lord Wang.
The Bamboo Mountain Sect's strength can be said to be the most powerful sect within 100,000 kilometers. There are 3 or 4 insightful Void Tier 4 experts within the sect. Although they are not as powerful as the Dragon Phoenix Empire, they are definitely not weak. When everyone around saw the group of people from the Bamboo Mountain Sect that suddenly appeared, their faces revealed a shocked expression. The Bamboo Mountain Sect was definitely the strongest sect within 100,000 kilometers. Their strength was even stronger than many dynasties. What they didn't expect was that the Bamboo Mountain Sect was actually standing on the side of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. If they were to go against the Liu clan, Yao clan, and the others, it would be too much. Your Bamboo Mountain Sect. When the Lu clans Yao Dingfeng, Young Master Li, Young Master Yang, and the others saw the sudden appearance of the Bamboo Mountain sect, their expressions changed drastically.
The Bamboo Mountain sect stood on the side of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty without a care. It was obvious that they wanted to go against them.
A powerful empire and a powerful sect were much stronger than them. Even though they were the top 4 families in Xiaoyao City, they still had to be wary of the alliance of the two terrifying forces.
Unless they never left Xiaoyao City. The expressions of the top young masters kept changing.
Eh? Wang Xian looked curiously at the group of people who suddenly appeared to speak up for them. He revealed a puzzled expression.
Sir Wang, I have the honor of seeing your figure in the human demon graveyard. I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time.
A middle-aged man beside the middle-aged man in a loose robe bowed and said to Wang Xian with a fawning expression.
Oh, I see. Thank you very much.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Then, he looked at the people from the Gilded Gold Tribe and said, Leader of the Gilded Gold Tribe, you can choose directly. If there is anything, I will take care of it for you. The leader of the Gilded Gold Tribe looked at the people of the Lu residence with a bitter expression. Then, he looked at Wang Xian and the rest. Finally, it landed on his daughter. This is the marriage of my third daughter. As her parents, I hope that she will marry someone she likes. Young Master Lu and Young Master Duan are both dragons among men. Let my daughter make her own choice. As the leader of the Gilded Gold Tribe spoke, he left this matter to my daughter to settle.
Both parties were not to be offended, but everyone knew what the Gilded Gold clan's choice was. When Gilded Gold Yen heard her father's words, her face lit up with joy and revealed an excited expression.
Father, I choose. Marriage is a major matter. Parents' orders, matchmaker's words.
Since it's not easy for parents to choose, then I'll act as a matchmaker. I think the third young miss of the Gilded Gold clan marrying brother Lu of the Lu residence is just right. She looked at Duan Jinming with a blissful expression and immediately spoke. However, before he could speak, a familiar voice came from behind.
Hearing this voice, the expressions of the surrounding people changed slightly. The pupils of the Gilded Gold family's people contracted slightly, and their faces revealed respectful expressions. Young City Lord. Young City Lord. Young City Lord. The group of youths hurriedly turned their heads and looked behind them. A long-haired youth dressed in white robes held 2 balls of toys in his hands. Beside him, a beautiful woman was holding his arm. The youth walked over and everyone around him made way for him.
His words caused Gilded Gold Yan's expression to change drastically and his face turned slightly pale.
How about it, everyone from the Gilded Gold family? If I am not qualified as a matchmaker, I will tell my father to set me up.
The young city lord walked over and a group of young men stood behind him consciously.
He glanced at the Gilded Gold family and his gaze finally landed on Wang Xian. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said mockingly. This? The Gilded Gold Tribe leader and everyone around him had a drastic change in expression.
Gilded Gold Tribe, do you have any objections?
The young castellan saw the change in the Gilded Gold Tribe leader's expression as he stuttered. He stared at him unhappily and asked coldly, He, Gilded Gold Tribe leader, you can bring your tribe members to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. When the time comes, I will make you a castellan. Wang Xian glanced at the young city lord and spoke to the Gilded Gold Tribe with slight disdain.
The leader of the Gilded Gold Tribe was slightly stunned. He looked at the tribe members beside him.
The tribe members were also moved when they heard Wang Xian's words. It might be a good choice to become a city lord. The young city lord's expression changed when he heard Wang Xian's words. He looked slightly ferocious. Gilded Gold family, you must know that you are still a member of Xiaoyao City. If you don't give me face, you are not giving the city lord's mansion any face. Today I, the Xiaoyao soldier, have said it here. The marriage between the Lu mansion and the Gilded Gold family has been decided. I will make the decision.
The young city lord stood there and swept his gaze across everyone with a domineering expression as he commanded.
Everyone's breathing paused slightly. Everyone knew that the young city lord was targeting the young man from the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Father, mother, the young city lord has already spoken. He wants third sister to marry into the Lu residence. Wasn't this what you all wanted to see the most in the past? That's right, mother. Let's quickly agree. That fellow from the Dragon Phoenix Empire cannot be compared to the young city lord. In front of Xiaoyao City, the Dragon Phoenix Empire is nothing.
The eldest sister and second brother of the Gilded Gold clan came to their parents and saw the angry young city lord. They walked over and whispered,
Forget it.
Forget it.
The Gilded Gold clan leader waved his hand and looked at the young city lord. He bowed respectfully and said, Everything is up to the young city lord. The Gilded Gold clan had always been in the middle of the two forces, although he also wanted his daughter to marry Duan Jinming. But now that the young castellan had spoken, he could no longer resist. Moreover, it was a very good choice for his third daughter to marry into the Lu residence.
As for the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, how could it be compared to Xiaoyao City?
Hee. That's more like it. When the young castellan saw the Gilded Gold family agreeing, he raised his head slightly and stared at Wang Xian with disdain.
Father, I don't agree. I don't want to marry into the Lu family. I don't want to be his concubine. I don't agree.
When Gilded Voice heard her father's words, she panicked. She looked at her father anxiously and said loudly, It's your fortune to be his concubine. You really treat yourself like a treasure. It seems that I have to teach you a good lesson in the future. Lu Xiaohua's face was extremely gloomy when he heard Gilded Voice saying loudly that she didn't want to marry him. Today, because of the incident with Lu Jinyan, the Lu family had already lost face.
In the future, he would definitely let Lu Jinyan know how powerful he was.
Father, mother, I don't agree. I want to marry brother Jinming. I don't agree. Tears flowed down from Lu Jinyan's eyes when he heard Lu Xiaohua's words. Lu Xiaohua's words were naturally heard by Lu Jinyan's patriarch and Madame Jinyan. They turned their faces to the side. Yan, young Master Lu is also a good man. Don't cry. Be obedient. Parents will make the decision regarding marriage. This matter is settled. Lady Gilded Gold said with a cold face. No, I don't agree either. Third miss belongs to me.
Duan Jiming, who was standing at the side, also became anxious. He shouted loudly, Humph, a lowly demonic beast race from Xiaoyao City. Do you really think that you've climbed onto a high branch? Do you dare to look down on us?
Lu Xiaohua stared at Duan Jinming with a ferocious expression and said coldly. Wang Xian stood at the side and frowned slightly. He shook his head slowly. He didn't expect the Gilded Gold family to be so cowardly. Gilded Gold Yen, if I let you go with Jinming, would you be willing? Wang Xian looked at Gilded Gold Yen and asked expressionlessly. Young master from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, we have already decided on the matter of Yen. I hope that you won't disturb us.
Since the young city lord had already made the decision, they naturally wouldn't waver.
I'm willing. I don't want to marry him. I want to be with brother Jinming. Jin Yen looked at his parents and siblings with an embarrassed expression and said resolutely. That's simple then. Jinming. Bring them and let's go. Wang Xian waved his hand and greeted Duan Jinming. Duan Jinming was slightly taken aback. Following that, he gritted his teeth and appeared beside Jin Yen in an instant. Third lady, come with me. I won't let you marry someone else.
He stared into Jin Yan's eyes and said firmly,
Okay. Jin Yen nodded his head heavily.
Everyone around was dumbfounded.
What the hell was going on all of a sudden? Snatching the marriage? This was in broad daylight. Let's go. Wang Xian said to Duan Jinming indifferently. What?
What are you guys trying to do?
The leader of the Gilded Gold tribe was dumbfounded. When he saw Duan Jinming leaving with his daughter, his expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. Stop! Stop right there! The Lu residents, the young master of the city, and everyone else were stunned. They shouted loudly with an embarrassed expression. Rest assured, the Gilded Gold family. I will get Jinming to bring your daughter to visit occasionally. I will give you the gifts.
Wang Xian waved his hand indifferently and said with a smile on his face.
The faces of the Gilded Gold family members turned black. The words of a matchmaker ordered by their parents? It seemed that after they had said so much, their daughter was still going to marry Duan Jinming? What kind of matchmaker's words were those of his parents? Others would just take him away.
Most importantly, his daughter was still following them.
What the fuck? Stop them!
The young castellan shouted at the people around him with a livid expression. Stop right there. Gilded Gold family, aren't you going to stop them?
The people from the Lu residence walked to the front of Wang Xian and the rest with gloomy expressions. They looked at the Gilded Gold family, who was standing there in a daze, and shouted sternly, "Let go of my daughter! Yan Yan! Stop right there!"
The chief and madam of the Gilded Gold family were also flustered as they walked over and shouted loudly, "Get out of my way!" Wang Xian's face turned cold when he saw the people from the Lu residence and the Gilded Gold family who were blocking his way.
Dragon and Phoenix Empire, don't go too far. Now, the Gilded Gold family has agreed to marry me. She is now my fiancée. Don't even think about taking her away. Lu Xiaohua stared at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression.
His fiancée had been taken away by another man. How would he be able to survive in Xiaoyao City in the future?
I'm not your fiancée.
I'm leaving with brother Jinming willingly. Gilded Gold glared at Lu Xiaohua angrily as he shouted, "Let's go. Whoever dares to stop us will take action immediately." Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and revealed a faint smile.
Clang.
After he finished speaking, Ao Jian and the golden swordfish behind him pulled out the sharp swords in their hands. A terrifying aura rushed towards their surroundings. Ring, ring. Following that, a special sound was heard.
The Bamboo Mountain sect, who was standing beside Wang Xian, took out a bamboo sword and stared at the surroundings coldly.
Wang Xian looked over and saw the middle-aged man in a wide robe smiling at him.
What the fuck? A marriage proposal actually caused such a ruckus. That young man from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is really overbearing. He even got someone to take away the third young miss of the Gilded Gold family.
This is interesting. The young city lord and the Lu family were able to make the Gilded Gold family marry their daughter over, but the third young miss of the Gilded Gold family didn't agree. She directly left with someone else. This isn't considered kidnapping, right?
Hiss, what a powerful aura. Among the group of people from the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Bamboo Mountain sect, there are 3 or 4 insightful Void Tier 3 experts. The surrounding people really can't stop them.
The most important thing is that they didn't violate the rules of Xiaoyao City.
When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were discussing in astonishment.
You guys?
When the Lu residents and the Gilded Gold family saw Wang Xian and the rest taking out their weapons, they looked extremely embarrassed.
With their strength, there was no way they could stop them.
Dragon Phoenix Empire, I'm warning you once again. This is not a place where you can be impudent. The young city lord stood at the back. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he growled in a low voice. Who do you think you are? Let's go. I'll see who dares to stop us.
Wang Xian walked forward without even turning his head.
Who do you think you are?
Let's go. I want to see who dares to stop us.
When Wang Xian's voice rang out, the entire area was silent. Everyone held their weapons in their hands and walked straight into the distance. The people from the Lu family and the Gilded Gold family felt the cold aura and did not dare to go forward to stop them.
Among the people present, the strongest one was only at level 3 of the see-through void tier. With such strength, it was impossible to stop him. Furthermore, it was forbidden to use force in Xiaoyao City. However, everyone was extremely shocked by Wang Xian's words. Hiss, who do you think the young city lord is?
This young man from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is so arrogant.
He's more than arrogant. I heard that he didn't give the young city lord any face during the king's auction. Now he's even saying who the young city lord is. He's extremely arrogant. After being humiliated like this, the young castellan will definitely not let that young man off.
Unless the castellan makes a move, no one within a radius of 100,000 kilometers is a match for the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Not to mention the addition of the Bamboo Mountain sect. Everyone around was shocked as they watched Wang Xian lead a group of people to take away the third young miss of the Gilded Gold family. All of them were discussing with their eyes wide open.
Who do I think I am? Good.
The young castellan's face was extremely ferocious when he heard Wang Xian's words. His body was trembling slightly as he said, "If I don't destroy your Dragon and Phoenix Empire, my carefree army will not be able to live up to my expectations." As he spoke, His face turned ferocious as he stared at the backs of Wang Xian and the rest. Buzz. At this moment, a resplendent token appeared in front of him.
The token was completely black and 2 carefree characters were written on it. Carefree token. It's the carefree token. When everyone saw the carefree token on the chest of the young city lord, their faces were filled with shock. Everyone from the Lu residence and the Gilded Gold clan all bowed towards the token. Carefree city, carefree token. This token was like an imperial edict.
The carefree token was given by the city lord to his core subordinates. In the entire carefree city, only 4 people possessed it. One was the subordinate of the city lord of Carefree City, who had followed him for more than 100 years. The current head of Carefree City, Xiao Qianhong. The other was the Yao family patriarch of the Pill Medicine District. The other 2 were in the hands of the wife of the city lord of Carefree City and the young city lord respectively.
The carefree token could only be used once. It could mobilize all the forces and families of Carefree City. Once the carefree token was used, no one dared to disobey.
A few decades ago, when the Yao family was in danger, they used the carefree token once. Now, the Yao family was one of the top 4 clans in Carefree City. As for the other 3 carefree tokens, they had yet to be used. This carefree token was a gift from the city lord to the young city lord on his 18th birthday. 30 years had passed, and this was the first time it appeared in front of everyone's eyes.
Pa!
The young city lord grabbed the carefree token on his chest, and his face was filled with endless frost. Gather all the forces of the Carefree City. I want to kill that group of families from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty.
The young city lord's cold voice came out of his mouth and entered everyone's ears.
What? The young city lord actually wants to kill that group of people from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. It seems that the young city lord is really angry. He actually asked him to use the carefree token. This carefree token can only be used once. Those people from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty are going to be finished. Once the carefree token is used, all the families and aristocratic families in the entire Carefree City can be mobilized. Everyone took a deep breath, their eyes shining.
Kill that arrogant guy. Kill everyone from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Lu Xiaohua's face was slightly malevolent as he roared loudly.
I want to kill that fellow with my own hands.
The young city lord's entire body was filled with a terrifying killing intent as he raised the carefree token in his hand. Pass down my order, all experts and aristocratic families of Xiaoyao City come to the weapons district.
The carefree token is out. All experts and aristocratic families of Xiaoyao City come to the weapons district. An expert from the Lu residence shouted and immediately informed all the experts of the aristocratic families of the Carefree City. The Carefree City was the most neutral city. The Carefree City Lord could be said to be the king of the Carefree City. All the aristocratic families and families had to obey the orders of the Carefree City Lord. The Carefree token represented the Carefree City. Once the token was out, no one dared to disobey. In an instant, the entire Carefree City moved. Carefree token, what's going on?
The young city lord actually used the carefree token. All the experts from the aristocratic families have gathered at the weapon area.
Oh my god. The young city lord actually took out the carefree token. What is the young city lord trying to do? I heard that the people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire insulted the young city lord. In a fit of rage, the young city lord took out the carefree token and wanted to exterminate those people from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. They are courting death. They actually dared to provoke the young city lord. I think that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire is tired of living. That Dragon and Phoenix Empire has just risen. They are like a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. Now, they are going to be finished. The news of the young city lord using the carefree token immediately spread throughout the entire Carefree City.
All the experts from the aristocratic families in the Carefree City started to move and head towards the weapons district.
Xiaoyao City's strength was not weaker than the dynasty. Even if the city lord was not included, it was still an extremely terrifying force. In the entire city, there were 5 insightful Void Tier 4 experts, and more than 10 insightful Void Tier 3 experts.
As for the rest of the insightful Void Tier experts, there were 50 to 60 of them.
This was definitely an extremely terrifying force.
The Dragon Phoenix dynasty has offended the young city lord. Let's go and take a look.
All right. It's best if the Dragon Phoenix dynasty can be destroyed. In Xiaoyao City, some experts from other dynasties and sects smiled when they heard the news. They were extremely fearful of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty that had risen after destroying 4 dynasties. Now that the other party had provoked the young city lord, it would be even better if they could be destroyed.
Very quickly, experts from other dynasties also rushed over to watch the show.
This group of people added up to 50 to 60 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Master, the young city lord has used the Carefree Order. However, at this moment at the back of the Carefree City on a 10,000-meter high peak. Halfway up the peak there was a cave. The inside of the cave was extremely luxurious, covering an area of 2 to 3 kilometers.
In a luxuriously decorated room, an old man respectfully walked to the side of a middle-aged man and reported. The middle-aged man wore black and white clothes, and the word carefree was written on his chest. He stared at the chessboard in front of him. The middle-aged man was the mayor of Xiaoyao City.
Hearing the old servant's report, the mayor of Xiaoyao City slightly raised his eyebrows. Soldiers used the carefree token. What's the matter? Master, a few people from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty provoked the young master. The young master took out the Carefree Order out of anger. The old man immediately said, "This matter is not the young master's fault." As the old man spoke, he told him about the 2 incidents between the young mayor and the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. "Oh? Has our Xiaoyao City been neutral for a long time? A random dynasty won't give face to our Xiaoyao Mountain's sun."
Suddenly, the middle-aged man slowly stood up and said coldly,
"City Lord, what happened? Do you want me to go there too?" 2 figures flew out of the cave in the middle of the 10,000-meter high peak. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. The city lord of Xiaoyao City immediately stopped and looked toward the huge waterfall. "It's a small matter. You don't need to do anything. If you're bored, you can go and take a look," he said indifferently towards the waterfall.
"All right, I've been here for a few years now. Let's go out and breathe some air." Pop! A shadow flew out from the center of the waterfall and disappeared.
The mayor of Xiaoyao City smiled and moved towards the weapons district.
However, at this moment, the entire Xiaoyao City started to move.
Luxurious carriages and powerful experts riding on powerful fierce beasts drove toward the weapons area. "Hurry up! The order of Xiaoyao City has been given. Next, we have to obey the orders of the young mayor and destroy those guys from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty." "Haha! How dare you be so arrogant in our Xiaoyao City? You are courting death." "That's right. Our Xiaoyao City is a neutral city. Although it's neutral, it doesn't mean that we're easy to bully. A brat from a dynasty dares to provoke our young city lord. It seems like he thinks that Xiaoyao City is easy to bully. Haha!" On the road, the families and experts were all laughing. As the most powerful city within a 100,000-kilometer radius, as a city that would have dozens of top-tier factions come every 5 years, when all of them moved, the power they unleashed would definitely be far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It was possible that the owner of a shop was an expert at the insightful void tier.
Hiss, so many insightful void tier experts. There are simply too many. In just a few dozen seconds, we saw over a dozen insightful void tier experts go over.
Xiaoyao City was established by the mayor of Xiaoyao City. It is the safest city within a 100,000-kilometer radius. At the same time, it is also the most prosperous city. In just 100 years, a large number of insightful void tier experts have been born in Xiaoyao City. All the experts who live here have to listen to the orders of Xiaoyao City. This is the rule. When the Xiaoyao order is taken out, all the experts in Xiaoyao City must be present.
Some of the experts from the dynasties and sects looked at the experts in Xiaoyao City in shock and followed behind them in a low-key manner.
"Not good, Dragon King. Something has happened. The young city lord has taken out the carefree token to deal with us."
At this moment, in the manor where Wang Xian and the rest were temporarily staying, more than 2,000 members of the Fire Hammer tribe were packing up their belongings.
The Fire Hammer tribe leader walked to the hall hurriedly and ran over with a face full of panic. "Carefree order? What's going on?" Wang Xian was sitting in the main hall. When he heard the report from the chief of the Fire Hammer tribe, he asked him. Once the carefree order is issued, it can order all the forces and powerhouses in the entire Xiaoyao city. The young master of the city will take out the carefree order to kill you, Dragon King, the chief of the Fire Hammer tribe said with an embarrassed expression. Order all the forces and powerhouses in Xiaoyao city to come and kill me?
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed a smile.
Yes, Dragon King. There are already powerhouses gathered around our manor. Boom, boom. Be careful, be careful. Just as the Fire Hammer chief finished his sentence, there were loud noises coming from the surroundings.
Ao Jian and a few golden swordfish had a slight change in expression. The longswords in their hands were aimed at the sky to block the attack.
This is bad. They actually attacked directly. The Fire Hammer tribe leader's expression changed drastically. He raised his head and looked at his surroundings. Let's go. Let's go out.
Wang Xian frowned slightly. His eyes revealed a hint of coldness.
Boom, boom, boom.
Just as they walked out of the house, the energy that supported the house dispersed. The entire house collapsed immediately. In the surroundings, the entire huge manor and all the buildings collapsed. Not good, Jin Ming. It's all my fault. It's all because of me that the young city lord.
Third miss, you don't have to worry. With our Dragon King here, you don't have to worry. Don't worry.
As she spoke with a pale face, Duan Jin Ming quickly comforted her. Hiss, all the experts in Xiaoyao City are here.
It's over. It's over. They want to kill the Dragon King. Let's fight it out with them. That's right, let's die. Rather than live in vain, it's better to die in glory. These few days we have enjoyed unprecedented respect. It's the Dragon King who makes us proud. If they dare to attack, we'll fight it out with them. As soon as they walked out of the room, the angry voices of the Fire Hammer clan came from around them.
Even though their faces were extremely pale, they were still clenching their fists tightly.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across them. A satisfied look appeared in his eyes. When he looked ahead, his gaze froze slightly. In the sky, 7 to 8 experts at the profound void tier were staring at the entire manor with cold eyes. On the street in front, hundreds of figures were walking towards them. The leader was the young city lord of Xiaoyao City. He held a long sword in his hand, and the Xiaoyao token floated above his head. The 4 top families of Xiaoyao City followed behind him, and a group of youths followed on his left and right. In all directions, the manor within a 1-kilometer radius was completely surrounded. Behind the young city lord of Xiaoyao City, there were some experts from other dynasties and forces watching curiously.
Basically, all the Voidwalkers in the entire Xiaoyao City were gathered around. With a glance, there were at least 100 of them.
Pa pa pa. The sound of footsteps could be heard. The young city lord walked to the front of the messy manor with a cold expression.
He swept his cold gaze across everyone who was in the ruins. His gaze landed on Wang Xian and was filled with killing intent.
Young Castellan, I don't know what kind of rules we have broken in Xiaoyao City. Please bring your men to attack us.
The Fire Hammer tribe leader felt the cold atmosphere around him. He quickly cupped his hands and said loudly,
The order of Xiaoyao has been issued. There is no reason nor need for any reason.
However, before the young Castellan could speak, a voice filled with authority came from the sky.
Everyone present was slightly shocked as they all looked towards the sky. That is.
Hiss, the city lord has actually come. I didn't expect the city lord to come personally.
My God. He has actually alarmed the city lord. Once the carefree order is issued, the city lord will personally make a move. This is the rule that the city lord set when he issued the carefree order.
Everyone's faces were filled with shock.
Father. City lord.
The young city lord bowed, and all the families and experts of the carefree city hurriedly bowed as well.
Even the experts from the other dynasties looked at the expert in the sky with respect.
This person was the strongest existence within a 100,000-kilometer radius.
Soldier, the carefree order has been issued. Next, you will be the judge. All the families and experts in the carefree city, including me, will be led by you. Begin the judge.
Begin the trial.
When these 4 words rang out in the sky, everyone's hearts shook. After the carefree order was issued, all the people, including the city lord, had to be led by the token holder. All the experts and families of the carefree city looked at the young city lord who was standing at the front. Young city lord, who do you want to kill? Just say the word and we will kill them. An insightful void martial artist shouted in a fawning manner.
Cut them into 8 pieces or be executed by cutting them into pieces. Young city lord, just a word from you can provoke the people of our Xiaoyao city and make them beg for death.
That's right. No one in this 100,000 kilometers radius has the ability to be so arrogant in our Xiaoyao city. The voices of the experts rang out one after another. Their eyes swept across Wang Xian and the rest who were surrounded. A hint of coldness appeared on their faces. 59 insightful Void Realm experts. Is this the entire strength of Xiaoyao City? It's really terrifying. This strength is not weaker than the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, right? Moreover, this is not even including the mayor of Xiaoyao City.
The experts from the various dynasties and sects looked around in shock, their hearts filled with astonishment.
Whoosh! At this moment, the young city lord slowly raised the arm in his hand. After hearing his father's words, he started to curry favor with the families of the nearby carefree city. He slowly raised his hand.
When he raised his arm, everyone shut their mouths and fell silent. Everyone looked at the young city lord.
That fellow from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, who did you say I am? Have you thought about what's happening now? Do you think that your Dragon and Phoenix Empire can look down on everything just because you destroyed 4 empires? The young Castellan had a sinister smile on his face as he stared coldly at Wang Xian. Your Dragon and Phoenix Empire is extremely carefree in our Xiaoyao city. You think that you are powerful and want to threaten the Lu residents to destroy them. This is the first offense. You ordered your subordinates to forcefully take away the 3rd young lady of the Gilded Gold family in our Xiaoyao city. This is the 2nd crime. Provoking me is the 3rd crime. You will die for betraying me.
An extremely powerful voice came out of the young city lord's mouth once again. He stared coldly at Wang Xian and judged him.
The 3 crimes were to sentence you to death. How dare you? If you dare to kill our king, we will fight you to the death. Duan Jinming's expression changed drastically. His body shook and he took 2 steps forward. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions.
We will not accept this punishment.
The Fire Hammer clan leader also stood beside Duan Jinming with a furious expression. Similarly, he unleashed all of his strength at the Profound Void tier. Their strength was at the 1st level of the Profound Void tier and the 2nd level of the Profound Void tier. However, because they cultivated the Divine Dragon transformation and activated the Divine Dragon bloodline, they could fight against opponents of a higher level. The aura that erupted from them caused everyone to be slightly shocked. What great strength! That Fire Hammer young man has the strength of the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation realm. But why does that Fire Hammer clan leader also have the strength of the Void Interpretation realm?
Didn't it say a few days ago that the Fire Hammer clan only has one at the 1st level of the Void Interpretation realm?
Why is it now a 3rd level of the Void Interpretation realm and a 2nd level of the Void Interpretation realm? Oh my god! This previously lowly Fire Hammer clan actually has such terrifying strength. When the 2 people's strength completely erupted, the surrounding people revealed shocked expressions. They stared at Duan Jinming and the Fire Hammer clan leader with their mouths agape, and their eyes slightly widened.
How could this lowly clan be so strong?
The young city lord saw the aura that Duan Jinming and the Fire Hammer clan leader had released. He slightly raised his eyebrows and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Do you think that your Fire Hammer clan can escape today?
The young city lord coldly swept his gaze over the Fire Hammer clan.
The members of the Fire Hammer clan stared at the young city lord with furious faces.
Now I will give your Fire Hammer clan a chance to live. Either you become the lowly slave race of Xiaoyao City, or you will die together with that fellow from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. You have 2 choices. You can choose, The young city lord declared to the Fire Hammer clan with a cold smile on his face. You can either become a slave or die. As soon as he finished speaking, all the members of the Fire Hammer clan revealed furious expressions on their faces.
Haha, don't even think about making us slaves. Even if we die, our Fire Hammer clan will fight you to the death. That's right, if you want us to be slaves, scram. What the fuck is so great about the young city lord? The members of the Fire Hammer clan shouted out sternly.
A bunch of lowly races. Shut up. In the surroundings, many insightful Void Realm experts heard the cursing of the members of the Fire Hammer clan. With a loud shout, the auras of insightful Void Realm experts directly covered them. Despicable clan. Since you have chosen to die, I shall grant you your death.
The young city lord stared at everyone around Wuxia with a cold expression. Whoever stands with the Dragon and Phoenix Empire will die today.
As he spoke, his gaze landed on the people from the Bamboo Mountain sect. The people from the Bamboo Mountain sect stood unmoving. They stood behind Wuxia with a cold smile on their faces. Get ready. The young castellan's body slowly revealed a murderous aura as he growled.
Obey the orders of the young castellan.
The families and experts from Xiaoyao City responded loudly. Wait!
At this moment, a faint voice came from the sky. Ha! The voice of the castellan?
What's going on? The sudden stop of the castellan caused everyone to be slightly stunned. They looked at the sky in astonishment. Father!
The young city lord also looked at his father in astonishment. He didn't understand why his father suddenly spoke.
Since I issued the carefree token, I've only issued a total of 4 pieces. The value of each piece is enough for me to make a move once. The city lord looked at the carefree token above his son's head and smiled. The use of the carefree token to kill some people is simply too wasteful. Father, what do you mean?
The young city lord was stunned as he stared at his father in confusion.
The people of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty are running rampant in our Xiaoyao city. If they don't put us in their eyes, then they will destroy the entire Dragon Phoenix dynasty.
The city lord spoke in a shocking tone.
The moment he finished speaking, everyone's faces were filled with shock.
This was especially so for the surrounding dynasties and sections. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock.
They looked at the expressionless city lord in the sky and could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This was a powerhouse. Since the carefree order had been issued, it would be a waste to just kill a few people from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Since it was a waste, then they would destroy the entire Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Domineering. This was the domineering aura of the city lord of Carefree City. The domineering aura of a clan powerhouse within a radius of 100,000 kilometers.
Destroying a dynasty was so effortless.
It was so high and mighty. Judgment, Dragon Phoenix dynasty.
Death sentence.
What? Father. Destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Everyone was stunned, including the young city lord.
Destroying an entire dynasty?
His father was too domineering.
Although our Xiaoyao city has always been neutral, we can't offend just any faction. In the past 100 years, our Xiaoyao city has never interfered with the matters of any dynasty or sect. We also adhere to this principle. However, not taking action does not mean that we are easy to bully. Since the Xiaoyao order has been issued, let's destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty.
The city lord of Xiaoyao City said with a calm expression.
It was as if destroying an incomparably powerful Dragon Phoenix dynasty was as easy as killing an ant. Damn, the city lord of Xiaoyao City is simply too domineering. He opened his mouth and wanted to destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty.
This is a true overlord. Destroying the Dragon Phoenix dynasty is such an understatement.
Powerful as expected of the city lord of Xiaoyao City. He is a peerless expert within a 100,000 kilometer radius.
The Dragon Phoenix dynasty is the strongest dynasty within a 100,000 kilometer radius. I didn't expect the city lord of Xiaoyao City to destroy it so easily.
Everyone looked at the city lord of Xiaoyao City with admiration and respect, their eyes shining. If the Dragon Phoenix dynasty is destroyed, the eyes of some of the dynasty's experts and even the dynasty's kings were shining. Lord City Lord of Xiaoyao City, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty has offended the young city lord. Our Jin Yang dynasty is willing to lead troops for Xiaoyao City.
Just take it as avenging the son-in-law of the young city lord. I also hope that my daughter and the young city lord will be happy in the future. At this moment, not far from the young city lord, a middle-aged man suddenly bowed and said loudly with a smile on his face.
Beside the middle-aged man was a woman. That woman was the princess who had been following the young city lord for the past few days.
And the middle-aged man was the king of the Jinliang dynasty.
Hee good. Hearing the words of the king of the Jin Liang dynasty, the Xiaoyao city lord revealed a smile on his face and nodded slowly. Leading troops to destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty together with Xiaoyao city was a great thing. Xiaoyao city was neutral and did not establish a state. The destroyed city of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty naturally became ownerless. If the Jin Liang dynasty followed Xiaoyao city, the city of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty would naturally belong to Xiaoyao city. Thank you, father-in-law, the young city lord said to the Jinliang dynasty's king with a smile. Haha, no need, no need. Family, family. King Jinliang laughed happily. Xiaoyao city lord. Our Nine Heavens dynasty is willing to fight for Xiaoyao city and destroy the ungrateful Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Xiaoyao city lord. Our Black Phoenix dynasty is willing to fight for Xiaoyao city and destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Our Ice Map Empire is also willing to fight for Xiaoyao City and destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Haha, Xiaoyao City Lord, there's no need for your Xiaoyao City to make a move. If our empires join forces, we can destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Seeing the Jin Liang Empire make a move, the eyes of all the empires lit up as they said loudly. The Dragon Phoenix Empire was the most powerful empire within 100,000 kilometers. They had just destroyed 4 empires and they could be said to be extremely rich. From the king's auction this time, it could be seen that they would spend trillions of middle-grade spirit stones without even blinking. Now that Xiaoyao City wanted to destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty would naturally die. If they could use this opportunity to obtain a few cities, it would be a huge profit. Building a city would at least cost trillions of middle-grade spirit stones. Seeing that the Jinliang dynasty had joined in, they naturally wanted a share. In an instant, 8 to 9 dynasties wanted a share. These bastards, each one more shrewd than the last. King Jinliang's face turned dark as he coldly swept his gaze across the dynasties that had spoken. He was extremely furious. Haha, good. Then our Xiaoyao city will continue to transcend the mortal world. I will send a few people. This time, the Jinliang dynasty will be the main force. The Xiaoyao city lord laughed heartily and nodded his head in satisfaction. Yes. The experts from the various dynasties looked at each other and revealed a smile. King Jinliang's expression became slightly better. Is this the city lord's prestige? The powerful Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Xiaoyao city might not even need to make a move to have a bunch of dynasties agree and be sentenced to death. The city lord merely said that he wanted to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Without the need for Xiaoyao city to make a move, a bunch of empires are already willing to step out and destroy it. How terrifying! Exclamations came from the surroundings. Regardless of whether it was the people from the outside or the people in Xiaoyao city, all of them were filled with shock. This was the city lord of Xiaoyao city, a peerless expert. Haha, everything will be according to father's decision. The young mayor also laughed out loud with excitement. He slowly narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Xian and the rest. If that's the case, then everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire shall die. That despicable race of the Fire Hammer clan shall be exterminated. After killing them, the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire shall be exterminated. This is the final judgment. The young mayor slowly took a few steps forward and growled in a low voice. Get ready, leave no one alive. Exterminate this lowly race, the Fire Hammer clan. One after another, weapons appeared in the hands of the insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Wang! Nearly 60 insightful Emptiness Realm experts from the Carefree City directly flew into the sky, emitting a terrifying killing intent. It's over. This girl, Yanen. At the position of the Gilded Gold clan, Lady Gilded Gold's body was trembling as she looked at her stubborn daughter, covering her face as she cried. Mother, don't be sad. It's all third sister's fault for being obsessed. If it wasn't for her, this wouldn't have happened. That's right. In the future, our Gilded Gold family will have a hard time in Xiaoyao City. It's all third sister's fault. Seriously. On the side, Gilded Gold's eldest sister and second brother comforted their mother. They glared angrily at Gilded Gold's pale face in the center. Brother Jinming, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. In the middle, Jin Yan's face was pale.
Tears were streaming down his face as he grabbed his clothes and whispered,
Let's fight it out with them.
"That's right. Let's fight it out with them. None of us from the Fire Hammer clan are afraid of death." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 2,000 members of the Fire Hammer clan saw nearly 60 terrifying powerhouses staring at them with murderous intent. Their bodies trembled as they surrounded Wang Xian and the rest in the center and shouted loudly. Hee hee. Wang Xian looked around when he saw this scene. His eyes were filled with satisfaction and endless coldness.
Dragon King, the members of the Dragon Palace are here. At this moment, a strange voice came from the side.
Perfect.
Since we are here, let's begin the trial.
Wang Xian stood there and stared coldly at the mayor of Xiaoyao City who was in the sky. HMPH, what a despicable race. They sure have guts. Kill them all. The young mayor stood in the middle and raised his head slightly. His face was filled with disdain and contempt as he looked at everyone from the Fire Hammer clan. Each and every one of them was at the 4th or 5th level of transcendence. In his eyes, they were like trash. How dare they resist? They didn't even know death.
Yes, kill those lowlifes from the Fire Hammer clan and then kill those people from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty who are looking for death.
The 4th rank of the profound Void Realm expert from the Lu clan shouted.
Members of the Dragon Palace, come and take our brothers home. Take our brothers home. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded.
When the cold voice of the Lu clan's 4th rank, profound Void Martial stage filled with killing intent sounded.
All the human clansmen of the Fire Hammer clan gritted their teeth, ready to die.
A clear and cold voice sounded directly.
Members of the Dragon Palace, come and bring our brothers home. The clear and cold voice covered the entire scene, causing the nearly 60 profound Void Martial stage experts who were about to make a move to be slightly stunned. The faces of everyone in the surroundings also revealed a stunned expression.
Eh?
The city lord of Xiaoyao City who was floating in the sky was slightly stunned and his gaze swept to the position behind him.
But very quickly, his pupils slightly contracted, carrying a trace of surprise and strangeness, and he frowned as he sensed the strength of this group of creatures.
My God, what kind of creatures are those?
So huge. They are actually over 30 meters in size.
Oh my God, this is the biggest creature I've ever seen. What kind of demonic beast race is this?
Soon, sounds of exclamations suddenly came from behind. These exclamations once again caused everyone to be slightly stunned.
Some of the people around looked behind them. When they turned their heads to look, their eyes widened violently and their faces revealed a shocked expression. 9 extremely huge creatures occupied the path behind them. Each creature was 30 meters long. The thick and heavy scales on their bodies were lifelike under the sunlight. Their heads were filled with dignity. Even if they didn't exude any aura, the pressure from their main bodies made people's breathing slow. Look at the position behind us. There are demon monkeys, lightning creatures, and demon beasts with bows and arrows. Which force is this? Why do I feel that these 1,000+ creatures are so terrifying? Which faction are they from? Bring our brothers home?
Bring who home? What's going on? When they saw the entire troop of 1,000+ creatures, they were all discussing in shock. Even the experts and families of Xiaoyao City who were surrounding Wang Xian and the Fire Hammer clan were frowning as they looked over.
Excuse me.
Ao Qiyin and Mu Zixin, who were walking at the front, spoke in a deep voice. They saw that the front was completely blocked and spoke in a deep voice. Who are you people?
Which faction are you from?
The young castellan looked at the powerful demonic beast faction that had suddenly appeared and frowned slightly. Ao Qiyin and Mu Zixin glanced at them coldly. The experts and families of the Gilded Gold clan looked at them in astonishment and quickly made way for them.
More than 1,000 members of the Dragon Palace walked toward the destroyed manor under their astonished gazes.
Dragon King, a group of disciples of the Dragon Palace walked to the front of Wang Xian and shouted respectfully. There were more than 1,000 members of the Dragon Palace. Among them, half of the insightful Emptiness Realm experts had come.
300.
Dragon King, you asked us to come and bring our brothers home. Is it them? Ao Qiyin bowed respectfully. Even though he had shrunk, he was still 5 meters in size.
He squeezed out a smile and looked at the members of the Fire Hammer clan around him. That's right. They will be your brothers and new members of the Dragon Palace in the future. Wang Xian smiled when he saw Ao Qitian and the rest arrive.
Dragon King. It seems like someone is trying to kill our brothers, Mao Zedong said calmly from the side. He turned around slowly and swept his gaze across everyone around him.
Roar!
Roar!
Suddenly 9 terrifying howls were heard from the mouths of the 9 flood dragons.
The sudden howls of the flood dragons soared into the sky in an instant. Everyone in Xiaoyao City could hear it clearly.
9 flood dragons flew up and hovered above the heads of Wang Xian and the rest. Waves of terrifying aura were emitted.
Haha! We are here to bring our brothers home. Now, someone wants to kill our brothers. Brothers of the Dragon Palace. What should we do if someone dares to kill our brothers?
Ao Qitian laughed out loud. His entire figure turned violent in an instant.
His figure instantly increased to 10 meters in size, and his berserk roar resounded throughout the sky. At this moment, all the experts of the nearby Xiaoyao City were stunned.
However, what shocked them even more was what was happening below.
You dare to offend my brothers of the Dragon Palace. Kill! 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 Roars and cold killing intent shot into the sky.
The wind and clouds changed color and the sky dimmed. Boom! A terrifying and unparalleled aura rushed toward the surroundings.
Walala!
What the fuck?
How is this possible? When the killing intent of all the members of the Dragon Palace soared into the sky.
Even the weakest of the 300 insightful void martial artists was comparable to a level 2 insightful void martial artist.
At the moment when the terrifying aura completely rose up,
the impact directly rushed into the surroundings.
The collapsed buildings and rocks were sent flying backward. The tens of thousands of people surrounding them kept retreating backward. Some of them who were below transcendent level 8 or 9 had even fainted. Even the insightful void martial artists who were floating in the sky were sent flying backward for dozens of meters. In an instant, the entire encirclement expanded a lot. Wang Xian's figure slowly flew into the sky. Below him, the members of the Fire Hammer clan were standing there. At the periphery, more than 1,000 members of the Dragon Palace were standing in front of them. 300 insightful emptiness realm experts were looking down on everyone around them. Hiss!
In an instant, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief.
300 profound void martial experts stood together, emitting a terrifying aura. What kind of scene was this?
Many people had never seen so many experts in their entire lives.
Moreover, many people had thought that the cards of the nearly 60 profound void martial experts who had directly come out of Xiaoyao City were already invincible. However, compared to what was before their eyes, they were simply on a completely different level. Everyone felt their breaths become sluggish. The insightful void martial artists surrounding Xiaoyao City had traces of fear on their faces. That's right, it was fear. The aura of these 300 insightful void martial artists was too terrifying.
In particular, this group of insightful void martial artists were all very powerful. Golu, what force is this?
They all widened their eyes, and their expressions changed drastically. They are our brothers?
Our brothers from the Dragon Palace are taking us home.
However, at this moment, the most shocked people were all the human clansmen of the Fire Hammer clan. They stared blankly at the experts protecting them in front of them. Each of them emitted an imposing manner that they looked up to. Especially these 300 terrifying existences. They actually called them brothers? What did they do? The Fire Hammer clan's most glorious time was in the last few days, and this was also because of the Dragon King. But now they actually had a group of terrifying brothers? Our brothers! The Fire Hammer clan's hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but mutter to themselves. And they had to kill the enemy for them? It was like a dream. Gulp!
In the weapons district of Xiaoyao City, everyone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva.
All the aristocratic families and experts in Xiaoyao City stared at these 300 insightful emptiness realm experts with wide eyes. Especially the members of the Gilded Gold family. The eldest sister and second brother of the Gilded Gold family stared blankly at the powerful experts, their bodies trembling. These people were actually the brothers of the Fire Hammer clan. The future of the Fire Hammer clan was simply unimaginable.
You. What faction are you from?
At this moment, The young city lord had the ugliest expression. He had just finished his trial and decided to execute everyone from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty and the Fire Hammer clan.
In the end, such a terrifying group of insightful Emptiness Realm experts came.
300. A total of 300. Facing such a terrifying force, the entire Xiaoyao city was nothing. The force that killed you. Zhou Qitian stared at the young city lord with a face full of rage and said coldly. His gaze swept over everyone in Xiaoyao city, and his expression revealed a ghastly expression. You! The young city lord's expression changed slightly, and everyone around him also revealed ugly expressions. If I'm not wrong, everyone here should be the force that destroyed the One Leaf Continent Empire and the Sky Island Empire. Is it the Dragon Palace? At this moment, the city lord of Xiaoyao City, who was floating in the sky, swept his gaze across all the members of the Dragon Palace.
After sensing their strength, his gaze finally landed on Wang Xian. His expression became calm. Oh, you are quite well informed, Mayor Xiaoyao. Wang Xian looked at the mayor of Xiaoyao who was in the sky and revealed a smile.
What? It's the One Leaf Continent Empire and the Sky Island Empire that they destroyed. No wonder. No wonder two such powerful empires were destroyed in such a short period of time. Is this the true strength of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire? It's too terrifying. Even the top dynasties around the human-demon graveyard are only SOSO.
However, we still have the mayor of Xiaoyao City. We are not afraid of them, not afraid of them.
Some people were shocked when they heard the mayor of Xiaoyao City's words. Then they comforted themselves in a low voice. I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect to see such a powerful force in our area.
The mayor of Xiaoyao City glanced at all the members of the Dragon Palace and said, in that case, let's call it a day.
Call it a day?
When the mayor of Xiaoyao City said this, everyone held their breaths and stared at Wang Xian. If they were to really fight, even if the mayor of Xiaoyao City was here, it would definitely be a huge battle. The opponent had too many insightful void martial artists. They were so many that they were ganging up on the mayor of Xiaoyao City. Even the mayor of Xiaoyao City had to be careful in dealing with them.
Haha. That's it? Mayor of Xiaoyao City. Where did all your arrogance go?
Didn't you want to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire?
Wang Xian stared at the mayor of Xiaoyao City with a cold smile.
Oh?
What do you want? The mayor of Xiaoyao City looked at Wang Xian without any fluctuation on his face. I want to be like all of you.
Wang Xian smiled. A trial?
Interesting.
Wang Xian glanced at the young Castellan and everyone around him.
Young Castellan, if you want to kill me and extinguish the Fire Hammer clan, you will be sentenced to death. In the surrounding Xiaoyao City, all the clans and powerhouses who came to besiege us will die. Those 7 or 8 dynasty forces who wanted to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire will be annihilated. This is also my final judgment on all of you.
A cold voice resounded throughout the entire Xiaoyao City. His voice was filled with dominance. Since all of you want to judge us, fine, I will judge all of you now.
What? Wang Xian's judgment made everyone around him look extremely embarrassed.
Especially those 7 or 8 dynasties who had just said that they wanted to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Each and every one of them had a look of fear on their faces.
Their foreheads were filled with cold sweat and fear. The families and experts in Xiaoyao City were also looking at the mayor of Xiaoyao City in the sky with fear on their faces. The young mayor's face was even paler. He looked at his father with an extremely embarrassed expression. He would never have thought that things would turn out like this.
Do you really think that our Xiaoyao City will be afraid of you? I will be afraid of you. At this moment, the mayor of Xiaoyao City, who was floating in the sky, still had a calm expression on his face. He stared at Wang Xian indifferently.
Then, do you really think that I will be afraid of your Xiaoyao City? Wang Xian stared at the mayor of Xiaoyao City and asked in return.
A terrifying atmosphere was gathering in their midst.
Everyone around them was staring at him intently. At this moment, there was no room for others to speak. At this moment, the two of them decided the fate of everyone. Haha, our Xiaoyao mountain covers an area of 100,000 kilometers. Xiaoyao City has stood tall for more than 100 years. Have we ever been afraid of anyone? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The moment the Xiaoyao order is given, the order is as big as a mountain. The trial continues. The mayor of Xiaoyao City suddenly laughed maniacally, and his body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. His entire body's clothes fluttered without the wind, and the two large words carefree on it seemed to come to life.
The wind rose and the clouds surged, incomparably tyrannical.
Hiss. The city lord is so powerful and confident. Is this the demeanor of an expert?
Even when facing 300 insightful emptiness realm experts, he still doesn't put them in his eyes.
Some people saw the carefree city lord's confident expression, and their hearts were moved, and they had a trace of confidence. Haha, so what if we have 300 void interpretation? We have the city lord, the most powerful city lord. Are we afraid of them? Kill, haha, the city lord is invincible. Even if the opponent has 300 void interpretation, we can still fight. A few void interpretation experts in Xiaoyao City roared, and their faces were filled with fighting spirit. Fight, fight, fight. The aristocratic families and experts in Xiaoyao City gritted their teeth and roared. At this point, there was no way out.
Our Jinliang dynasty is willing to fight for the mayor of Xiaoyao City.
We are also willing, including our 9 Heavens dynasty. Fight! The few dynasties that said they wanted to destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty also gritted their teeth and echoed loudly.
Now, they were on the same side as Xiaoyao City when they faced Wang Xian's might and the 300 insightful void stage powerhouses.
Once Xiaoyao City was defeated, their dynasty would suffer revenge. With the terrifying strength of the 300 insightful emptiness realm experts, their dynasty would be easily destroyed. Now, there was only one way to fight with the mayor of Xiaoyao City.
Haha, all right. Since your trial continues, my trial will continue as well. I want to see who will be the one to judge who.
Wang Xian laughed out loud. The aura of all the members of the Dragon Palace began to gather around them. A great battle was about to break out. So what if there are 300 void interpretation experts?
You guys are not qualified for me to make a move.
Today, Xiaoyao City will be your graveyard.
Those who offend our Xiaoyao City will be executed even if they are far away. The mayor of Xiaoyao City looked down and revealed an extremely arrogant expression.
His words stunned everyone in Xiaoyao City. Haha! City Lord, leave it to me. Ever since I broke through, I haven't had a good fight. A loud laughter came from the sky, shaking everyone's minds. At the same time, the entire sky seemed to collapse.
The sound of waves roaring came from the sky, and the entire sky turned azure blue.
The terrifying aura was almost comparable to the forces of the Xiaoyao City Lord. It descended like divine might. With a loud laugh, a blue figure appeared. The entire sky was incomparably blue, as if a deep ocean had appeared out of thin air in the sky. When they felt that terrifying aura, everyone was stunned. They raised their heads and looked at the blue-clothed old man, their faces slightly dazed.
This figure that had suddenly appeared, his strength seemed to be
Water Steward. The young city lord was slightly stunned when he saw this figure and shouted in astonishment. Haha! Young city lord, hello?
The blue figure laughed loudly and looked at the young city lord. He shouted with a smile on his face.
Water Steward, you.
The young city lord's eyes were burning as he stared at the old man. He felt the terrifying aura and recalled what he had said just now.
Ever since he broke through. In the past, the Water Steward was an expert at the 4th level of the Profound Void tier. If he broke through, he would naturally be at the 5th level of the Profound Void tier. Water Steward, you have actually reached my father's realm. His eyes were filled with surprise and excitement as he muttered. Yes, young city lord. I broke through by a fluke. The old man smiled and stared down. A faint smile appeared on his face, and his voice was loud and clear as he shouted. I am the steward of Xiaoyao City. How dare you act so arrogantly in Xiaoyao City? There is no need for the city lord to take action. I will take care of you.
As he spoke, terrifying waves gathered and rolled behind him.
The water butler is the water butler from 5 years ago. I didn't expect him to break through.
Oh my god, our Xiaoyao City actually has a top-tier insightful void tier 5 powerhouse hidden in it. Moreover, he is the butler of the city lord of Xiaoyao City.
Haha, two profound void tier 5 experts. With the water butler and the Xiaoyao city lord around, we still need to be afraid of 300 profound void tier experts?
There's no need for the city lord to make a move?
Haha, the city lord is simply too domineering. Who would have thought that the water butler who disappeared 5 years ago would actually break through to the profound void tier 5? There are 2 profound void tier 5 experts, so what if there are 300 profound void tier experts? However, at this moment, the experts from the influential families of Xiaoyao City revealed excited expressions.
They originally thought that it would be a peerless battle of life and death, but they didn't expect that a peerless expert that could rival the city lord would suddenly appear on their side.
This battle, they were filled with confidence. 100% confidence.
Even if the opponent had 300 profound void martial experts, what was there to be afraid of? Kill them all. I want everyone to know that even if 300 void interpretation experts dare to offend our Xiaoyao city, they will all die here.
Not a single one can escape. Judgment.
The city lord floated in the sky and looked down at everyone.
An intense king's aura surged out from his body. Not a single one can be spared. So what if we have 300 void interpretation realms?
We'll die in our Xiaoyao city today.
Haha. Destroy them. Destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, and destroy that arrogant fellow.
The experts of the 8 dynasties and the experts of the Xiaoyao city were filled with confidence as they unsheathed their weapons one by one.
The uneasiness and fear from before had completely disappeared. So what if he had 300 void interpretation? Haha, good. 2 5th level void interpretation. This way, things will be interesting.
At this moment, Wuxia, who was standing below, looked at the smiling old man in blue.
Looking at the confident and arrogant city lord of Xiaoyao City, he also laughed out loud.
Today, destroy Xiaoyao City. He roared, do it.
All the members of the Dragon Palace started to move. You're courting death.
The blue-clothed elder who was floating in the sky had a mocking look in his eyes.
He had sensed all the 300 insightful void martial artists below just now. Most of them were at the 2nd level of the insightful void martial artist realm, and there was only one at the 4th level of the insightful void martial artist realm. If he wanted to kill them with the strength of the 5th level of the insightful void martial artist realm, he could do it even if there were many of them. Even if there were many of them, killing 100 or 200 of them would not be a problem.
As for the remaining void interpretation experts, the experts in Xiaoyao City would be enough to deal with them. The one who wants to die is you. However, just as he was about to make a move, a cold voice directly entered his mind.
Soon after, he felt a black and white space suddenly cover him. This shocked the blue-clothed old man, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Who is it?
In an instant, he felt as if he had entered a domain of light and darkness.
In the surroundings, half of the darkness and half of the light faintly emitted energy that made his heart palpitate. The person who killed you. A cold voice sounded throughout the entire space. What's going on?
At this moment, the experts from Xiaoyao City and the 7 or 8 dynasties were completely stunned.
In the sky, darkness and light suddenly appeared. A special space directly covered the old man in blue. Mayor of Xiaoyao City. Let me see your strength. Let's see if you can protect Xiaoyao City. Roar. At this moment, Wuxia leaped down from the ground under everyone's horrified gaze. He transformed into a terrifying divine dragon that was 50 meters long. A dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire Xiaoyao City. The dragon scales that were emitting bright rays under the sunlight and the majestic dragon head swayed its huge body as it attacked the master of Xiaoyao City in the sky. Roar.
Do you think that our dragon palace doesn't have any experts at level 5 of the Sifu realm?
Wuxia stared coldly at the mayor of Xiaoyao City, whose face was filled with astonishment.
Sensing the terrifying aura coming from Wuxia, his expression changed drastically.
Looking at the black and white special space in the sky, he had a bad premonition. Roar.
Kill. Do they really think that we don't have any experts at level 5 of the Sifu realm?
Kill everyone's enemies. Ao Chitian and Mao Zedong roared, and the 300 profound void martial artists started to move.
At this moment, all the family experts and dynasty experts of Xiaoyao City were shocked.
There were only 70 to 80 profound void martial artists in total. Facing 300, even if there were more fourth-level profound void martial artists than the Dragon Palace, they were still insignificant in front of this huge number. Especially since the Dragon Palace did not have a first-level profound void martial artist. As for this group of profound void martial artists, there were around 50 to 60 first-level profound void martial artists.
How to fight?
Kill!
All the members behind the Dragon Palace started to move. This time, there were not only 300 profound void martial artists, there were also around 1,000 half-step profound void martial artists. With their strength, they could kill one profound void martial artist with at most 10 of them, and they did not even need 10 of them. Under these 1,000 members of the Dragon Palace, those below the insightful void realm were almost instantly killed.
The terrifying power of the Dragon Palace began to move. The first to bear the brunt was the young city lord who stood in the center. When he saw the water steward in the sky covered in a layer of darkness and light, when he saw his father being attacked by that terrifying 50-meter-long creature, when he saw 300 terrifying, insightful emptiness realm experts charging over, he was completely stunned. Everyone else was also completely stunned. The sudden appearance of the water steward, a terrifying fifth-level profound void martial artist.
In addition to the invincible city lord, there were 2 fifth-level profound void martial artists guarding the city.
They weren't afraid even when facing a fifth-level profound void martial artist.
However, in just an instant, when everyone's faces were filled with excitement, the water steward was suddenly covered in energy.
Evidently, there was a Type 5 void interpretation expert that they did not see, and he was holding the butler back. As for the city lord, he was instantly turned into a 50-meter-long creature. Run, run! All of the families and experts in Xiaoyao City were terrified, and all of the forces of the 7 to 8 dynasties revealed expressions of fear.
Without the city lord and the rest, how could they fight?
If they fought, they would die.
Therefore, they could only run. They ran crazily without any desire to fight.
Leave no one alive.
Ao Chitian roared and completely reversed what they had just said. Just now, they had shouted that they would kill everyone in the Dragon Palace and leave no one alive.
Now, the Dragon Palace also changed back. Bang! The huge ocean-pacifying needle smashed down. The terrifying power instantly created a huge pit 1,000 meters in front of them. In the pit, a rank 1 profound void realm expert died instantly. Young city lord, run, run! The current butler of Xiaoyao City, a rank 4 profound void realm expert, came to the young city lord's side when he saw the battle. He grabbed his body and shouted, "Run, yes, quickly run, quickly run!" At this moment, the young city lord's face was extremely pale.
He completely lost the arrogance from before, and his face was filled with panic as he shouted loudly,
"Run, quickly run! Want to run?
Can you escape?
Today, everyone can forget about escaping." Mao Zedong's voice sounded out, and a terrifying arrow shot out. The surrounding arrow aura directly annihilated over a dozen people, and directly attacked the young city lord. "Damn it, hold him back. I'll bring the young city lord away." The Xiaoyao city butler who was protecting the young city lord shouted loudly. However, no one paid attention to him. He looked around, and his eyes instantly looked like they were about to split open.
In Xiaoyao City, including him, there were a total of 5 insightful void 4th-level void martial artists. Currently, all the 4th-level void martial artists were trapped by at least 20 powerful insightful void martial artists. As for the 3rd-level profound void martial artist, he was also surrounded by many profound void martial artists.
As for the 1st-level profound void martial artist, he was killed quickly. Those who hadn't reached the profound void martial stage, let alone the 4th-level profound void martial artist, were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered.
Run? Where to?
In less than a minute after the battle broke out, more than 10 first-level profound void martial artists were killed. As for the elites of Xiaoyao City, thousands of them were killed.
"Young city lord, be careful, stay behind me."
The butler of Xiaoyao City shouted at the young city lord with cold sweat all over his face, facing Mu Zison's attack directly. "Young city lord?
A golden swordfish at the profound void tier held a golden longsword, his eyes revealing a cold expression. The longsword in his hand directly attacked the young city lord. No! No, no! The young city lord's face was filled with terror as he stared at the longsword that was attacking him, and he shouted loudly, "Wang!" When the longsword landed in front of him, the protective array that his father had placed on his body was activated. The protective array of the profound void tier 3. "Brother, hand him over to me, I'll kill him." At this moment, an angry voice came from behind him. The golden swordfish turned around and looked at him with a smile on his face. "Okay, I'll leave him to you." As he spoke, he moved and charged toward the enemies of Xiaoyao City. You lowly fellow, you actually want to kill." The young city lord stared at Duan Jinming with his eyes wide open and roared loudly. "Haha, in a while, our Dragon King will kill your father. Without your father, who do you think you are? You call me lowly, but who do you think you are in front of me?" Duan Jinming roared furiously, and 10 arms appeared behind him in an instant. Each arm was emitting golden light and fiery red flames. He was like a mythical creature. He raised a fiery red flame hammer and directly attacked the young city lord. "No, no! You bastard, get lost!" The young city lord shouted in terror. Hong! With a loud sound, the flame hammer landed on the array in front of him. Ripples appeared on the array. Hong, hong, hong! Another 3 terrifying attacks. A strong killing intent shot out from Duan Jinming's eyes. Crack! Crack! Soon, the sound of the array formation breaking was heard. "No, no, don't kill me." Seeing the array formation in front of him breaking, the young city lord cried out for help with a face full of fear. However, all the people of Xiaoyao City were being massacred by the members of the Dragon Palace. How could they have time to care about the young city lord now? At this moment, the mayor of Xiaoyao City heard his son begging for mercy in the sky. He widened his eyes and shouted coldly, "If you want to kill my son, die." His entire body trembled. He waved his arm, and a dazzling wind radiance seemed to be able to tear space apart as it slashed toward Duan Jinming. "You dare to be distracted while fighting with me?" On the opposite side, Wang Xian opened his mouth and the 5 elements millstone appeared. A stream of destructive energy attacked the wind radiance. Buzz! The energy collided and the wind radiance vanished instantly. "Suppress. Today, you shall be destroyed along with Xiaoyao City." Wang Xian roared loudly. The 5 elements millstone spun and streams of terrifying energy attacked the mayor of Xiaoyao City. There were even streams of energy shooting towards the 4th-level insightful emptiness realm experts of Xiaoyao City below. They were standing at a height of 10,000 meters while the rest of the insightful emptiness realm experts were at a height of 4,000 to 5,000 meters. The entire sky above Xiaoyao City was like the end of the world. Be careful, be careful. At this moment, the 4th-level insightful emptiness realm experts who were battling with dozens of Dragon Palace experts below were horrified when they saw the destructive energy that was suddenly shooting towards them from the sky. They let out a terrified roar. Ah! Ah! However, there were still 2 4th-level insightful void martial artists who were unable to dodge Wang Xian's attack despite being besieged by the members of the Dragon Palace. 2 miserable shrieks echoed in the sky. What? How is this possible? At this moment, in the sky, the mayor of Xiaoyao City, who had hundreds of long swords revolving around him, was shocked when he saw the scene below him. I can easily distract myself from dealing with you." Wang Xian swayed his huge body and spoke to the mayor of Xiaoyao City calmly. The mayor of Xiaoyao City's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ah! At this moment, the young mayor's desperate screams could be heard from below. "The young city lord is dead. The young city lord is dead. The young city lord is actually dead. It's over, it's over." In the sky, 2 profound void 4th-rank lords were killed. When the young city lord's miserable cry sounded, everyone in Xiaoyao City looked in that direction. In their eyes, beside the young man from the profound void 3rd-rank Firehammer clan, their young city lord's corpse lay there. The young city lord's eyes were filled with disbelief. Perhaps he would never have thought that he would die in the mouth of the despicable race that he spoke of. Perhaps the entire Xiaoao city would never have thought that the disaster in Xiaoao city was caused by the despicable race that they spoke of. Soldier! The city lord of Xiaoao city roared with a face full of grief and indignation. His eyes slowly turned blood-red and the hundreds of see-through swords beside him let out a clanging sound.
The trial has begun.
Wang Xian stared at the mayor of Xiaoao city, swayed his body, and said with a smile on his face, "Do you really think that I, Xiaoao Mountain, have wasted more than 100 years of my life?
Go to hell."
The mayor of Xiaoao city roared loudly with a ferocious expression. The void interpretation swords spun one after another, bringing with them an intense sharpness as they streaked across the sky.
5 elements millstone spin.
Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. The 5 elemental whetstones with a radius of 2 kilometers above his head smashed towards the 5 elemental whetstones.
Bang, bang, bang. The 5 elemental whetstones, with a radius of 2 kilometers, had a thickness of several hundred meters. When the 5 elemental whetstones landed on the whetstones, not a single trace was left behind. He, with the strength of the nameless sword demon, you have only been around for more than 100 years. Bing Hanzi has been around for more than 4,000 years. Yet he was still killed directly. From below, the people from the Bamboo Mountain sect looked towards the sky. When they saw Wang Xian transforming into that terrifying creature, the pitch-black millstones started to spin. A smile appeared on their faces. They looked at the mayor of Xiaoyao City with disdain in their eyes. After the short fight just now, they were certain that the mayor of Xiaoyao City was inferior to Bing Hanzi. As for Bing Hanzi, he had already been killed by Wang Xian.
This time, we will fight side by side with Lord Nameless Sword Demon. In the future, our Bamboo Mountain sect will definitely rise to the top. The people from the Bamboo Mountain sect looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender."
At this moment, miserable and terrified cries came from below.
They had collapsed. All the aristocratic families and powerhouses from Xiaoao City had completely collapsed after Wang Xian had killed 2 4th-level profound void martial stage powerhouses.
The violent 7 to 8 meter demon monkeys were hovering in the air, holding bows and arrows in their hands. There was also the metal sword principle that was filled with killing intent.
The influential families in Xiaoao City could not withstand a single blow from the elites of the Dragon Palace.
In the sky, many profound void martial stage powerhouses were dying rapidly. Their corpses fell to the ground. Some people in Xiaoyao City began to despair. They could not escape from the attacks of the other party at all.
Such powerful strength. Is this the member of the Dragon Palace, the other subordinate of the Dragon King?
It's so terrifying. My God, we will live with such a group of experts in the future. I can't imagine it. Haha, these experts will be our brothers in the future. Our Fire Hammer clan will rise up completely. We must cultivate well in the future. The Dragon King told us that our bloodline is extraordinary, and that we will become experts in the future. In the center of the destroyed manor, more than 2,000 members of the Fire Hammer clan stood there and looked at the battlefield in shock. The experts of the Dragon Palace who had come to pick them up were killing their enemies like gods of war. They were standing in a pure land in Xiaoyao City. Xiaoyao City is going to be destroyed. It's going to be completely destroyed. All the members of the Gilded Gold clan were standing next to the Fire Hammer clan. Because they were from the Gilded Gold clan, the Fire Hammer clan leader had called them here. They saw the familiar clan leaders and the familiar powerful warriors of Xiaoyao City die one by one. Even the young master of Xiaoyao City died at the hands of their future son-in-law. As for Lu Xiaohua, the eldest young master of the Lu family, this kind of person was not worthy of Duan Jiming's personal attack, nor was he worthy of a profound void martial artist's attack. In the first round of attack, he was killed by the members of the Dragon Palace. As for the princes and princesses of the 7 or 8 dynasties, they were like ants here. They were easily killed. Looking up at the sky, one could see the corpse of a profound void martial artist falling from time to time. They were very familiar with those profound void martial artists. I walk in light and darkness. I am the emissary of light. I am the spokesperson of darkness. Darkness and light, cross-kill. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice came from the sky. The voice was filled with killing intent. Everyone quickly turned to look at the sky. About 3,000 meters to the right, the black and white space seemed to have encountered a black hole. Darkness and light connected to the city.
The sky returned to normal and the old man appeared in everyone's line of sight.
He was the former water steward of Xiaoyao City, and now a fifth-level profound void-tier powerhouse. According to the water steward, this was his first battle since he broke through. However, at this moment, his entire body was in an extremely sorry state, and his body was covered in bloodstains. Around several vital parts of his body, there were almost fatal wounds. At this moment, in front of the water steward, there was a huge waterfall that was about 2,000 meters long, condensed from energy.
The waterfall fell from the sky. He stood in front of the waterfall, making the injured him look extremely violent.
Milky Way waterfall protection. The butler held a bright scepter in his hand and roared, "Wang!"
Time and space seemed to be frozen. On the opposite side, the white and black cross flashed and appeared in front of the butler.
The cross flashed past. It passed through the waterfall and the water steward. The Milky Way water slowly dissipated.
The water steward's body descended from thousands of meters in the sky towards Xiaoyao City.
The Type 5 void interpretation expert hidden in Xiaoyao City had fallen.
This was the prelude to the destruction of Xiaoyao City.
A Type 5 void interpretation expert was killed by a powerful expert of the Dragon Palace.
In the surrounding areas, when the residents of Xiaoyao City saw the body descending from the sky, they all trembled.
They knew that the era of the City Lord had ended. Whether Xiaoyao City would survive or not was still unknown. Unless the City Lord can kill all the enemies, but is it possible? A citizen looked at the war in the sky from afar. Could be said that once the order of Xiaoyao City was issued, Xiaoyao City would be destroyed. It's over, it's over, it's over. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Our dynasty is willing to submit to the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Don't kill me. Our Jin Liang dynasty is willing to submit. Don't kill us. The moment a rank 5 Void Interpretation Realm expert was killed in Xiaoyao City, the Void Interpretation Realm experts fighting with the Dragon Palace in the sky fell into despair. The dynasties had been fighting with the members of the Dragon Palace carefully from the beginning. Among them, the death rate was the fewest. Now that they saw this situation, these fence-sitters understood that if they did not submit, they would definitely die. After they died, their dynasties would be trampled to death by the experts of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasties.
The experts of the dynasties quickly begged the members of the Dragon Palace for mercy.
More than a dozen insightful Void Realm experts huddled together, bowed, and begged the members of the Dragon Palace who were surrounding them with unsightly expressions.
At this moment, they did not have the dignity of an expert at all. Facing the nearly 100 insightful Void Realm experts who were surrounding them, they did not dare to retain the slightest bit of dignity.
Boom! Kneel down and wait for your punishment. Right at this moment, a huge ocean-pacifying needle swept across the void, carrying a terrifying might. Ao Chitian's 10-meter-tall figure stood in the air, holding the ocean-pacifying needle god in his hand. He was like a wild and mighty general, glaring at all of them. Yes, yes. We'll kneel, we'll kneel. The expressions of the dynasty experts changed drastically. They gritted their teeth and flew down. Plop! A rank 3 Void Interpretation expert knelt on the ground. A crack appeared on the solid ground. The expert lowered his head and knelt there helplessly. Plop! Plop!
The experts knelt on the ground. They were all lords, ministers, and generals of the dynasty. They were all prisoners. Below, the members of the Fire Hammer clan looked at the experts kneeling on the ground.
These people were all high and mighty existences. In the past, when they faced this group of experts, they didn't dare to look directly at them and just bowed.
Now, they were all kneeling in front of them, waiting for their judgment.
We surrender too. We surrender too.
When the experts from the aristocratic families in Xiaoyao City saw the scene, they also shouted with faces full of fear.
Kill the people in Xiaoyao City. After today, there will be no Xiaoyao City in the world. However, Ao Chitian's violent voice greeted them.
Roar, roar, roar. The demon monkey roared and continued the slaughter.
After surrendering to more than a dozen insightful Void Realm experts, only a dozen or so insightful Void Realm experts in Xiaoyao City were killed. Among them, 3 fourth-level insightful Void Realm experts were struggling bitterly, their faces full of despair.
Kill! Another sound of killing rang out. This time, the 300 profound Void Martial Stage experts of the Dragon Palace swarmed forward. Drowned! The last dozen or so profound Void Martial Stage experts of Xiaoao City were directly drowned by terrifying attacks. In the entire Xiaoao City, tens of millions of people raised their heads to watch this great battle.
They looked at the profound Void Martial Stage experts of Xiaoao City who were drowned. 1 round of attacks, just 1 round of attacks. The remaining dozen or so figures fell to the ground. Below them, all the elite disciples of the noble families of Xiaoao City had long been turned into corpses.
Almost 10,000 corpses covered the surroundings.
This battle lasted less than 10 minutes.
A great victory, a complete victory. Everyone even found that none of the members of the Dragon Palace had died.
Hiss! The ordinary people in Xiaoao City looked over with awe on their faces.
At this moment, the entire Xiaoao City fell silent. Endless wind and clouds, 100 swords returning to the sect.
At this moment, a violent voice came from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. In their sight, the city lord of Xiaoao City was floating in the sky, his clothes fluttering even though there was no wind. Behind him, dazzling long swords were rotating slowly behind him.
As the mayor of Xiaoao City, all 100 flying swords were at the profound Void Realm.
The profound Void Realm longswords were paired with the Dharma idol of the 5th level of the profound Void Realm. The mayor of Xiaoao City unleashed his most dazzling attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Kill!
The longswords were slowly covered by the energy of the wind attribute. Each longsword was about 1,000 meters long. Over 100 longswords that were 1,000 meters long looked from afar and were filled with a shocking power.
Roar! 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 Boom! Boom!
Boom! The moment the longswords attacked, the 5 divine dragons let out a roar on the enormous 5 elements grinding mill in the sky.
They galloped on the grinding mill, and streams of energy of the 5 elements revolved endlessly.
Boom!
Boom! Boom! The longswords landed on the mill one after another. The ultimate of earth defense. Wang Xian shouted softly. Roar! On the mill of the 5 elements, the earth god dragon roared. The entire mill of the 5 elements emitted a thick and heavy aura as it withstood the attacks of the sharp swords.
Roar! The mill of the 5 elements trembled slightly under the attacks. When the last sharp sword landed on it, Wang Xian roared.
His 50-meter-long body charged straight at the mayor of Xiaoao City. Under the sunlight, his dragon scales were shimmering with a luster. He had sharp dragon claws, a majestic dragon head, and a huge dragon tail.
Divine dragon tail swing.
Wang Xian swept his dragon tail horizontally and charged straight at the mayor of Xiaoao City with a terrifying force. Carefree wind. The mayor of Xiaoao City roared and dodged to the side. Can you dodge it?
5 elements restraint.
A 5-colored radiance shot out from Wang Xian's eyes. With a wave of his dragon claws, waves of restraining force surrounded him. Not good. The mayor of Xiaoao City was horrified. The thick wind attribute energy on his body formed an incomparably huge wind shield.
Boom.
However, when Wang Xian's dragon tail landed on it, the wind shield collapsed at a terrifying speed.
In close combat, the divine dragon was no weaker than any race.
Bang! The terrifying strength caused the body of the mayor of Xiaoao City to transform instantly. His expression changed drastically as blood spurted out from his mouth.
It's over, it's over. I'm not resigned to this. Just you wait, I'll come for revenge.
The mayor of Xiaoao City had a look of fear in his eyes. His gaze swept across the area below and his expression changed drastically. His body moved and he let out a roar before he flew towards the back. You are too naive to think of leaving.
Buzz.
Wang Xian looked at the mayor of Xiaoao City who was escaping. The 5 elements millstone above him trembled slightly and charged forward with a terrifying force. Boom! The 5 elements millstone carried a terrifying force and landed directly on the mayor of Xiaoao City. Ah!
He roared in pain as his body tried to break free from the 5 elements millstone.
However, the 5 elements millstone, which was about 2 kilometers in circumference, pressed against his ant-like body and crashed forward. Boom! An extremely shocking sound was heard.
Crack, crack, crack.
At this moment, everyone watched in horror as the 5 Elements millstone crashed into a mountain peak 10,000 meters behind Xiaoyao City.
The mountain slowly cracked open.
It slowly collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Behind Xiaoyao City, the 10,000-meter tall peak collapsed, as if it was a sign of the destruction of the entire Xiaoyao City. Rocks rolled down and the waterfall flowed in disorder. Some sharp-eyed people saw a familiar corpse flowing down the waterfall.
Everyone in Xiaoyao City stared blankly at the scene, their eyes slightly widened.
The 10,000-meter tall mountain collapsed. Xiaoyao City collapsed as well. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the 50-meter tall, terrifying creature in the sky. Their eyes were filled with deep respect. This terrifying creature didn't even have the slightest injury after killing the mayor of Xiaoyao City. Other than the final attack, the rest of the time, he was controlling that terrifying gigantic millstone. Wang Xian scanned the corpse of the mayor of Xiaoyao City and looked down at the entire Xiaoyao City. Roar!
He let out a soft roar, and the roar of a dragon resounded throughout the entire Xiaoyao City.
In the future, there will be no more Xiaoyao City in this world.
He let out a loud roar and swayed his body as he descended towards the ground.
Buzz! Upon landing on the ground, Wang Xian immediately reverted to his dragon form.
Master Wang is invincible.
The moment he landed on the ground, the people from the Bamboo Mountain sect rushed forward and shouted loudly, "My king is invincible!" The members of the Fire Hammer clan walked forward with fiery faces and shouted respectfully,
"My king is invincible!"
After witnessing the strength of their dragon king and the power of the members of the Dragon Palace, the faces of the members of the Fire Hammer clan were filled with pride. "All right."
Wang Xian waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to say anything more.
He looked at the people from the Bamboo Mountain sect and said, "You can make a trip back to the sect first before heading to the Imperial Palace of the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty." "Yes, sir. We will report to the sect master and head to the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty immediately." The experts from the Bamboo Mountain sect nodded in pleasant surprise.
They knew that they had made the right choice in this battle.
They didn't know the relationship between the Dragon Palace and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, but they were sure that all the forces within a 100,000-kilometer radius were about to be shuffled.
And the Dragon and Phoenix Empire was likely to control all the cities within a 100,000-kilometer radius. Looking at the 300 insightful emptiness realm experts, everyone from the Bamboo Mountain sect was very certain.
Your empires should be very clear about what's going to happen next. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire will take over all your cities and sweep through the 6 directions. Wang Xian looked at the dozens of insightful emptiness realm experts who were kneeling on the ground and said without a doubt, "Yes, sir. We will definitely cooperate."
The experts from the dynasties nodded their heads with bitter expressions. What was supposed to happen had finally come. In this short period of time, they had already made up their minds.
The Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty had 300 insightful emptiness realm experts. It was not something they could resist at all.
In fact, no empire could resist such a terrifying force within a radius of 100,000 kilometers or 200,000 kilometers.
It was only a matter of time before they were subdued or conquered. If they wanted to obtain a good position now, they could not be like the Jinliang Empire. The Jinliang Empire was taken care of by the experts of the Dragon Palace previously. Now, not a single one of them was left alive. The Gilded Gold family. At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly looked at the members of the Gilded Gold family. "My lord, I'm here. I'm here." The members of the Gilded Gold family trembled slightly under the leadership of the Gilded Gold ancestor and a level 3 void interpretation stage powerhouse. They hurriedly took a few steps forward. They knelt on the ground and were filled with respect. "No need. Get up." Wang Xian waved his arm and an imposing manner made them stand up. "You are guilty. However, on account of the fact that the lady of the Gilded Gold family is marrying the future general of the Dragon Palace, Duan Jinming, you will be pardoned. Now, you will lead the members of the Dragon Palace to collect all the valuable items in the entire Xiaoyao City. They will not be required to hand over the items belonging to the ordinary citizens. In the future, your Gilded Gold family can go to the Dragon Phoenix dynasty and become an official or just a family. Wang Xian said to them calmly. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We will definitely atone for our sins.
Thank you, Dragon King.
Everyone from the Gilded Gold family thanked him immediately. Gilded Gold Yen was also full of gratitude. The members of the Gilded Gold clan knew that what happened today was not a bad thing for their Gilded Gold clan. In fact, it was a great good thing.
With the importance that the king attached to Duan Jiming would definitely become a high-ranking official of the Dragon Palace in the future.
And their son-in-law was Duan Jinming. Just this reputation alone could make their Gilded Gold clan stand at the peak of this continent. It seems that we have to curry favor with Yan and this son-in-law in the future. All the members of the Gilded Gold family looked at each other. However, the eldest sister and second brother who stood at the side looked at Duan Jinming and their third sister in a daze.
They never thought that a young demon beast who was lowly in their eyes would rise to the clouds and soar to the sky.
They had never expected that their third sister would become someone that the entire Gilded Gold clan had to curry favor with in the future.
This made them look a little embarrassed.
One had to know that they usually didn't treat their third sister and Duan Jinming very well. Lords of the Dragon Palace, follow me. We are familiar with every clan in Xiaoyao City. We will take you there, the Gilded Gold family said to the members of the Dragon Palace. The golden swordfish accompanied them to search for the treasures of the families in Xiaoyao City.
All the families in Xiaoyao City had participated in this mission to destroy them.
Now that they had been destroyed, the treasures had to be taken away. These families controlled 95% of the resources in Xiaoyao City.
Not to mention the mayor of Xiaoyao City.
The mayor of Xiaoyao City had a few hundred longswords of the insightful void tier. One could imagine how wealthy he was. According to Wang Xian's estimation, the entire Xiaoyao City was worth at least 10 to 20 trillion middle-grade spirit stones.
This was not an exaggeration. One had to know that the items auctioned off in a king's auction were worth 10 to 20 trillion middle-grade spirit stones.
As for the 10 to 20 trillion middle-grade spirit stones, Xiaoyao City needed to withdraw 10% of them.
That was 1 to 2 trillion middle-grade spirit stones.
Just the Xiaoyao City Lord alone had more than 10 trillion resources.
Including all the families, it was definitely a terrifying amount of resources.
After obtaining all the resources in Xiaoyao City, my strength can almost be raised by 1 level. As Wang Xian thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. Furthermore, the corpses of the experts could increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. After helping Feng Luan sweep through the surrounding 30 dynasties, the strength of the Dragon Palace would receive a terrifying increase. He moved and flew towards the residence of the mayor of Xiaoyao City, collecting all the items inside.
Dragon King, collect all the items. 2 hours later, the Gilded Gold family led the Dragon Palace to the king's territory in the center and said loudly.
In the king's zone at the center of Xiaoyao City, all the members of the Fire Hammer clan were behind Wang Xian. A group of members from the Dragon Palace and the Gilded Gold clan walked over one after another and handed him interspatial rings. Return to the palace. Wang Xian looked at the items in the interspatial rings. A smile appeared on his face as he shouted softly.
The Fire Hammer clan is located in the center. Gather around. The rest of you follow on the left and right.
Mao Zedong said to everyone from the Fire Hammer clan. He swept his gaze across the Gilded Gold clan as well as the insightful Emptiness Realm experts from the few empires. Roar! 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 Soft roars were emitted from the mouth of the Flood Dragon. The 9 Flood Dragons swayed their bodies and arrived at the front.
A dragon chair appeared at the back. Wang Xian moved his body and landed on the dragon chair.
Move back to the palace.
A golden swordfish shouted softly. The dragon flew towards the Dragon Palace. Buzz! The people from the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division waved their arms. A strong gust of wind enveloped the Fire Hammer clan.
The members of the Fire Hammer clan were all at Transcendent Level 4 or 5. Their flying speed was too slow. With the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division's insightful Void Realm expert leading them, their speed wasn't slow either. Boom! When the nearly 4,000 members of the Dragon Palace flew into the sky, Their terrifying aura caused the surrounding residents of Xiaoyao City to widen their eyes.
Who would have thought that because of the Fire Hammer clan, the entire Xiaoyao city would be annihilated and all the experts and aristocratic families would die? Even the mayor of Xiaoyao City, the most powerful person in the area of 100,000 kilometers, was killed. The people looked at the disappearing members of the Dragon Palace in awe and shock. Xiaoyao City would be destroyed in name only. Soon, the entire city would be taken over by the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Dragon Palace. The members of the Fire Hammer clan floated in the air for 1,000 meters. They looked at the scenery around them and the disappearing Xiaoyao City with yearning in their hearts. The Dragon Palace would be their new place of birth. On the way back, Wuxia took a whole 4 days to bring over 2,000 members of the Fire Hammer clan along. Wuxia told Feng Wan in advance and asked her to pick up a few powerhouses from the dynasty as well as members of the Gilded Gold clan. After that, he brought the Fire Hammer clan along and headed towards the Dragon Palace. Your Fire Hammer clan originally possessed the bloodline of the Fire Gold Dragon species and belonged to the aquatic species. Today, you have returned and will be the first to break through the Dragon Gate.
When he arrived in front of the Dragon Palace, Wuxia spoke to all the members of the Fire Hammer clan.
Oh my god, this is the Dragon Palace. This is simply
a huge palace located at the bottom of the sea. This area is at least 100 kilometers. It's not much smaller than Xiaoyao City. Furthermore, this building is simply too shocking. I can feel a kind of attraction from the bloodline inside. This will be our home in the future. All the members of the Fire Hammer clan widened their eyes in shock when they saw the magnificent Dragon Palace in front of them.
This huge building that stood at the bottom of the sea was really intimidating.
Let's start to break through the Dragon Gate. Not all creatures can enter the Dragon Palace. Those with poor aptitude are not qualified to enter the Dragon Palace. The Fire Hammer clan leader asked the members of the Dragon Palace for some information on the way and said to all the humans, "Yes, yes."
The members of the Fire Hammer clan looked a little nervous as they rushed toward the Dragon Gate.
When they entered the Dragon Gate, they felt a strong resistance.
However, they had the bloodline of the peak dragon species of the Dragon Palace, so the resistance didn't stop them. What a rich spiritual essence.
It's too rich. Wow, is this our Dragon Palace?
It's so beautiful. The members of the Fire Hammer clan entered one by one. Their faces were filled with excitement and excitement.
Dragon King. At this moment, Ao Nu and Ao Xia flew over and greeted Wuxia respectfully. Settle down the Fire Hammer clan and bring them around the Dragon Palace. Also, get Prime Minister Gui to bring them to the Dragon Pool to increase their strength.
Also, let Gilded Gold Yen enter the Dragon Pool as well.
Wuxia said to them. It's the Dragon King. Ao Shrimps and Ao NV nodded immediately. Dragon Pool. Thank you, Dragon King.
Duan Jiming and the chief of the Fire Hammer tribe looked excited and immediately shouted respectfully.
Hee hee. Wuxia smiled and flew directly to the location of the Dragon King Hall. Jin Ming, what is the Dragon Pool? Clan leader, what is the Dragon Pool? Jin Yen and the Fire Hammer clansmen asked curiously. Let the two lords of the Dragon Palace introduce it to you. The Fire Hammer clan leader looked at Ao Shrimps and Ao Nu and said respectfully. There's no need to be so respectful. Our Dragon Palace has the Dragon King's Palace, the Dragon Pool, the Dragon Cave, and the Dragon Field, which are 4 of the more important venues.
The Dragon King's Palace is where the Dragon King handles his affairs. The Dragon Cave is where the disciples of the Dragon Palace live, and the Dragon Field is where they practice their skills.
As for the Dragon Pond, it's also called the Dragon Transformation Pond. You can increase your cultivation base and evolve into other dragon species.
Ao Nu continued to introduce with a smile. There are currently 4,000 members of the Dragon Palace. Including you, there are a total of more than 6,000 members. Currently, there are 8 leaders.
Oh my god. There are actually 600 insightful emptiness realm experts in our Dragon Palace. There are only 6,000 members living in the majestic palace within a radius of more than 100 kilometers. Oh my god! When the members of the Fire Hammer clan heard Ao Nu's introduction, they all widened their eyes in shock. The evolution of our bloodline will allow us to become the Divine Dragon Clan. We can easily break through to the insightful emptiness realm, or even higher than that. The Fire Hammer clan leader's face was filled with excitement.
Even Gilded Gold Yen was a little absent-minded.
Her current strength was only at level 7 of the extraordinary realm. She was not considered weak among humans. It might be difficult to break through the insightful emptiness realm in this lifetime. However, as long as one entered the dragon transformation pool, the insightful emptiness realm was merely a starting point.
This opportunity was simply too terrifying.
Dragon King. Miss Feng Luan and the Dragon Queens are here. Less than an hour after Wang Xian returned to the Dragon King's palace, Prime Minister Gui came to report. Wang Xian, the news you brought this time really caught me off guard. I made a trip to Xiaoyao City and destroyed it. A group of girls followed Feng Luan in. They walked towards Wang Xian with smiles on their faces. Hee, how is it? The dynasties within a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers are waiting for you to reclaim them. When are you going to take action? Wang Xian asked with a smile.
Are you trying to tire Sister Feng Luan to death?
The matters of the 4 empires have yet to be settled, and you have started to reclaim the 7 to 8 empires. There are still more than a dozen others. Xu Qing and the rest walked over and said with a smile. Hee. I never thought that the Dragon Phoenix Empire would develop so quickly. If I were to develop on my own, even with my past experience, it would take at least 10 years to conquer more than a dozen empires. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian happily. It was good to have someone to rely on.
How are you going to develop next?
Do you need manpower?
Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and asked seriously. If you need manpower, just lend me your guards of the Dragon Palace. I have obtained a lot of resources recently. I will be able to break through to level 4 of the see-through realm in a month at most.
By then, I can totally fight against level 5 of the see-through realm. It will be much easier to subdue other dynasties.
Feng Luan nodded and said directly to Wang Xian.
Sure. Let the strange demon clan follow you during the expedition. Ao Yao's strength can be used to assassinate a 5th-level void interpretation just in case. Wang Xian nodded and said to her.
Feng Luan smiled. She knew the strange demon's strength.
There were not many strange demons in the Dragon Palace, but their strength was definitely the strongest.
Xiao Xian, the few of us have also joined the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. In the future, we will be the 7 elders of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty's Elder Council.
Yes, brother. In the future, we will also be the founding ministers of a dynasty. Perhaps the people will build statues for us in the future. Haha. In the upcoming expedition, we are prepared to fight on the battlefield with Sister Feng Luan. We will let the people of the extraordinary continent know who said that women are inferior to men.
Guan Shuqing, Xiao Yu, and the rest said excitedly. You guys can do whatever you want. Just pay attention.
Wang Xian said with a smile. Many dynasties had a group of elders. For example, in the Light Dragon dynasty, the group of elders could decide the position of the crown prince.
The elders had a lot of power.
Of course, Guan Shuqing and the rest were just having fun out of boredom. With the 5 girls including Shuqing, Xiao Yu, and Zhang Fengying, even the weakest among them was at the 1st level of the insightful void tier. In the current Dragon and Phoenix Empire, they were all experts. By the way, Feng Luan, I plan to monopolize the forging shop in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Will this be easy to implement?
Wang Xian asked her.
Now that the Dragon Palace had the Fire Hammer clan, they were extremely fast in forging weapons. If they monopolized the forging of weapons in the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire, they would earn at least tens of billions of middle-grade spirit stones every day, or even more. If they used these spirit stones to purchase pills to increase their strength, they would be able to quickly increase the Dragon Palace's strength.
Monopolize the weapon industry? In fact, I want to monopolize the pill refining industry.
Feng Luan looked at him and revealed a thoughtful expression. The benefits of monopolizing are obvious, especially the pills and weapons. However, there's a problem, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. These 2 huge forces will be stationed in every dynasty. If they are not allowed to stay, they will be attacked by the other party. Especially the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. If they really rule over 1 to 200 cities in the future, they will definitely not let this market go. As Feng Luan spoke, she slowly frowned. How big are the forces of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop? Wang Xian asked Feng Luan.
On the mainland, these two influences are only weaker than the five empires.
Each of them has a person in the realm of longevity overseeing them.
Feng Luan frowned slightly.
The realm of longevity, the existence of a demigod? Wang Xian also frowned. Now that they were facing such an existence, there was absolutely nothing they could do. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop said that they wanted to enter your dynasty and open a shop there.
If you didn't agree, the other party could completely eliminate you in the dark.
There is one way, and that is to get the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to make a move. In the past few years, I have gotten the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to make a lot of preparations. However, there is a problem. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan can only withstand the attacks of their top-notch experts. However, if the other party uses some tricks in the dark, it would be very troublesome for us. Feng Luan's eyes sparkled as she said. Then what do you do? Wang Xian looked at her.
Initially, we only monopolized the medicinal pills and didn't defend the Holy Item Forging Workshop. However, since you want to monopolize the weapons, I will get the Fire Lark clan to make new preparations.
At most, we should be more careful. The strength of the Fire Lark clan is not weak. Feng Luan smiled and made a decision.
All right.
Wang Xian nodded. Let me know when we can enter the weapons market. I will prepare immediately.
Okay.
Feng Luan nodded and said, I have to take care of some things. Wait. I have something for you.
As Wang Xian spoke, he threw a bead that was half bright and half dark to Feng Luan.
This bead was a treasure that Wang Xian saw in the system treasury. It was called the Light and Dark Source, and it was exchanged for 10 million dragon crystals. This treasure was very magical. It could sense the loyalty of the other party to him. Nowadays, the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty was developing rapidly. Some of the powerhouses who were subdued had no loyalty at all. Using this light and dark source, one could detect whether a person was loyal to him or not and whether it was harmful to him or not. This thing was very useful to Feng Luan.
There was a prerequisite to this. The use of the bead required the dripping of the other party's blood.
So magical.
Feng Luan took the bead and revealed a look of surprise on her face. Soon after, a smile appeared on her face.
With this light and dark source, it will save me a huge amount of trouble. Feng Luan smiled and left the palace.
Wang Xian dragged the group of girls and started to stay on the couch for a few days.
For the rest of the time, Wang Xian stayed in the palace. Currently, the sea area within a few thousand kilometers was under the control of the Dragon Palace. The number of members of the Dragon Palace was increasing every day. However, the increase was not much. At most, 10 creatures could pass through the Dragon Gate and enter the Dragon Palace every day.
A month later, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty started their journey.
The Dragon Phoenix Queen led her troops and the 7 elders were all at the Void Interpretation level. In addition, there were 15 generals at the Void Interpretation level and 20 swordsmen at the Void Interpretation level.
In addition, the entire Bamboo Mountain sect followed the queen.
A total of 80 Void Interpretation experts led 30,000 soldiers to battle the surrounding dynasties. 7 or 8 of them had already surrendered, and in just 2 months, 8 of them had surrendered.
However, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty did not stop and continued to expand. After breaking through 8 dynasties, the number of Void Interpretation experts that Feng Luan had sent out reached 150. With Feng Luan, who could fight against a rank 5 Void Interpretation expert, no dynasty could withstand their attacks. The entire Dragon Phoenix dynasty expanded at a terrifying speed. After Feng Luan broke through cities and dynasties, a large amount of resources were sent to the Dragon Phoenix Royal City and the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Phoenix Royal City continued to expand. They vowed to build the Dragon Phoenix dynasty into the most magnificent and beautiful city. When some of the dynasty's resources were sent to the Dragon Palace, coupled with the resources Wang Xian obtained from Shaoao City, the amount of dragon qi he needed had reached the level of leveling up. During the war, the corpses of the experts were also sent to the Dragon Palace. The members of the Dragon Palace were also improving rapidly. Boom! In the vast dragon palace, Wuxia, who had transformed into a divine dragon, was lying on the huge dragon throne. His entire aura shook and the majesty of a king spread throughout the entire dragon palace. His figure grew rapidly from 50 meters to about 70 meters. The scales on his body were even more resplendent, and the huge dragon horns were even more mystical. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough in your speed level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of the 5 elements, the great grinding of the 5 elements has further strengthened your dragon claws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the aspect of the dragon kingdom in your palm. Name Wuxia. Race, 5 elements divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level, 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, 3rd transformation of the divine dragon transformation. Dragon crystal. 1276400000000000000. Supernatural ability. Ruling the water tribe. Ruling the water tribe that is lower than one's own level. Devouring creatures. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability, soul capture, spirit possession, light and dark fire dragon eyes, light and dark void, light and dark shadowless, light and dark. Aspect, 5 elements grinding, controlling the dragon kingdom. Possessing the dragon palace, level 3. Members of the dragon palace, 6,396. Crack. I've finally made a breakthrough. In the Dragon King's hall, Wuxia let out a sigh of relief. A faint smile appeared on his face. He stared at his dragon claws. Wuxia did not obtain any special aspect for this breakthrough. Controlling the dragon kingdom was only a matter of how strong he was. When he strengthened his physical body and unleashed his dragon kingdom, his dragon claws could turn into a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. The claws contained terrifying 5 elements energy. The effect was the same as the 5 elements millstone. However, the 5 elements millstone leaned towards long-range combat while controlling the dragon country was considered close combat. Looking at his dragon claws, Wuxia could feel that his dragon claws had undergone a powerful upgrade after this breakthrough. Each of his 9 claws contained terrifying power. Since ancient times, 9 claws were the pinnacle. Be it the 9 claws or the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, they represented the peak. The current me should be able to kill a level 6 see-through expert easily. As for a level 7 see-through expert, I'm not his match. Wuxia moved and swayed his body. His huge body was filled with strength. His body moved and transformed into a human form. Congratulations to the Dragon King for his breakthrough in strength. The members of the Dragon Palace have absorbed the resources this time and obtained a huge increase in strength. This time, the number of the members of our Dragon Palace who are experts in the void interpretation realm has also reached 1,500. The leaders have achieved another breakthrough in strength. Prime Minister Gue walked over and reported to Wuxia with a smile on his face. To be able to receive such a huge improvement in just over a year, it's really not bad. Wuxia revealed a satisfied look on his face. It had been a year since Wuxia returned from Xiaoyao City. During this 1 year, he had never left the palace. He had been cultivating in the Dragon King Palace and dealing with some matters in the Dragon Palace. Today, his strength had finally achieved a breakthrough. Compared to the Dragon Palace, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire had developed the fastest in this 1 year. A year ago, Fengluan had swept through more than 20 dynasties. Now, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty had become a colossus. There were more than 200 cities under the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. There were more than 300 void interpretation experts in the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. The number of void interpretation experts was not weaker than the old dynasty, the Light Dragon dynasty. If the current Dragon Phoenix dynasty wanted to expand further, it would be difficult for it to expand unless it competed with the dynasties around the Human Demon Graveyard. Let's make a trip to the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Shu Qing, Xiao Yu, and the other girls really think that they are the elders of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. They stay in the Dragon Phoenix dynasty every day. A smile appeared on Wuxia's face. His body moved and he flew out directly.
Dragon King, are you going to the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City as well?
As soon as he flew out of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian saw Duan Jinming returning from the outside. He asked respectfully with a simple and honest face. Yes, I haven't been out for a long time. I'll make a trip there. How's the situation with the forging of the Dragon and Phoenix now?
Wang Xian nodded with a smile and asked. Dragon King, everything is normal. We are earning more than 20 billion middle-grade spirit stones every day.
Duan Jinming smiled and said,
Yes. Thank you for your hard work.
Wang Xian nodded his head. No hard work, no hard work. Duan Jinming smiled and shook his head.
In the current Dragon Palace, the weakest group of people were the members of the Fire Hammer clan. Even so, half of the members had already reached the half-step void interpretation stage. The rest were all at Transcendent Level 9. There were more than 20 people who had reached the void interpretation realm.
After monopolizing the weapon industry of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, the Fire Hammer clan could bring 20 billion middle-grade spirit stones to the Dragon Palace every day.
They continued to fly toward the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City. Compared to the previous cities, the Dragon Phoenix Imperial City had expanded a lot in more than a year. Now, it could be said to be the most prosperous and majestic city within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers.
It's Lord Wang.
Hello, Lord Wang. Greetings, Lord Wang. On the city wall, the city guards who were guarding the city saw Wang Xian's figure and immediately greeted him respectfully. Although Wang Xian had not been here for a year, his image was deeply etched in the hearts of everyone in the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City. Everyone knew that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire was able to develop to this day because of this Lord Wang.
Wang Xian nodded his head lightly at them and flew directly towards the palace. Master Wang, are you going to look for the queen? Please follow me.
A palace guard walked over respectfully and led Wang Xian towards the imperial study room of the palace. Master Wang, the queen is in the imperial study room. The guard walked Wang Xian to the door and said respectfully, All right, I'll go in by myself. Wang Xian nodded and walked straight in. Your Majesty, this is the final ultimatum from our life and death elixir workshop and the forging formula for the holy relic. If you don't allow us to enter the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, don't blame us for being impolite. Our life and death elixir workshop and the forging formula for the holy relic have stood for 7,000 to 8,000 years in the Transcendence continent. There isn't a single empire that dares to shut us out. You have to consider it carefully.
Of course, I have already considered it carefully. I know what I want to do with the empire that I have conquered.
Since our Dragon and Phoenix Empire has the ability to monopolize the elixirs and weapons, why should we hand it over to others? Wang Xian had just stepped into the imperial study when he heard a voice coming from inside.
HMPH, since the Dragon and Phoenix Queen is so stubborn, don't blame us for being impolite. I hope your empire can survive for a little longer.
Haha. A maniacal laughter came from inside. Following that, Wang Xian saw 5 middle-aged elders walking out from inside. A few of them had angry looks on their faces as they walked out in a huff. Wang Xian looked at them and raised his eyebrows slightly.
They are just like a bunch of robbers. They don't want to pay anything and want to enter the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty.
Humph. Isn't it just having 8,000 to 9,000 years of history? So what? The disgruntled voices of a few girls came from inside. Wang Xian glanced at the group of people who had left.
What's going on?
Why are the people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop here?
Wang Xian entered the imperial study room and looked at the group of girls inside. He asked in puzzlement,
Xiao Xian, you're here? The group of girls immediately revealed a look of joy when they saw him enter. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop are here to issue an ultimatum. After rejecting them this time, I reckon they will use some means. Feng Luan frowned and said to Wang Xian, What's wrong?
Can't the fire lark stop them? Wang Xian frowned as well and asked worriedly.
Stopping them is only temporary. Although the other party cannot directly send experts to destroy our dynasty, they can use their powerful forces and financial resources to target us.
Feng Wan's eyes flickered. Just now, I had already taken a step back and was willing to cooperate with them. 70% to 30%, but they still didn't agree. These two forces are too overbearing.
If the other party were to play some tricks, It might bring a great disaster to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Wang Xian frowned and looked at her. According to the style of these two forces, they might not want to play any tricks. Instead, they would directly suppress them with a powerful force.
Feng Wan guessed. If it's a direct confrontation, we can still deal with them. We still have to increase our strength.
Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling as he said. With his current strength, he could fight against a 6th-level void interpretation. This strength was considered pretty good, but it was only limited to the region of Flowing Sea. If it was placed in the vast region or even the region of the 5 empires, it would not be enough. Forget it. We will be flooded in the future. Feng Luan shook her head helplessly and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. In the past year or so, there were simply too many things that she needed to worry about.
The Dragon Phoenix dynasty had just risen and there were simply too many things that needed to be dealt with.
Sister Feng Luan, didn't you say that you wanted to go out and take a stroll in disguise? Why don't you ask little Xian to come with you, and we'll take a good stroll around these great rivers and mountains?
Little you said with great interest. That's good too. Some cities reflect some things, so we can go and take a look too. Feng Wan nodded. Politics did not happen overnight. Some policies were implemented, but whether they were implemented or not, Feng Wan did not know. If she wanted to truly understand, she still needed to personally go and take a look. To experience the people's livelihood and see the hardships of the people, she could better solve the problem.
Only then would the entire dynasty support the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty even more. Although this world was a world of martial arts, powerful martial arts could suppress everything.
However, the prosperity of a dynasty depended not only on martial arts, but also on policies.
Those who gained the hearts of the people would obtain the world. After gaining the hearts of the people, the geniuses, and experts from a city would want to join the dynasty and the army.
Naturally, the dynasty would become stronger and stronger.
All right, I've stayed in the Dragon Palace for a year. It just so happens that I want to come out and have a look.
Wang Xian nodded and said with a smile.
Then let's get ready and set off. The group of girls said happily. The 3rd year of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty calendar, the Dragon and Phoenix Queen visited in disguise. The Dragon Phoenix dynasty is courting death. How dare they shut us out of the life-death pill workshop and the holy item forging workshop? If it wasn't for the problems in the central continent, we would have sent out experts to destroy them.
Do they really think that they can ignore us just because they've unified more than 20 dynasties and have more than 200 cities?
Now that the Dragon Phoenix dynasty doesn't put us in their eyes, we'll let them know the consequences. Otherwise, there might be more dynasties that don't put us in their eyes in the future. Each and every small dynasty dares to be so arrogant. The Lord Manager has already learned about this. The Lord Manager has already gone to the Blood Flow dynasty.
Blood Flow dynasty? Could it be that our Lord Manager wants the Blood Flow dynasty to make a move?
If our life and death pill workshop and the holy item forging workshop join hands, besides strength, we also have financial resources. As long as we can bring out something that makes the Blood Flow dynasty interested, they will make a move. At this moment, outside the Dragon Phoenix Empire, 5 people rode on void interpretation level beasts with cold expressions as they flew into the distance.
They wore the clothes of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop, and they emitted a faint killing intent. From ancient times until now, other than the powerful empires, no dynasty would dare not let their Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop enter.
The Dragon and Phoenix Empire was one, and it was only one dynasty.
A dynasty?
Did they really think that they could match up to the Empire?
What a joke. The location in front is the Ice and Snow Empire. The closest city to us is the Wind and Frost City. The first city we went to is here.
Feng Luan was in disguise.
Wang Xian and the 7 girls had followed her out for 3 days and arrived at the first city. It was a city 50,000 kilometers away from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire.
This city could be considered to be far away from the Emperor. Feng Luan mainly wanted to come to these cities to take a look.
Wow, this city is dressed in plain silver. It's so beautiful. The few girls looked at the city in front of them and said with sparkling eyes,
Keep a low profile when you're there. All of you are traveling incognito, not tourists. Wang Xian reminded them when he saw the group of girls in high spirits.
Hee, we can also enjoy the scenery.
The group of them came to the city that was covered by snow and wind and landed on the ground. Apart from Wang Xian and the group of girls, Feng Luan also brought two people. One was Mang Hong and the other was an old lady. The old lady was also a powerhouse at the level of the see-through void tier. She was also at level 4 of the see-through void tier. She was an elder of a dynasty. After she was subdued by Feng Luan, she was kept by her side because she had the highest loyalty. Mang Hong's strength had also reached profound void tier 4, and he was one of the pillars of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. The group walked toward Wind Frost City. As a city, there were quite a number of strangers coming and going, so many people were curious about them. After all, most of them were great beauties.
This city is so beautiful. There's snow everywhere. It's so unique. After entering the city, the group of girls looked around curiously.
Make way, make way. At this moment, two berating voices came from behind.
Ha! Feng Luan and the others hadn't gone far when they heard this unscrupulous voice, causing her to frown slightly.
The carriages pulled by the snow beasts sped forward. Feng Luan looked at the carriage, slightly displeased.
Your Majesty, there are some unfair things in every place. You are ambitious, but your policy time is still too short. It needs some time to ferment. The old woman standing behind Feng Luan whispered when she saw the queen's slightly unhappy look. I know that some things can happen, but they must be changed in the future.
Feng Luan nodded her head. She took a glance at the carriage and continued walking forward. The Snow and Wind dynasty, which used to be cold and freezing, belongs to a dynasty where the people are more valiant and simple. There are many martial artists with water and mutated ice attributes born here. Feng Luan introduced to Wang Xian and the rest. Some of the people in the surroundings were wearing thicker clothing compared to other cities. The temperature here was at least several tens of degrees below zero. For many of the younger children, the weather was still very cold.
The few of them came to the most luxurious restaurant in Wind and Frost City, looked at the beautiful scenery around them, and ate some food. I heard that the Wind and Frost Lake in Wind and Frost City is very beautiful. Let's go and take a look later. Guan Shuqing looked at some information about Wind and Frost City on the communication stone plate and said with a smile.
Sure. We'll stay in Wind Frost City for a few days anyway.
Feng Luan said with a smile on her face. Then let's hurry up and eat. I heard that you can skate on it, hee. The group of girls became interested. After eating, they walked toward the central Wind Frost Lake again.
When they came to the Wind Frost Lake, they found over 1,000 young men practicing martial techniques on the lake.
Not far away from them, there was an academy, the Wind and Frost Academy. Within the academy, many students were practicing their martial techniques within the Wind and Frost Lake. It was a scene of prosperity. There are so many people, there should be at least 100,000 people.
Shu Qing and the others walked towards the frozen lake with interest, grabbing the surrounding snow. Within the lake, there were many children. The laughter of children filled the sky above the Wind and Frost Lake. Hua hua hua. At this moment, the sound of a carriage came from behind. More than 10 huge carriages stopped in front of the Wind and Frost Lake. It's time to collect the clear spirit grass. All parents, bring your children over.
At this moment, more than 20 middle-aged and old men stepped out of the carriage, and their voices echoed in the surroundings.
It's time to collect the clear spirit grass. Hurry, hurry. Quick, quick, son. Come here. Mommy will bring you to collect the clear spirit grass.
Thank you so much, Your Majesty.
One by one, the middle-aged men hurriedly brought the children around them and walked towards the carriage. Feng Luan looked over and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Mommy, I want it too. Child, we are not qualified to collect it. When your father breaks through to the transcendent realm, we will be able to collect it.
Oh, child, you have to cultivate well in the future and become a powerhouse. We can buy these things ourselves.
At this moment, the sounds of mother and son conversing could be heard from the side. Wang Xian and Feng Luan looked over. Two mother and son dressed in simple clothes stood at the side and looked in the direction of the carriage. Feng Luan frowned and looked at the surroundings. She noticed that a few children were looking at the carriage with eager faces. Sister Feng Luan, if I remember correctly, The clear spirit grass is produced in Qingling Mountain. Although it's only an extraordinary first-grade spiritual grass, it's very effective for children. The dynasty invests at least 1 trillion middle-grade spiritual stones every year and gives the clear spirit grass to all children for free. Now, what? Sun Lingxiu's gaze swept the surroundings, and she frowned as she looked at Feng Luan.
Some people are courting death. How dare they covet something like this? Feng Luan slowly shook her head and walked towards a boy who was dressed in shabby clothes. Little friend, where's your father? Feng Luan walked over wearing a veil and asked the little boy with a smile on her face.
Mom and Dad are working.
They are working. Let's go, Auntie will take you to get the clear spirit grass.
Feng Luan said to her with a smile. I can't get it. Dad said to buy it for me to make my body better. The little boy shook his head and said to Feng Luan. This made her slightly stunned, and her face slowly darkened. Bye. Let's go. Auntie will take you there. Feng Luan held the little boy's hand and walked towards the carriage. The little boy wanted to break free, but after Feng Luan turned her head and smiled at him, he immediately followed behind. Sun Lingxiu followed behind. Wang Xian shook his head and ignored her.
Feng Luan was disguised as a private visitor. She wanted to find out the problem and solve it. He wasn't surprised to encounter such a matter. Hello, we are here to collect the clear spirit grass. Feng Luan walked over with the little boy and said directly.
What's your name? The middle-aged man in front of the carriage asked without raising his head. Ming Xiang. Feng Luan looked at the little boy and the little boy said directly. Ming Xiang?
There is no such name. The middle-aged man raised his head as he spoke and looked at the little boy. He frowned and said impatiently, don't you know your name? You are not on the list to receive it. Why can't I receive them?
Feng Luan asked directly with a cold face.
If I say I can't, then I can't. I didn't expect you to dress up pretty well. Your child is so sloppy. Hee woman, with the money to dress up like this, I can buy clean spirit grass for your child.
The middle-aged man looked Feng Luan up and down and said with a smile. According to the law of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, every 6 to 12-year-old child can receive a clean spirit grass every month. Why can't we receive it? Feng Luan stared at the middle-aged man and coldly said.
If you can't accept it, then you can't accept it. Get lost quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite.
The middle-aged man heard Feng Luan's words and sternly berated her. Do you know what will happen if you violate the law of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty? Feng Luan coldly asked them. Are you courting death, woman? Decree?
We are the decree. We risked our lives to bring the pure spirit grass here from tens of thousands of kilometers away. It's easy for us. I'm warning you, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, you'll spend a few days in the prison.
Someone with such delicate skin like you is absolutely welcome. Ha ha.
The middle-aged man said arrogantly to Feng Luan, which made the surrounding middle-aged men and elders burst into laughter.
We are acting according to the orders of the higher-ups? What? You want to sue us?
Go ahead. A burly elder walked over directly and said to Feng Luan with a cold expression.
Aunt, the decree says so, but not everyone can receive it. There are also conditions. If I can't receive it, I don't want it anymore.
The little boy saw the fierce middle-aged man and spoke with a face full of fear. At the side, some families who came to collect the clear spirit grass frowned at the scene. No one dared to say anything.
Sue you? Then I want to see who gave you the order. Feng Luan sneered when she heard their arrogant words and looked at Manhong.
City Lord of Windfrost City, get your ass over here.
Windfrost City, City Lord? Get your ass over here. An angry shout came from Manghong's mouth, and his voice instantly resounded throughout the entire Windfrost City. The group of middle-aged elders standing in front of Feng Luan were stunned. When they felt the loud and clear voice from Manghong's mouth, they felt a bad premonition.
Especially when the burly man behind the veiled woman actually shouted for the city lord to get his ass out.
In Windfrost City, this was a matter of treason and courting death.
If one didn't have the strength, they definitely wouldn't dare to be so arrogant.
Oh! At this moment, in a warm room, the city lord of Windfrost City, who was watching a group of beautiful women dancing, heard this shout, and his expression changed slightly.
Insightful Void Realm expert?
The eyes of the city lord of Windfrost City flickered.
Who dares to cause trouble in Windfrost City?
His figure moved, and he directly appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion. He coldly shouted. In an instant, everyone in Wind Frost City was stunned by these two shouts. The citizens of Wind Frost City raised their heads with stunned expressions and looked at the city lord above the city lord's mansion. Everyone in Wind Frost Lake also looked at the position of the carriage with stunned expressions. Who are you people? The dozen or so people in front of the carriage stared at them with their eyes wide open.
City Lord of Wind and Frost City, come here immediately. I have something to ask you.
Feng Luan raised her head and looked at the sky above the city lord's mansion as she said with a twinkle in her eyes.
Her clear and cold voice once again resounded throughout the entire Wind and Frost City.
This voice. When the city lord of Wind Frost City heard Feng Luan's voice, his eyes widened slightly and his pupils couldn't help but shrink.
His body trembled and he hurriedly flew over. From afar, when he saw Feng Luan's figure, the old woman behind her, Mang Hong, and a few familiar figures in the surroundings, he felt his vision go black.
Her Majesty, Her Majesty. His voice trembled as he hurriedly flew over and directly knelt on the ice-cold surface of the lake. What? Your Majesty.
The Dragon and Phoenix Queen?
That's our queen. My God, the queen. When everyone around saw the city lord kneeling on the surface of the lake in fear and trepidation, their faces revealed shock. It had already been a year since the Snow Wind dynasty was subdued by the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty.
However, this was the first time they had met Her Majesty the Queen.
Moreover, it was done in this way. Your Majesty the Queen, please spare my life. Your Majesty the Queen, please spare my life.
The dozens of middle-aged elders in front of the carriage instantly had their foreheads filled with cold sweat. They knelt on the ground and shouted in fear.
Your Majesty the Queen.
Everyone in the surroundings was prepared to kneel on the ground. You don't have to kneel.
Feng Luan waved her arm, causing the surrounding people to be unable to kneel down. This method caused the surrounding people to widen their eyes and be filled with shock. Half a year ago, I gave an order that the children of my Dragon and Phoenix dynasty can enjoy the transcendent rank 1 clear spirit grass for free to wash their bodies and become the foundation of an expert. Why? When I came here, some of the children can't receive it for free. Why must there be conditions? The dynasty takes out trillions of middle-grade spirit stones every year just to lay a solid foundation for the children. When the youth is strong, the dynasty is strong. City Lord Feng Shuang, you are plotting against the future of the dynasty. Feng Luan's face was ice-cold as she stared at the city lord of Feng Shuang City. When City Lord Feng Shuang heard Feng Luan's words, his face was extremely pale as he said in fear, Your Majesty, I don't know about this matter. It has nothing to do with me,
No matter what, you have already derelict your duty. I think you don't need to be the city lord anymore. I will thoroughly investigate this matter.
If it has something to do with you, if you have done other things that harm the people, then you will be punished according to the laws of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. Feng Luan waved her arm, and a ring of fire flew directly toward the city lord of Wind Frost City. No, Your Majesty, no.
The city lord of Wind Frost City's expression changed greatly and he shouted out in terror.
Xiuqing, inform the Prime Minister to send a profound void martial artist to take over the position of the city lord of Wind Frost City.
Mang Hong, go investigate the matter between the spirit grass and the city lord of Wind Frost City.
Feng Luan ordered the old woman and Mang Hong beside her. It's Your Majesty. The two nodded respectfully. I am the ruler of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, and you are the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. As citizens of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, you will enjoy all the benefits and policies of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. As officials, you must love the people, and as citizens, you must own the country. The dynasty will ensure the safety of everyone's lives and allow everyone to live as happily as possible. I hope that the people of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty will become stronger. The Dragon and Phoenix dynasty has a complete promotion system, especially the young people. The future Dragon and Phoenix dynasty will belong to your era.
Feng Luan's gaze swept across everyone as she spoke in a deep voice. Thank you, Your Majesty. Our life this year is already much better than before.
That's right. Be it the education of our children or the free distribution of goods, This is something that we didn't dare to imagine in the past. Thank you, Your Majesty.
The citizens shouted at Feng Yuan excitedly. I am the people. Only the people can be for me. Water can carry a boat and it can also overturn it. Among you, there might be a pillar of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty in the future. Do your best.
As Feng Yuan spoke, she gestured to Wang Xian and the group of girls before flying directly towards the city lord's mansion. I didn't expect that a queen would actually say that I serve the people. Only the people can serve me. Water can carry a boat and it can capsize a boat.
In the lake, a teacher who was teaching students looked at the figure in the sky with a face full of respect. Compared to a year ago, our lives are much better. I didn't expect that the queen would personally come today and even imprison the city lord. This is a powerhouse at the profound void tier.
According to the decree that has been issued for many years, if it is fully implemented, then our lives in the future will be even better. The queen is secretly visiting us in disguise. She came to our city and directly crippled the city lord. This is a good king. In the future, I want to cultivate well. I want to become an expert. I want to fight for our dynasty.
The appearance of the queen made everyone in Wind and Frost City look excited.
Especially those few words of the queen. They had the urge to die for those who were close to them. I serve the people. Only the people can serve me. Compared to the reign of the Snow Wind dynasty, the current Dragon and Phoenix Queen was simply too good. 4 days later, when the new city lord arrived, all the items that were confiscated by the previous city lord were distributed to the people.
4 days later, Feng Yuan, Wang Xian, and the rest left Wind and Frost City.
On the Wind and Frost Lake, an ice sculpture that was 200 meters tall was erected. The ice sculpture was a woman wearing a veil. It was lifelike and full of majesty. This was the Dean of the Wind and Frost Academy. He personally carved it for the Queen of Dragons and Phoenixes. This was to express his respect for the Queen. This is also one of the most important landscape of Wind and Frost City in the future. It is also the first stop of the history of the Queen in private. Tingfeng City,
Hanyang City,
Lingwei City.
In the following days, Wang Xian, Feng Yuan, and a group of girls walked past one city after another.
In these cities, they met arrogant families and rich second-generation children who wanted to molest Xiao Yu and the group of girls.
Their results could be imagined.
As the queen of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, it was no exaggeration to say that she controlled the lives of billions of people in the entire Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Those who committed crimes within a city were directly eliminated. There were also kinder families and experts with great ambitions who were directly recruited by Feng Yuan and conferred as ministers of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. They walked through dozens of cities consecutively and used nearly 100 days. Along the way, they also browsed through the scenery of the various cities. In this competition, I must obtain a spot in the top 10. Only then will I have a chance to enter the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City and battle with the geniuses of more than 200 cities in the entire dynasty.
Competing with the heavens favorites from more than 200 cities. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. If I can reach the royal city, I will have a chance to meet the queen. Her Majesty the Queen is a peerless expert at the 5th level of the see-through void realm. I heard that Her Majesty the Queen is secretly visiting in disguise. In the past few months, she has visited dozens of cities. Some families and city lords who have bad manners have been punished.
I really want to see the queen's heroic bearing.
Haha, I want to see it too. I wonder if there's a chance.
In front of a huge city, Wang Xian, Feng Yuan, and a group of girls walked onto a spacious road and walked into the city ahead. In the surroundings, young men who were filled with fighting spirit rode on their mounts and walked into the city in high spirits.
This is Flaming Sun City, once the imperial city of a dynasty. Now, this city is one of the top 5 cities in the Dragon Phoenix dynasty.
This is also the furthest city from our Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City. It's more than 100,000 kilometers away.
Walking on the road, Feng Yuan introduced the city to Wang Xian and the rest with a smile. It seems that this place is only about 100,000 kilometers away from the cemetery of humans and demons.
Wang Xian looked around and said, "Yes. This place is very close to the cemetery of humans and demons." Feng Yuan nodded and looked towards the east. The area within 200 to 300,000 kilometers around the tomb of the humans and demons is the most glorious place in the flowing sea region. Wang Xian nodded slowly. That was indeed the case. There were 4 top-notch forces, 1 dynasty, and 1 sky sword sect that was close to the dynasty. Your Majesty, it seems that the results of the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty's prodigy competition are pretty good. Mang Hong, who was sitting at the side, looked around and said happily, "Yes, it's going well. It will be held every 3 years. In this way, our Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty will have an endless stream of experts." Feng Luan also nodded in satisfaction. As soon as they entered the city, a lively atmosphere blew over. The discipline and order of this flaming sun city is quite good.
Guan Shuqin and Xiao Yu glanced around and found that this place was much better than other cities.
Hee. Now that news of the Queen's private visit in disguise has basically spread in the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty. Which city lord or family member dares to be impudent?
Mang Hong said with a smile.
This atmosphere is good. It seems that there will be a prodigy competition here in the next few days. We can watch the competition. Shu Qing, Xiao Yu, and the rest of the girls were filled with energy along the way.
There was a constant flow of delicious food and beautiful scenery. If they saw anything good, they would immediately buy it. This was just like a woman shopping. She was full of energy. Even Feng Wan was not immune to it. Under the guidance of a few girls, she bought many beautiful clothes, rouge, and gadgets.
Wang Xian was in a good mood when he saw how happy they were. That's not bad. Let's treat it as a martial arts competition performance. Ha! Wang Xian laughed and echoed from the side. Everyone laughed. Once they entered the center of the city, the management of the entire Flaming Sun City was in place. It was basically harmonious.
As the former imperial city, there were many strong people and powerful families here. The group of them looked for many restaurants but could not find a place to stay. Hence, they bought a manor.
This was their last stop. The first Heaven's Pride competition of the Dragon Phoenix Empire was about to be held in the Dragon Phoenix Royal City. Feng Luan was going to appear during the competition. Xiao Xian, Sister Feng Luan, we got more than 10 admission tickets for tomorrow's competition. Look, they are at the front row.
Wang Xian, Feng Luan, and Sun Lingxiu sat in the courtyard of the manor and sipped their tea.
Xiao Yu and Shu Qing, who were full of energy, came back with tickets in their hands and said happily,
all right. Let's go and take a look tomorrow."
Wang Xian nodded with a smile. I heard that the night scenery of Yenyang City is very beautiful. Shall we go out for a walk tonight? Xiao Yu pulled Wang Xian's arm and said, You guys are really full of energy. Wang Xian shook his head helplessly. All right. Feng Luan nodded her head with some interest. Wang Xian was even more helpless.
In the evening, they arrived at a new city. Everyone was filled with novelty. Xiao Yu and Shu Qing, who were the most excited, held their communication stone plates and looked at the tour guide. Let's go to the shore of Hero Lake first. That is the most famous lakeside in Yan'an City. There is a saying that if you can't reach the shore of Hero Lake, you are not a hero. Let's go,
Xiao Yu said loudly. The group of people naturally didn't have any objections and walked towards the so-called Hero Lake. So many people. The group of people came to a lake that only had a radius of 5 kilometers. Only then did they know what it meant to have a lot of people. The Waning Moon young master from the Waning Moon City is in front. Quick! Let's go and have a look.
The Waning Moon young master is the #1 prodigy in the Waning Moon City. He can definitely rank in the top 3 or even #1 in this prodigy competition. Young Master Nanfeng, Young Master Qian Jun, and Goddess Huahua are all at the front. They are all strong contenders for the first place. At this moment, the voices of young men and women could be heard from the surroundings.
Especially some women. Their eyes were glowing as they walked forward like they were chasing after a star.
The atmosphere here is pretty good. Wang Xian looked around and revealed a faint smile.
Let's go. Let's go and take a look at the Heaven's favorites in this competition.
Xiao Yu walked forward with great interest.
Wang Xian and the rest followed behind. Your temperament is extraordinary and your head is prominent. All of you are the Heaven's favorites in the Flaming Sun continent. In the upcoming competition, the Heaven's favorites will compete for supremacy. I wish all of you young masters and ladies the best.
Haha, Miss Huahua, you don't have to be so humble. Everyone knows your strength. There are not many people who are your match in this competition.
Just as they got closer to the front, Wang Xian and the rest heard loud and hearty laughter.
The laughter was filled with ease. Wang Xian and the rest looked over. There were more than 20 young men under a pavilion by the lakeside.
Some of them were sitting, some were leaning on bamboos, and some were holding wine flasks. All of them were extraordinarily handsome.
Many of the people around looked over with admiration and respect.
A group of level 8 transcendents. There are even a few level 9 transcendents among them. They are not bad. Wang Xian looked over and commented indifferently.
A young genius at level 8 or 9 extraordinary was already a very dazzling existence in a dynasty or a city.
Especially a level 9 extraordinary, it was enough to establish a pretty good family. Even if it was in a capital, it was still the same.
It's still pretty good. These are all talents that can be molded. Teach them well, at least half of them can reach the insightful void realm.
Feng Luan looked over and slowly nodded her head.
These people were the top geniuses among the 700 to 800 million people. To be able to reach the 8th or 9th level of the extraordinary realm was also a dragon among men.
However, these so-called heaven's favorites were a little weak by Wang Xian's standards, especially when compared to the heaven's favorites in the Tomb of the Human Demon. In the Tomb of the Human Demon, one must have the strength of a half-step insightful emptiness realm if they wanted to enter the top 20 of the heaven's favorites list.
Even many young people at the half-step void interpretation realm couldn't enter the prodigy role. Perhaps there would be a half-step void interpretation realm prodigy in this year's prodigy competition of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, but obviously there was no such person here.
Let's go sit down and eat something to enjoy the night view.
Xiao Yu and the others were dispirited when they saw the so-called prodigies. In their eyes, the strength of the so-called prodigies was even weaker than the weakest of the Dragon Palace.
All right. Everyone nodded and went to a pavilion at the side. They ordered some food and drinks. Soon, the sound of music could be heard from the small lake. In the lake, a woman was holding a guzheng and playing a song.
A young man from the group of heaven's favorites was waving a long sword on the water with great interest.
Inxian, I haven't heard you play the guzheng for a long time. Wang Xian looked at Tang Inxian and said with a smile.
That's right, sister-in-law Inchuan's guzheng is like a dream.
Sister Inxian, do you want to play a song? Wang Xian opened his mouth and looked at Tang Inxian. The girls were also staring at her with great interest. Okay. Since husband and the other sisters want to hear it, I'll play a song for you. Tang Inxian was all smiles.
She was originally from the Heavenly Note sect, and she had also comprehended a special sound wave energy from the dolphins.
The music she played could make one feel as if they were in a fairyland. Tang Inxian waved her arm gently, and a guzheng at the 3rd level of the void interpretation realm appeared in her hand. This guzheng was called the Bell. It was the name of the first guzheng that Wang Xian gave her, and it had been used ever since. Ring, ring, ring. The guzheng floated beside Tang Inxian. Her slender fingers moved slightly, and in an instant, the surroundings seemed to have quieted down.
Eh?
What a pleasant sound.
When Tang Inchuan's guzheng rang, everyone around was slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment.
Even the surrounding heaven's favorites looked over hurriedly. What a beautiful melody. It can actually affect a person's mind.
Everyone was slightly shocked as they quietly listened. The sound was pleasing to the ear and went straight to the mind. Tang Inxian was playing a cheerful piece of music to express her feelings.
When the surrounding people heard his music, they could not help but smile happily. In the lake, the young sword-wielding heaven's favorite seemed to have gained some enlightenment, and the sword technique in his hand became even more agile and agile.
Eh? Sister Inxian, the young man in the lake has realized something and is about to break through. Give him a hand.
At this moment, Feng Luan sensed the fluctuations from the sword-wielding young man in the lake, and a strange look appeared in her eyes as she whispered to Tang Inxian. Oh! Tang Inxian looked at the young man in the lake, and a smile appeared on her face. Good fortune.
She lowered her head slightly and her fingers moved quickly. The sword in the young man's hand became more and more dreamy. Streams of water followed his sword technique and a blurry image appeared behind him.
A crescent moon reflected in the lake.
Look at young Master Xiaoya's sword technique. My God, has he comprehended something? Is he going to break through?
Young Master Xiao Yu has comprehended something. Is he going to become the #1 half-step void interpretation expert in our flaming sun continent?
Everyone around had shocked expressions on their faces as they stared blankly at young Master Xiao Yu in the lake.
Even the group of heaven's favorites had shocked expressions as they stared at young Master Xiao Yu in the lake with their eyes wide open. He's still a little bit away, but he'll definitely break through within 2 days. Feng Luan looked at him with a hint of admiration in her eyes.
It was not bad for the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to have such a young half-step void interpretation expert.
Ha ha. Ha ha.
Not long after, when the sound of Tang Inchuan's guqin disappeared, young Master Xiaoye in the lake laughed out loud with excitement on his face. Young Master Xiaoye, you've broken through?
Under the pavilion of the group of heaven's favorites, a lady asked with a twinkle in her eyes. Not yet, but I'm almost there. Ha ha. Young Master Xiaoye placed the treasured sword in his hand back into its scabbard and laughed happily. His eyes looked towards the pavilion of Wang Xian and the rest. When he saw Tang Inxian, his eyes lit up.
His body moved and he flew straight towards Wang Xian. The sound of this lady's guqin is truly like the music of the heavens. If it wasn't for her celestial voice, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend it. Xiaoye, thank you again.
Xiaoye Gongzi came to the pavilion and cupped his hands towards Tang Inxian. Xiaoye Gongzi actually went to look for the lady who was playing the guqin. I have to say that the sound of the guqin just now was really like the music of the heavens. This is the best guqin I've heard. Wow. Look at that beautiful woman playing the zither. She's so beautiful. She's like a goddess in the sky.
The few women beside her are also very beautiful. Why are there so many beautiful women?
The surrounding people looked over. When they saw Tang Inxian and the others, their faces were filled with astonishment. There's no need. Tang Inxian shook her head lightly. I wonder how old you are. Where are you from? Young Master Xiaoye looked at Tang Inxian and asked again. My sister-in-law. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly said, causing young Master Xiaoye's face to stiffen.
This lady, your sister-in-law? This? Young Master Xiaoye's handsome face was obviously stunned. He asked hesitantly, I wonder if you are married?
Why? What else do you want to do?
Xiao Yu asked mockingly.
Naturally, it's a fair competition. Young Master Xiao Yu puffed out his chest as he spoke. He looked at Wang Xian, who was the only young man in front of him. I believe this brother is this lady's boyfriend.
You are also here to participate in the Heaven's Favorites competition? Why don't we spar a little? I would like to see what qualifications you have to be favored by such a beautiful lady.
Wang Xian looked at this young Master Xiaoye and smiled.
Let's go, husband.
Tang Inxian held Wang Xian's arm and winked at him with a smile. Let's go, let's go. There are too many people here.
The group of girls also stood up with a smile and walked out.
Coward, if you're a man, let's spar.
Young Master Xiaoye's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Wang Xian. I will get the title of the #1 Heaven's Favorite in Flaming Sun City. I'm the most outstanding young man. When the time comes, miss. He was a little unwilling to admit defeat as he spoke. However, when he saw Wang Xian, Tang Inxian, and the rest leaving without turning back, his expression changed. Young Master Xiaoye clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. When everyone around saw this scene, they were slightly stunned.
This Xiao Yu Gongzi actually fell in love with a woman? However, the other party already had a boyfriend and didn't care about him at all. This was gossip. Sister Inchuan's charm is really great. All of you have great charm. To be able to meet all of you is the blessing of my life. That's right.
A group of people walked on the streets of Flaming Sun City with smiles on their faces as they chatted.
They strolled until 12 o'clock before they returned to the manor where they were staying. As night fell, the entire Flaming Sun City was extremely quiet and filled with harmony. This was the most harmonious city they had ever come to. The customs of the people and the city lord's manor were very good, and there were no rich family disciples who were courting death to provoke them. Even if they met a young prodigy who wanted to pursue Tang Inxian, their attitude was still considered very good. Let's go. Let's go and watch the competition. The next morning, Xiao Yu, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls said excitedly, "Let's go. I also want to see the strength of some of the geniuses in the Flaming Sun continent."
Feng Huan nodded and paid a private visit in disguise. She naturally wanted to go and take a look at such important matters related to the dynasty.
She wanted to see the venue and the strength of the younger generation of the dynasty. After eating some simple food, the group walked towards the Academy of Flaming Sun City. Flaming Sun City Academy was the largest academy in the entire Flaming Sun continent region. It was also the most luxurious academy. The dean was an expert at the second level of the see-through void tier. In this prodigy tournament, not only would the dean appear, even the mayor would come to watch the final match.
When Wang Xian and the rest arrived, they realized that there were already more than 100,000 people gathered in the surroundings.
As the first prodigy tournament held by the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, the prizes that were presented were extremely precious. Once one could enter the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City, one could basically become the general of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire in the future. This was a dream for all the youths.
The surroundings of the entire competition ground were very lively. Many people sat on their seats and watched.
In the arena, there were 5 arenas competing at the same time. The arena in the middle was the largest, having a radius of more than a kilometer. This competition came from more than 20 cities. Only the top 5 geniuses of each city had the qualifications to come to Flaming Sun City for the competition. Among the 120 geniuses from each city, only 10 had the qualifications to enter the Dragon Phoenix Royal City for the final competition. At that time, there would be 200 geniuses from the 20 continents battling each other. "Come, come. Our seats are at the front." Everyone came to the front. Today is the first Heaven's Pride competition of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. It's also the beginning of the battle for the geniuses of our Flaming Sun competition zone. You are from our Flaming Sun competition zone. Before the start of the competition, an old man floated at the front. More than 100 geniuses from more than 20 cities came to the arena. The old man was the city lord of Flaming Sun City, a third-level insightful void tier powerhouse. The city lord opened with a long opening speech, and then the competition began with the announcement of the principal of Flaming Sun Academy.
"Draw lots and fight. Young Master Xiaoya, Young Master Xiaoya. Qianjun will definitely win.
Goddess Huahua, I love you. If you get first place, I'll marry you. Beat this guy up." When the geniuses from the various cities drew lots one by one, the audience cheered for them.
They cheered for the geniuses they liked and thought highly of. "Great-grandfather, what are we doing here? Are we watching their match?"
With their strength, I'm not saying that I can defeat all of them by myself. With their strength, they still dare to call themselves geniuses. If they were placed in the Ladyboy graveyard, they would become a joke. At this moment, in a spectator's stand around the arena, 5 or 6 people were sitting in a corner. A young man lazily looked at the 100 or so geniuses in the arena. His eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. In his opinion, he could easily crush these so-called geniuses. They weren't qualified to be called geniuses yet.
Only people like him were truly geniuses.
There will be a huge change in the monster graveyard. The monster race is restless. There's news that some monster race wants to establish a monster dynasty. However, the monster race isn't unified. Some monster race don't agree. They want to split up like humans and establish a dynasty. Right now, there is a huge battle going on inside the demonic beast graveyard.
An old man standing beside the young man frowned and said slowly with a solemn expression, "A few 100,000 demonic beast races want to establish a dynasty? This is really interesting.
Isn't it better for them to fight among themselves? It will just weaken their own strength," the young man said with a curious smile. As the saying goes, if you don't destroy it, you won't be able to establish it. If you destroy it, you'll be able to establish it later. This isn't a good thing for the humans in the human-demon graveyard or even the flowing sea region. In the Transcendence continent, the 10,000 Fey Empire, you can see that they have the least number, but they are one of the 5 great empires. Once the demon beasts in the human-demon graveyard are unified, they will erupt with terrifying might. We have to make some preparations in advance. Although the strength of the young people here cannot be compared to the geniuses in the human demon graveyard, each of them is a talent that can be molded. In the future, they won't be inferior to others. As the old man spoke, his gaze swept over the few young people on the arena, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. It's great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, you've come personally. It's not easy to recruit some disciples. Our bloodstream sect's reputation is placed here. When the young man heard the old man's words, his expression turned solemn as he spoke arrogantly. The old man faintly nodded his head. The mutation in the monster-human graveyard would definitely affect the human side. And as the top faction in the monster-human graveyard, they were able to get to where they were today because they had a sense of danger. With the rise of the demonic beasts, they had to make preparations in advance and recruit more geniuses and experts to prepare for the future. When they came to Flaming Sun City, they happened to find out that the Heaven's Favorites competition was being held here. Let the competition begin.
At this moment on the 4 arenas, there were already 8 young geniuses standing.
The battle of Heaven's Favorites had already begun.
Wuxia and the rest were watching it with great interest. Although their battle seemed extremely childish in the eyes of Wuxia and the rest, it was just like an adult watching a child fight. It was also filled with fun.
Cheers and cheers could be heard from the surroundings from time to time. The atmosphere of the entire competition ground was extraordinary. Wuxia and the rest watched more than 10 matches in the morning. In the afternoon, the group of girls felt bored and went to some gourmet restaurants in Flaming Sun City to eat delicious food. The next morning, the group returned again. The competition was only for 2 days. In other words, 10 Heaven's Favorites would be born in the afternoon and would head to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to participate in the finals. That person called Xiaoye, Qianjun, Lu Fengwen, Zhou Hai, and Nangong Huahua are all at Transcendent Level 9. They should be able to rank in the top 5. Mang Hong stood at the back and watched the competition. They are not bad. But there is another young man who is very good. That young man in tattered clothes has very good skills.
He should have just broken through to Transcendent Level 8, but his rich experience almost caused Qianjun to fail miserably. This young man should not be from a good family. In time, he won't be inferior to that Xiaoyu.
The old woman at the back said to Mang Hong with a smile.
When this generation of prodigies rises up, our Dragon Phoenix Empire will become better and better, haha.
Mang Hong laughed happily. The selection of the top 10 has ended. Congratulations to Xiaoyu, Qianjun, Zhou Hai, Lu Fengwen, Nangong Huahua, He Yiqing and the other 10 prodigies. You will represent the Flaming Sun continent to Dragon Phoenix Royal City to participate in the final competition. At that time, you will compete with the other continent's prodigies. In the afternoon, the 10 prodigies will have a ranking. Who will be able to become the king of the prodigies of our Flaming Sun continent? Everyone, let's wait and see.
On the stage, the teachers of Flaming Sun Academy announced loudly.
Eh? I didn't expect that other than that young man from Daybreak Moon. There's also a good seedling. At this moment, in a corner of the stage, an elder from the Bloodstream sect said in slight surprise. Oh? There's more? Great-grandfather, didn't you say that Xiaoyu is about to break through to the half-step void interpretation realm? Who else could it be? The arrogant youth beside the old man asked in surprise. That plain-clothed youth, He Yiqing, didn't take too many pills from his body. He has rich battle experience and should have fought in the wild. He's a good seedling.
The old man lightly stroked his beard and said with a smile.
Is that so? The youth looked over curiously. The duel in the afternoon didn't drag on for too long. 2 hours later, the competition continued. This time, it was the battle for the top 10 rankings. It was much more exciting than the one in the morning and yesterday. Every youth wanted to prove themselves and obtain a higher ranking.
At the start of the ranking competition, every genius youth who appeared on stage drew a flood of cheers.
The 10 youths had undoubtedly become the 10-star figures of the Flaming Sun continent. That He Yiqing is really surprising. He actually fought with Nangong Huahua for such a long time. Yeah, this He Yiqing is probably going to be ranked 6th, the strongest expert among the rank 8 transcendents. Nangong Huahua lost to Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai defeated Qianjun. I didn't expect that. The finals are here. As the battle progressed, the audience looked at the battle on the stage with excitement. The final battle, Xiao Yu versus Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai was originally a very low-key person among the five, but he didn't expect that he would fight all the way to the end.
Both of them are at the peak of Transcendent Level 9. It will take at least 10 minutes to decide the victor. In the center of the viewing platform, the City Lord of Flaming Sun City and the Dean of Flaming Sun Academy looked at the duel in satisfaction.
They represented the Flaming Sun region. They did not want to be ranked behind in the first Prodigy tournament of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. It was very embarrassing to say that. Haha. Zhou Hai, you're not my match. The top Prodigy of the Flaming Sun region is mine. Haha. It's time to break through. At this moment, two figures separated from each other in the fierce battle below. Xiao Yu suddenly laughed maniacally, and her aura began to rise rapidly. What? Zhou Hai's expression changed slightly when he saw Xiao Yu's aura increase greatly. You're going to break through.
Haha, that's right. I was about to break through 2 days ago. Today, the time has come. I'll let you experience the power of a half-step void interpretation.
Xiao Yu laughed maniacally, and with a movement, a terrifying power directly pressed down on Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's expression changed greatly. The opponent's attack had doubled. With his strength, there was no way for him to block it. Boom! He gritted his teeth and received the opponent's punch. This time, his body was sent flying over 100 meters away. He felt a sweet taste in his mouth. What?
Xiao Yu actually broke through. She actually reached the half-step void interpretation realm in the battle. My god, Xiao Yu actually broke through to the half-step void interpretation realm. This is simply too strong.
When everyone around saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. All of them stared at Xiao Yu with their eyes wide open. Good. Good. Half-step void interpretation. Half-step void interpretation. On the main stage, the City Lord of Flaming Sun City and the Dean of Flaming Sun Academy saw this scene and revealed excited expressions as they laughed loudly. With a breakthrough, Xiao Yu would have the chance to compete for the title of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire's King of Geniuses. Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu!
In the surrounding audience stands, those who supported Xiao Yu cheered excitedly. I admit defeat. Zhou Hai swallowed the blood in his mouth and said unwillingly.
Haha, in the younger generation of the Flaming Sun continent, I, Xiaoye, am the strongest. Haha. I am the head of the chosen one. Xiaoye couldn't help but shout at the sky with excitement. In the entire Flaming Sun continent, he was the king of the younger generation.
Domineering, Xiaoye is simply too domineering. This is the king of the younger generation of our Flaming Sun continent.
Too cool. Too cool. When the surrounding spectators saw the howling Xiaoye, all of them revealed smiles on their faces as they spoke in admiration.
TSK, he's really a little arrogant. Such a heaven's favorite isn't considered a heaven's favorite.
In a corner of the spectator stand, a youth said with slight disdain, These 10 youths are all pretty good. We'll recruit them over later, the old man said with a smile.
Coming here this time was a pleasant surprise to him.
Congratulations to the Dawn Moon Prodigy, the top prodigy of our Flaming Sun continent. He will lead the prodigies of our Flaming Sun continent to participate in the Dragon Phoenix Empire's prodigy competition. The remaining 9 prodigies will go up to the stage to receive their rewards. After wild cheers, the Flaming Sun Academy's dean stood up with a smile and said, It's the headmaster.
One by one, the top 10 youths of the Flaming Sun continent flew onto the stage and enjoyed the brilliance of the attention of thousands of people. 10 youths stood in a row on the stage with strong confidence on their faces.
8 male students and 2 female students. Each person's face was filled with pride and pride.
Today, you are the peerless geniuses of our Flaming Sun continent.
The dean looked at the 10 young men in high spirits and shouted loudly, Absolute geniuses! Absolute geniuses! Around them, hundreds of thousands of spectators stood up and shouted in unison. Hee. They don't have the qualifications to be called absolute geniuses. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire also doesn't have the qualifications to hold the genius competition. What is a genius? Only those who use blood to fight their way out of the genius stage of the demi-human graveyard can be called a genius. All of you aren't qualified yet.
At this moment, a mocking voice resounded in the surrounding sky, causing everyone to be slightly stunned.
The youth from the bloodstream sect slowly stood up. All of you are not worthy yet. When the last sentence resounded in the sky above the competition ground, the noisy surroundings instantly quieted down. Everyone, a total of over 100,000 people, all looked towards the source of the voice. The youth from the bloodstream sect stood there with a smile on his face.
He did not pay any attention to the cold gazes of the people.
Who is spouting nonsense here? On the stage, the tall and sturdy Chen Jun looked at the young man with a cold expression. His eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Haha, I'm not spouting nonsense. If I say that you're not worthy, then you're not worthy. At the very least, you're not worthy now. The young man laughed loudly. His body moved and he directly flew towards the stage.
He was dressed in a black robe and wore a robe, looking incomparably carefree.
Facing everyone's gazes, his expression was still incomparably calm.
His body moved and he directly stood on the highest stage, smiling as he looked at the 10 geniuses of the Flaming Sun continent.
On the main viewing platform, the City Lord and the headmaster of the Flaming Sun Academy frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. However, when the Flaming Sun City Lord looked towards the direction where the young man was flying towards, he furrowed his brows slightly and his gaze flickered as he looked at the few middle-aged men and elders from the Bloodstream sect.
Since you say that we aren't worthy of being called Heaven's Pride, then I would like to know what a Heaven's Pride is. Are you like this? Nangong Huahua giggled as she sized up the young man. A faint sneer flashed across her eyes. I don't deserve it. However, only someone like me can be called a Heaven's Pride.
As Helion who spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he spoke arrogantly. Haha, arrogant. You said that we aren't worthy of being called a Heaven's Pride. Only you are worthy. Then I want to see what qualifications you have to be called a Heaven's Pride. On the arena, the face of the youth ranked 7th in the Flaming Sun continent revealed an ice-cold expression. As he spoke, his body moved, and like a gust of wind, he attacked Helion who, a trash who has just stepped into the 8th level of transcendence, wants to challenge me. When Helion who saw the attacking youth, a disdainful expression appeared on his face. He waved his arm, and a gust of black wind directly swept towards him.
What?
When the black wind landed on the youth's body, his expression changed greatly, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Bang! His entire body flew backward at an even faster speed. What? This is impossible. Ling Feng was actually killed in one move.
That young man also looks very young. His strength is so strong. You have to know that even Qianjun and Zhou Hai couldn't kill Ling Feng so easily.
What terrifying strength. Who is he? In the surrounding audience stands, when everyone saw Helion who instantly kill Ling Feng with a single move, all of their faces revealed shocked expressions.
Just like this?
He still dares to call himself a Heaven's Pride. Helion who watched Ling Feng fall heavily to the ground, and a trace of disdain and ridicule appeared on his face.
You are too arrogant.
The Blazing Sun continent region's top Heaven's Pride competition's leader, Xiao Yu's gaze flickered as he stared at Helion who and coldly took 2 steps forward. With a move of his arm, a blue long sword appeared in his hand. Young Master Xiao Yu is going to make a move. Young Master Xiao Yu has broken through to half-step void interpretation. That kid actually dared to show off in front of young Master Xiao Yu and crippled him. He dares to say that our Dragon and Phoenix Empire doesn't have the qualifications to hold the Prodigy tournament. Teach this kid a lesson. Young Master Xiao Yu. Teach this guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson.
In the surroundings, some of the spectators in the audience seats shouted loudly.
City Lord. On the main viewing platform, the Flaming Sun Academy's principal frowned and shouted at the City Lord. Let's see what they want to do. The Flaming Sun City Lord's eyes flickered as he shook his head and watched with some solemnity.
More than 20 of the most powerful experts of the younger generation in the city have just broken through to the half-step void interpretation realm. Your strength is still not bad.
Helion, who stared at Xiaoyu and commented indifferently, "However, you're still a little bit away from becoming a heaven's favorite. If you can receive intensive training in the future, you have a chance to become a heaven's favorite. But for now, you're not qualified enough. If you want to challenge me, you're not qualified either. Come on, you so-called top 10 heaven's favorites of the Flaming Sun continent region, attack together."
"Don't say it, I won't give you a chance. Arrogant guy."
"Let me tell you, this is not a place where you can be arrogant. You want to challenge all of us?"
Arrogant.
As soon as Helion, whose words fell, the 10 young men of the Flaming Sun continent region revealed angry expressions. Each of them instantly erupted with a terrifying aura and charged toward him. They were the 10 strongest people in the entire Flaming Sun continent, yet they were actually looked down upon by others. How could they not be furious? One person wanted to challenge the 10 of them.
"Your tone is quite arrogant. If I defeat you, I alone will be enough." Xiaoyu's face was also filled with anger. Her body moved and the blue longsword in her hand directly stabbed towards him. "To be honest, you don't even have the qualifications to challenge me." As Helion who spoke, a bone fan appeared in his hand. He waved his arm and a black wind blew directly facing Xiaoyu. "HMPH, you are the first one who dares to be arrogant in front of me."
Xiaoyu's arm trembled, and several hundred densely packed blue water swords appeared around her. The long sword pierced through the air, emitting a sound like a waterfall.
The 2 flying swords crossed together and rushed forward.
"You are just a frog at the bottom of a well," Helion who said with slight ridicule, and waved the bone fan in his hand several times. Roar! A fierce beast condensed from dark energy directly attacked the water swords. "You have some skills." Seeing that his attack was easily blocked, Xiaoyu's heart slightly tightened. "Divine ability, water moon in the sky," he shouted loudly, and a water blue demonic blue crescent appeared in front of him. Ripples appeared on the crescent, and each ripple was like a sharp sword, directly attacking Helion who. Water moon in the sky. This is young Master Xiaoyu's famous divine ability. It will definitely be able to defeat the other party. Teach him a good lesson. Let him know the consequences of being arrogant. Seeing Xiaoyu and the arrogant youth fighting fiercely, the spectators shouted loudly.
"Hee hee."
The youth laughed disdainfully, waving the fan in his hand forward. Pitch-black spears pierced towards the crescent moon. Boom!
A dull sound came from the collision.
Following that, 2 pitch-black spears continued to attack Xiaoyu. "What?
Not good, Xiaoyu, be careful."
The top 10 youths at the back quickly warned. Water seal.
Cold sweat instantly appeared on Xiaoyu's forehead as streams of water formed a seal in front of him. The water seal completely enveloped him and protected him.
Pong! The dark spears landed on the seal in front of him and the entire defense shook violently.
His body could not help but retreat to the back.
Crash!
In the end, the water seal collapsed and the dark spear only disappeared.
Xiaoyu, be careful behind you. Be careful.
However, just as Xiaoyu thought that she had difficulty dodging the other party's attack, a cry of surprise came from the side.
Hee hee. I said that you are still far from it. Far from it. Helion who was standing in front of him, arrogantly looked down at him and said condescendingly.
At this moment, Xiaoyu, who was standing there motionlessly, had an incomparably pale face. He sensed behind him. A long dark spear stopped at the position of his back. A feeling of powerlessness surged into his heart.
This.
Around the huge arena when all the spectators saw Xiaoyu's back being pointed at by a black spear.
Their hearts tightened, and their faces revealed embarrassed expressions.
This young man who came out to cause trouble had actually defeated Xiaoyu, the most outstanding young prodigy of their Flaming Sun continent region. Moreover, he had defeated him so easily. I actually lost.
Xiaoyu tightly clenched her fist, her expression unsightly as she stared at Helion who. Haha. The 10 of you together might be able to make me pay a little more attention, but you alone, Helion who laughed lightly, his gaze sweeping over the 10 young prodigies of Xiaoyu, his face full of arrogance.
This disciple of the Bloodstream sect, I wonder what your intention is in defeating the elites of the Flaming Sun continent. Are you showing off your strength?
On the main viewing platform, The Flaming Sun City Lord slowly stood up and asked Hellion who of the Bloodstream sect indifferently.
HM?
What?
The Bloodstream sect?
That young man is from the Bloodstream sect?
The Bloodstream sect is a powerful sect in the demi-human graveyard. It can be ranked in the top 3 among all the sects and sects. What are the disciples of the Bloodstream sect doing here?
When the City Lord of Flaming Sun City's voice rang out, everyone was slightly shocked. They stared at Hellion who with faces full of shock. This was because Flaming Sun City was only about 100,000 kilometers away from the demi-human graveyard. It wasn't too far away. They were still aware of a great sect like the Bloodstream sect.
This was the true colossus within the demi-human graveyard. Even the current Dragon and Phoenix Empire was slightly weaker.
Haha. Then let me introduce myself again. The Bloodstream sect, Hellion who is ranked 17th on the Prodigy roll. I also barely made it onto the Prodigy roll, unlike my senior brother, who is ranked 7th on the Prodigy roll. As Hellion who spoke, his gaze looked towards a remote spot on the stage.
His words shocked everyone once again, and they looked towards the stage with faces full of shock. Meng Wabing, ranked 7th on the Prodigy roll. A young man who looked somewhat old-fashioned streaked across a black shadow and directly landed beside Hellion who.
Ranked 17th on the Prodigy roll. Ranked 7th on the Prodigy roll. The Prodigy roll seems to be a ranking on the Prodigy stage in the demi-human graveyard. Those who can enter the Prodigy roll are all peerless prodigies.
Everyone in the audience stared at Hellion who and the expressionless Meng Wabing, their faces full of astonishment.
What? You're only ranked 17th. On the arena, the 10 youths of the Flaming Sun continent stared at Hellion who, their faces revealing an embarrassed expression.
He was only ranked 17th, but he was actually so terrifying?
Then, that black-clothed youth who didn't speak at the side was ranked 7th. Wasn't he even more terrifying? This made Xiao Yu and the others' faces extremely unsightly. That's right. We are the true heaven's favorites.
Hellion who saw their shocked expressions and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In your place, you can never think of becoming heaven's favorites.
Only by going to the true heaven's favorites battlefield, to the Ladyboy graveyard, can you all become the true heaven's favorites. Just like the prodigy competition held by the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. It would only make you laugh. If you really took it out, it would be a disgrace.
His mocking voice resounded throughout the entire arena and everyone could hear it clearly.
This caused everyone's expressions to change slightly, and they felt somewhat embarrassed. They all knew that the prodigy stage of the transvestite tomb was the center of the entire Luhai region.
As long as one ascended the prodigy stage, they would become the prodigies of the entire region, the prodigies of the tens of billions of people. The current prodigy competition held by the Dragon and Phoenix Empire was indeed on a different level from the prodigy stage. Now that they were directly ridiculed by a prodigy on the prodigy stage, their expressions kept changing.
2 members of the Bloodstream sect, watch your words. If you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind disciplining you elders.
When the City Lord of Flaming Sun City heard Hellion whose words, he spoke directly with a cold face.
Haha. City Lord of Flaming Sun City. Did the disciples of our sect say something wrong?
A loud laughter was heard and the other 3 members of the Bloodstream sect flew directly into the sky.
3 middle-aged old men with white hair stood in the middle. He stared at the City Lord of Flaming Sun City with a face full of smiles. A faint power was emitted from their bodies. The 3 people floating in the sky suddenly appeared above everyone's heads like a huge mountain.
This caused everyone's breathing to stop and shock appeared on their faces. This power feels even more terrifying than the City Lord. An old man muttered.
The expression of the City Lord of Flaming Sun City changed slightly. Although he didn't know the 3 people from the Bloodstream sect, he could feel a terrifying power from their bodies.
He wasn't a match for them.
This caused the Flaming Sun City Lord's expression to become extremely grave. I wonder what your Bloodstream sect's large sect is doing in our Flaming Sun City?
The Flaming Sun City Lord expressionlessly asked the old man.
I'm just casually strolling around. I just happened to run into your competition. I feel that these 10 children aren't bad.
The old man in the middle revealed a trace of a smile. His gaze swept over the 10 youths on the arena as he said with a smile.
Oh? What do you mean? The Flaming Sun City Lord slightly narrowed his eyes as he stared at the three people from the Bloodstream sect.
Our Bloodstream sect is currently recruiting disciples. The 10 children on the stage have the qualifications to enter the Bloodstream sect. I wonder if you are interested. The old man glanced at the Flaming Sun City Lord and the 10 people from the Daybreak Moon sect who landed on the stage at the end and suddenly said,
"What?" The City Lord of Flaming Sun City was slightly startled. Even the 10 youths on the arena were completely stunned. They actually wanted to recruit them into the Bloodstream sect. This
Bloodstream sect, we are citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. They are the elites of our Dragon Phoenix Empire. They are not people that you can recruit just because you want to. The City Lord of Flaming Sun City growled in a low voice with a gloomy expression.
Haha, our Bloodstream sect is a sect. It has nothing to do with your dynasty. Moreover, our Bloodstream sect is a top sect in the Human Demon Graveyard. If you join us, we will give you more resources.
The old man laughed and glanced at the young people of Daybreak Moon and the others. The true chosen ones can only be born in our Bloodstream sect.
The Bloodstream sect actually wants to recruit Xiaoye and the others.
This is the Bloodstream sect.
I never thought that they would actually want to recruit Xiaoye and the others. In the audience stands, everyone watched this scene in astonishment. The experts of the Bloodstream sect actually personally invited them to join the Bloodstream sect. This was the Bloodstream sect. What is a Heaven's Pride? If you stay here, you will never be able to become a Heaven's Pride. Only by joining our Bloodstream sect and stepping onto the Heaven's Pride stage will you be a true Heaven's Pride. Staying here is just like a frog at the bottom of a well.
Hellion, who stared at Xiao Yu and the others with a face full of smiles and said with a smile.
Hellion, whose words made the 10 people's faces full of emotion. They were able to become the top 10 of the Flaming Sun continent region at such a young age. Which one of them did not have the heart of a powerhouse? They also wanted to become a true Heaven's Pride that looked down on the current generation.
They also wanted to be as powerful as Hellion, who, or even more powerful than him.
The Bloodstream sect was such a powerful sect's invitation, so they were naturally extremely moved. On the main viewing platform, the Flaming Sun City Lord saw the 10 hesitant young men, and his expression changed slightly. His expression was somewhat unsightly. The Bloodstream sect was a top-tier large sect that had personally invited them and used the name of a Heaven's Pride to entice them. Which young man wouldn't be moved?
Haha, a Heaven's favorite? What's a Heaven's favorite? If I say you're a Heaven's favorite, you're a Heaven's favorite.
Suddenly, a proud voice resounded through the sky. Haha, a chosen one?
What is a chosen one? If I say you are a chosen one, you are a chosen one.
The arrogant voice was filled with confidence and arrogance. These words that everyone heard were extremely arrogant and entered everyone's ears. The voice caused everyone to be stunned. So arrogant. I said you are a Heaven's favorite, and you are a Heaven's favorite? What arrogance!
Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. They wanted to know who it was that had such a tone.
Hee. When Wang Xian saw everyone looking over, he flew towards the arena with a smile on his face.
Feng Wan and a group of girls followed behind and flew towards the arena.
That is. The City Lord of Flaming Sun City, who was standing on the main stage, saw the figures of Wang Xian and the rest. He stared at Feng Luan and his expression changed slightly.
The Dean of Flaming Sun Academy, who was standing at the side, also widened his eyes.
The two of them did not hesitate at all and flew towards the arena.
Your Majesty!
The two of them landed in front of Feng Luan in the air. They bowed and greeted her respectfully. What? Her Majesty the Queen?
The Queen of our Dragon Phoenix dynasty?
The words of the Flaming Sun City Lord and the Flaming Sun Academy's Dean caused everyone's faces to reveal shock. Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen.
Some experts from the Flaming Sun City's families immediately stood up from the viewing platform and bowed as they called out.
Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen. When all the citizens saw their queen, they also hurriedly stood up and bowed as they called out. I've always heard that Her Majesty visited US incognito. I didn't expect that she would actually come to our Flaming Sun City.
Everyone knew about this legendary queen, especially in the past few months. The story of the queen visiting the city incognito, destroying the city lord, beheading the unscrupulous family, and serving the country and the people spread to every city.
What they didn't expect was that Her Majesty had actually come to Flaming Sun City.
Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen.
The 10 youths on the arena immediately half-knelt on the ground. The people of Feng Luan and the others who had faces full of shock, as well as the owner of the arrogant words. Wasn't this the group of people on the shore of Flaming Sun Lake that day? All subjects, rise. Feng Luan stood in the air, her hands slightly floating, and her voice entered everyone's ears. It's the Queen.
The city lord of Flaming Sun City took the lead and said, "The Dragon and Phoenix Queen?" The elder from the Bloodstream sect slightly raised his brows when he saw the sudden appearance of Queen Feng Luan. "Everyone from the Bloodstream sect, this is our Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. You have crossed the line by coming here to recruit disciples."
Feng Luan looked at the elder in the center and said coldly. At first, they were a little surprised when they saw a young man suddenly come out to cause trouble. When they saw that the Bloodstream sect was actually here to steal their genius young man, they naturally couldn't sit idly by. Haha, Dragon Phoenix Queen, our Bloodstream sect is a sect, not a dynasty. There are no restrictions on the recruitment of disciples by the sect. The white-haired old man in the middle laughed loudly.
"I don't care what sect you are from. This is the place for our Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty's prodigy competition. You are here to seduce our competition disciples. You are courting death."
Mang Hong's body instantly erupted with a fierce aura as he directly charged toward the 3 people from the Bloodstream sect.
Hee, don't be so violent.
The white-haired elder in the center felt the aura from Mang Hong's body. He waved his arm, and an imposing aura directly struck back. 5th level of the Profound Void tier. Mang Hong's expression changed greatly, and so did the expressions of the surrounding spectators. What?
5th level of the Profound Void tier.
Any old man from the Bloodstream sect is already a 5th level of the Profound Void tier. Heavens! How can he be so strong?
What a terrifying old man! Everyone around exclaimed. Even the Flaming Sun City lords and the others' expressions changed greatly. On the arena, the 10 people of Daybreak looked at the white-haired old man in shock, their eyes flickering.
The prodigy competition? The prodigies that you have conferred cannot be called prodigies. Prodigies are honed and cannot be selected from the competition.
The white-haired old man said indifferently, his gaze fixed on the 10 people of Daybreak and the others on the arena. "Only by joining my Bloodstream sect will you have a chance to become true prodigies." This caused the expressions of the 10 people from Daybreak Moon's sect to change continuously.
They were slightly moved.
Haha, heaven's favorites, whoever I say is. When Wuxia heard the old man say the word heaven's favorites again, he laughed out loud and said it again.
If you say so, then so be it. You sure have a big mouth.
When Helion, who heard Wuxia's arrogant words, he glared at him and said with a cold smile,
"You think too highly of yourself." The middle-aged man behind the white-haired old man stared at Wuxia coldly and spat out 4 words.
"The 17th on the Heaven's Pride roll?"
When Wuxia heard Helion-whose words, a faint smile appeared on his face. With a flick of his finger, a gray dot of light shot towards him.
"How dare you attack me?"
"You are courting death." When Helion, who saw a young man who was about the same age as him attacking him, a hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes.
He waved the bone fan in his hand and the dark energy instantly condensed into a fierce beast, directly attacking the gray light spot.
Not good. Be careful. Meng Wenbing, who had been expressionless the whole time, saw the gray light spot, and his face changed greatly as he warned.
Helion, whose pupils also slightly shrank.
Pong, pong, pong. When the gray light spot landed on the fierce beast condensed by the dark energy instantly dissipated. When the gray light landed on the bone fan in his hand, the fan collapsed instantly. Finally, the light landed on his body, causing him to fly backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was extremely pale. 7th on the prodigy roll?
Wuxia looked at him expressionlessly. With a flick of his finger, he launched another attack at Meng Wenbing.
Meng Wenbing had a serious expression on his face. With a move of his hands, a dark disk appeared in his hands. Bang! When the gray light spot landed on the dark disk, Meng Wenbing was horrified. The dark disk collapsed instantly. When the gray light spot landed on his body, he was sent flying and spat out blood.
You are courting death. How dare you attack the elite disciples of our bloodstream sect?
The expression of a middle-aged man behind the white-haired old man changed drastically. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. An aura of the third level of the see-through realm burst out instantly. A golden longsword appeared in his hand.
Third level of the see-through realm?
Wang Xian remained expressionless as he flicked his finger. The gray specks of light attacked the middle-aged man again.
You are courting death.
When the middle-aged man saw Wang Xian's contemptuous expression, he roared furiously. The long sword in his hand slashed directly at the specks of light. Bang!
However, just like Helian Hu and Meng Wabing, the longsword collapsed and the gray light spots landed on his body.
His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. The powerful attack made him spit out blood.
You are the nameless sword demon.
The other middle-aged man behind the white-haired elder suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, You are the nameless sword demon.
A cry of surprise came from the middle-aged man's mouth, causing the pupils of the old man in front of the middle-aged man to constrict slightly. The body of the middle-aged man and Helian Hu Meng Wabing, who were lying on the ground, trembled. Their eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief.
They had only rushed up to the Heaven's Pride ranking this year. They had never seen the true appearance of the nameless sword demon before. But they knew that there was a mountain on the prodigy roll. At the age of less than 30, he had ascended the prodigy roll, defeated the leader of the demonic beasts at the second level of the Insight Void tier, and ascended to the supreme prodigy. Later, before the nameless sword devil left, he did something that shook the entire demi-demon graveyard. He killed the 5th level of the Insight Void tier Bing Hanzi.
This was the leader of the prodigies, the nameless sword devil. This was an existence that all the heavens' favorites looked up to, an existence that all the heavens' favorites could not hope to reach.
Even if all the other heavens' favorites on the so-called heavens' favorites list were added together, they would not be able to instantly kill the nameless sword demon. Nameless sword demon, what is this?
When some people around heard this exclamation, they frowned slightly.
Some people were very confused by these 4 words. However, some of them were stunned. Their expressions kept changing as they stared at the people below.
Nameless sword demon? What else?
When Wang Xian saw that the middle-aged man recognized him, a faint smile appeared on his face as he asked mockingly, Nameless sword demon, nameless heaven's pride, the supreme heaven's pride.
The unrivaled young king who looked down on the present generation. I didn't expect it.
In the arena, Meng Wenbing, who was knocked down by Wang Xian with a flick of his finger, had a burning look in his eyes.
He stood up slowly and his body was trembling. His eyes were filled with admiration as he mumbled. Nameless sword demon?
Unrivaled prodigy?
Supreme prodigy?
The unrivaled young king who looked down on the current generation? Stunned, the 10 youths from the waning moon heard Meng Wenbing mumble. Their eyes were burning with worship, and their faces were filled with shock. This was a peerless prodigy ranked 7th on the prodigy roll. They didn't know how strong 7th on the prodigy roll was, but Helian Hu, who was ranked 17th on the prodigy roll, had easily defeated them, making them feel powerless. The 7th-ranked Heaven's Pride roll was even more terrifying. However, looking at the way he worshipped them, they were in a daze.
However, when they saw the 3rd-ranked see-through void martial artist who had fallen to the ground with a flick of his finger, they had some understanding in their hearts. The unrivaled young king who looked down on the current generation?
Is there such a title? When Wang Xian heard Meng Wenbing mumbling, he was slightly stunned.
He had such an amazing title?
Not bad, not bad.
However, what Wang Xian didn't know was that the name of the nameless sword demon represented the pinnacle of heaven's favorites.
Which young heaven's favorites in the current era didn't have the nameless sword demon as their idol?
Some fans even claimed that the nameless sword demon could even look down on the current era in the entire transcendental continent, not to mention in the Flowing Sea region. Hence, there was an additional title later on. He was the young king who looked down on the current generation.
Nameless sword demon.
The city lord of Flaming Sun City and the dean of Flaming Sun Academy were muttering to themselves. A name suddenly appeared in their minds.
Lord Wang. I didn't expect you and Her Majesty the Queen to come here together. The city lord of Flaming Sun City and the rest immediately bowed respectfully to Wang Xian.
Lord Wang. Some of the experts from the families of Flaming Sun City muttered as their pupils contracted slightly. The title of Lord Wang was very famous in the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. The families with some strength knew that the Dragon Phoenix dynasty was able to develop to this stage not because of the queen of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Although the queen of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty was ambitious and her strength had reached the 5th level of the void interpretation realm. The rapid rise of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty was all thanks to this Lord Wang. In Xiaoyao City, 2 5th-level profound void martial stage cultivators were killed and the entire Xiaoyao City was destroyed. In the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, the real power was this Lord Wang's faction. His Majesty the Queen only had a very good relationship with him. Of course, they could only make guesses in secret as to whether they were lovers or not. Nameless Sword Demon, Nameless Heaven's Favorite, Supreme Heaven's Favorite. I remember now. Lord Wang is actually a Supreme Heaven's Favorite. Oh my god! On the arena, Nangong Huahua suddenly stared at Wang Xian with burning eyes as she said excitedly. Huahua. A few young men who didn't know looked at her in confusion. First place on the Heaven's Pride ranking in the demi-human graveyard. First place on the demonic beast Heaven's Pride ranking as his mount. He killed a level 5 see-through void martial artist. Nangong Huahua said quickly. What? This? If they didn't know the significance of being number 1 on the prodigy roll, then killing a level 5 insightful void martial artist, they knew what it meant. Killing a level 5 insightful void martial artist. Xiao Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his forehead full of cold sweat. This reminded him of 2 days ago, when he arrogantly wanted to spar with him. This fuck. He was courting death. I didn't expect little brother Nameless Sword Demon to be from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The white-haired old man's expression changed slightly as well. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. He didn't dare to be unreasonable in the face of Wang Xian, who could kill a genius at level 5 of the see-through void tier. His current attitude was better than when he was facing Feng Luan. What is a Heaven's Pride? Wang Xian glanced at the white-haired old man and ignored him. He floated in the sky and looked at the 10 young men and everyone around him. Then he asked loudly. Everyone looked at Wang Xian in unison. There was shock and respect in their eyes. Heaven's Pride is it? Whoever I say is a Heaven's Pride will be a Heaven's Pride. The top 10 in the Heaven's Pride competition held by the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. If I say they are Heaven's Pride, they are. An overbearing voice entered everyone's ears. When the white-haired old man saw that Wang Xian was ignoring him, his face darkened slightly and he looked a little cold. Buzz. At this moment, a black longsword appeared in front of Wang Xian. This is the demon-free sword. I used this sword in the human-demon graveyard to suppress the current generation. The champion of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire's Heaven's Favorites competition this time, I will gift the sword to him. The no-demon sword hovered in the air. It was just a simple void-piercing sword. However, this was the sword that the Nameless Sword Demon had once used. No-demon sword. Meng Wenbing's eyes were burning as he stared at the black sword. In the eyes of the prodigies of the demi-human graveyard, this sword was a divine sword. This is so domineering. Prodigy, is this the supreme prodigy? This is too awesome. I even have the urge to submit. If I say that you are a Heaven's Pride, you are. Damn it. Do you have to be so awesome? When everyone heard Wang Xian's words, they gulped and felt a little crazy. Perhaps this was the spirit of a king. However, with Lord Wang's status, whoever he says is a Heaven's Pride will be his. No one dares to refute him, because no one has the qualifications. Some of the powerhouses murmured. The white-haired elder pursed his lips and looked a little embarrassed. This person from the Bloodstream sect, do you have any objections? Wang Xian suddenly looked at the white-haired elder and asked. At the same time, he flicked his finger. A gray ball of light directly attacked him. He flicked his finger. It was still an ordinary flick of his finger. Just now, with a flick of Wang Xian's finger, Helion who was ranked 17th on the prodigy roll, was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Wenbing, who was ranked 7th on the prodigy roll, was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Even an expert from the Bloodstream sect, who was at the 3rd level of the see-through void tier, was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Now he flicked his finger again. However, the target this time was the white-haired elder.
Everyone knew clearly about the strength of the white-haired elder. He was a top expert at level 5 of the see-through. When everyone saw that Wang Xian was actually attacking the white-haired elder with the same attack, they were all in a daze. Wasn't this a little too arrogant? Ha! When the white-haired old man from the bloodstream sect saw that Wang Xian was attacking him with his fingers, his expression changed slightly. His expression turned gloomy instantly as a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. "Nameless sword demon, you are too arrogant," he said with a cold expression as he stared at the fist-sized gray energy that was attacking him. Buzz! His arm moved and a white skull appeared in his hand. The white-haired old man moved his arm and a skull shadow directly charged towards the gray energy. The skull looked like it came from hell and was filled with gloom and terror. It was lifelike and extremely strange. This nameless sword demon is simply too arrogant. Even if you are as monstrous as a demon, it's completely impossible for you to defeat our Grand Elder with just a flick of your finger.
Arrogant? Do you really think that you can wipe out the world with just one move?
Our Grand Elder is on the same level as you. The two middle-aged men from the Bloodstream sect watched as the Grand Elder took out his artifact and spoke with an ugly expression on their faces. Boom! The shadow of the dark black skeleton collided with the gray ball, resulting in a terrifying collision. Roar, roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from within the dark skull. Wang! Just when everyone thought that something unexpected had happened, the roaring skull actually slowly dissipated. The gray ball continued to attack the white-haired old man. What? The white-haired old man's expression changed drastically, and the pale white skull in his hands was directly aimed in front of him. Ghost devour!
He let out a low roar and a 10-meter large ghost instantly appeared on the pale white skull.
The ghost emitted a ghastly and terrifying aura, causing everyone within a few kilometers to instantly feel their scalps go numb.
Jia jia! The ghost let out a strange cry and tore towards the gray ball.
Wang!
Jia 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 jia!
The ghost's sharp claws landed on the gray ball, emitting a ghastly sound. This is impossible. However, under the incredulous gazes of the two middle-aged men from the Bloodstream sect, the ghost slowly dissipated.
The white-haired old man's gaze also focused. His pupils constricted slightly and his eyes were filled with shock.
The ghost quickly disappeared. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the pale white skeleton. Door of darkness.
A door of darkness filled with runes appeared in front of him. Bang! The gray ball landed on the door of darkness, emitting a terrifying collision sound.
The collision in an instant actually almost caused the door of darkness to crack open. The white-haired old man's body shook, and dark energy surged towards the door of darkness. He stared at the gray ball in front of him, and his heart was extremely shaken. The terrifying power caused his body to fly backwards.
After flying backward for 100 meters, the gray ball dissipated.
The white-haired old man raised the door of darkness in his hand with an embarrassed expression. Hiss! The sound of gasps reverberated throughout the entire area. Everyone watched this scene in a daze.
With a flick of his finger, the powerful 5th-level insightful void martial artist was only able to block it with 3 moves.
Furthermore, under Wang Xian's casual attack, his body was forced back by more than 100 meters. Although he wasn't injured, the huge gap left everyone in shock. It was so terrifying.
Do you have any objections?
Wang Xian continued to stare at the white-haired old man with a calm expression and asked,
Whoever I say is a heaven's favorite is a heaven's favorite. Do you have any objections?
The incomparably domineering aura caused the white-haired old man's expression to change drastically.
He is definitely not an ordinary 5th-level void interpretation. In fact, he has already reached it.
The white-haired elder looked at the indifferent Wang Xian and his heart trembled. If this person in front of him had really reached that level, then the Bloodstream sect coming to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire to snatch him away was simply courting death.
Phew! The white-haired elder took a deep breath.
Among the younger generation in the world, the only peerless heaven's favorite is the nameless sword demon. If you say that there are prodigies in this world, then there are prodigies in this world. If you say that there are no prodigies in this world, then there are no prodigies in this world. As he spoke, he slowly cupped his fists and bowed slightly. Respect. Boom!
The entire audience of more than 100,000 was in an uproar. Oh my god, the white-haired elder from the Bloodstream sect actually said such a thing.
If you say that there are heaven's favorites in the world, then there are heaven's favorites in the world. If you say that there are no heaven's favorites in the world, then there are no heaven's favorites in the world. This evaluation. I'm going to kneel down and speak.
Gulp, is this our Dragon Phoenix Dynasty's Lord Wang?
This is simply heaven-defying. All heaven's favorites are decided by Lord Wang. One by one, the citizens stood up with their faces flushed red, their bodies slightly trembling. How strong was this Lord Wang to be able to make a powerhouse at level 5 of the see-through realm say such words? The 4 people from the Bloodstream sect were also looking at their Grand Elder in shock.
They were very clear about the temper of the Grand Elder. Now he actually said such words to a young man.
This was no longer as simple as facing a powerhouse of the same level.
Could it be? The eyes of the 4 of them sparkled and their breathing was a little hurried. This was especially so for Mangwabing. His burning eyes were staring at Wang Xian with even more admiration. This tall mountain was even taller and bigger.
Is this our Dragon and Phoenix Empire's Lord Wang? The supreme prodigy. Whoever he says is a prodigy will be a prodigy. The 10 young men from Daybreak Moon looked at Wang Xian, who was floating in the sky from the arena. Their faces were filled with yearning.
This was a true Heaven's Pride expert.
He was able to make experts from powerful sects bow down to him. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire's Heaven's Pride expert competition has Lord Wang overseeing it. This is a true Heaven's Pride expert competition. Feng Luan also looked at Wang Xian with slight astonishment.
She didn't expect that Wang Xian would actually make a name for himself as a supreme Heaven's Pride expert and so on.
With Lord Wang around, the Heaven's Pride expert competition is the Heaven's Pride expert competition. Disciples of our Flaming Sun continent region, don't lose face for the Flaming Sun continent region.
The city lord of Flaming Sun City roared in a low voice, his eyes burning with passion.
Yes, we will definitely give it our all in the Prodigy tournament.
The 10 people of Daybreak Moon City bowed and roared loudly. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. They looked at Wang Xian in awe, their eyes filled with determination.
They wanted Lord Wang's approval. At this moment, Daybreak Moon realized that she was like an ant. Fortunately, Lord Wang did not haggle with him. He also wanted to be recognized by Lord Wang's proud son of heaven. Nameless Chosen One. A supreme chosen one. With a flick of his finger, even the supreme elders of the Bloodstream sect had to go all out to deal with him. Just how strong is Lord Wang? Did you guys notice just now that Meng Wanbing's Chosen One was ranked 7th? His eyes were filled with worship as he looked at Lord Wang. He was almost going to kneel down. Our Lord Wang is a peerless heaven's favorite who can suppress the same generation. Not to mention the same generation. Even the older generation can't compare to our Lord Wang. The champion prize of this heaven's favorite competition is the demon-free sword that Lord Wang once used. It would be great if I could get it. In the arena, the hundreds of thousands of spectators watched Wang Xian and their queen's departing figure as they spoke with faces full of shock.
What happened today was shocking to all of them. The mysterious Lord Wang of their dynasty was actually the supreme heaven's favorite on the heaven's favorite list in the tomb of the transvestite.
He even swept through everyone in the Bloodstream sect in a domineering manner.
Even the supreme elder of the Bloodstream sect bowed and submitted.
He was even more domineering when he said that whoever was the heaven's favorite would be the heaven's favorite.
Such a monstrous appearance was imprinted in everyone's mind.
The strength of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire had also exceeded everyone's expectations. I didn't expect you to make such a big name in the year that you left. In the mayor's residence, Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian with a smile and said,
"Haha, it's fine, it's fine."
Wang Xian smiled smugly. Your strength has broken through again? Feng Luan looked at him and thought of how she almost caught the Grand Elder of the Bloodstream sect with a flick of her finger. She asked with a twinkle in her eyes, I'm stronger than you.
The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly.
Look at you, you're still acting arrogant. Lord Supreme Heaven's Pride. have you been fooling around in the tomb of the demi-human? Guan Shuqing and the other girls stared at him and asked with unfriendly gazes. No, how is that possible? Wang Xian shook his head immediately. Sister Fengying, you met him in the cemetery. You tell him.
The girls obviously didn't believe that a young man who was known as the Almighty wouldn't be fooling around.
There was a girl who was on good terms with him and even confessed to him. As Zhang Fengying spoke, Wang Xian instantly felt waves of murderous gazes.
I'm so outstanding. It's normal for someone to pursue me. I didn't agree to it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Fengying if I didn't agree to it.
Wang Xian was extremely eager to survive as he spoke hurriedly. Humph. However, the few girls clearly didn't believe in his character. This was especially so for Sun Lingxiu Ajaya and Tang Yinxian. Speaking of which, the three of them were met by Wang Xian when he was away from home. And that was how it ended. The last time he left for more than a year, it was hard to say if he brought Zhang Fengying along with him. Your Majesty, Lord Wang, the 5 people from the Bloodstream sect are here to pay a visit.
At this moment, it was fortunate that the city lord of Flaming Sun City walked in and changed the topic.
Bloodstream sect? Let them come over. Feng Luan nodded her head with a slightly cold expression and spoke to Flaming Sun City.
It's Her Majesty the Queen. Flaming Sun City Lord nodded. Soon, the Bloodstream sect's Grand Elder and the other 5 people walked in.
Dragon Phoenix Queen. Lord Wang. Sorry to disturb you. The 5 people led by the white-haired old man walked in and cupped their hands at them. Everyone from the Bloodstream sect. Isn't it a bit too much to snatch people from our Dragon Phoenix Dynasty's competition grounds? Feng Luan sat in the middle and looked at the white-haired elder as she questioned him faintly.
Dragon and Phoenix Queen, it's our Bloodstream sect's fault for being reckless this time. We have offended you.
The white-haired elder bowed and looked at Wang Xian and Feng Luan as he apologized. He lowered his stance very much.
He was filled with shock towards Wang Xian's strength and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The current situation of the demi-human cemetery was uncertain. If they were to offend the Dragon Phoenix Empire, which possessed the combat strength of level 6 of the Void Interpretation stage, it would definitely be extremely bad news for their Bloodstream sect.
Oh?
Your Bloodstream sect is also a great sect. If you want to recruit disciples, you wouldn't need the Grand Supreme Elder to come and snatch them personally, right? Wang Xian looked at the white-haired old man's sincere look and asked curiously.
The white-haired old man's strength was considered top-notch even in the graveyard of demi-humans. The reason why he could only receive 3 moves with a flick of his finger was because he had just broken through and his arm had been modified. After breaking through to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation realm and comprehending the Dragon Kingdom in the Aspect Palm, his arm had received a huge improvement. This was why he was able to make the white-haired old man fight with all his might with a single finger.
However, what made him curious was that such a powerful sect's Supreme Elder, the strongest expert, actually came here to snatch people.
The general trend is changing, and our Bloodstream sect has no choice but to make preparations in advance.
The white-haired old man smiled bitterly and said with a somewhat solemn expression,
The general trend is changing? Feng Luan revealed a surprised expression and gestured for them to sit down. The demonic beast race in the human-demon graveyard has undergone a huge change. There are demonic beast races that want to establish an empire.
The white-haired elder said with a sullen face. Establish an empire?
Feng Luan was slightly taken aback. Once the demonic beasts unite and develop, their strength won't be weaker than humans, or even stronger. The 10,000 Demon Empire is a good example. Tens of millions of demonic beasts. When they fight, they can destroy cities and overturn seas.
It will be fine if they stabilize and grow up. It will be better if they are on good terms with humans. However, if they are evil to humans, it will be a bloodbath. It will be even bloodier than the current human-demon graveyard.
The white-haired elder nodded slowly. A worried look appeared on his face. Most importantly, the blood barbaric demonic beasts are the strongest now. Blood barbaric demon beasts?
Wang Xian and Feng Luan frowned slightly.
The blood barbaric demon beasts had always fed on the fresh blood of humans and beasts. They were bloodthirsty as if their lives depended on it. If they were to unify the demon beasts in the human-demon graveyard, it would definitely not be good news for humans. What are the reactions of the few big countries in the human-demon graveyard now? Feng Luan asked with a frown.
There's no action yet. The Bloodflow Empire is preparing to gather the strength of all the dynasties in the Flowing Sea region. We can't let them establish an empire, the white-haired elder said. Feng Luan slowly nodded, her eyes flickering. Dragon and Phoenix Queen, if the Demon Beast clan really establishes an empire, it will have a greater impact on the various dynasties. Naturally, it will also have a great impact on our sect. Why don't we form an alliance?
The white-haired old man looked at her and said with a smile.
An alliance?
Of course, there's no problem with that. As for how to form an alliance, we still need to discuss. Feng Luan nodded. Young Master Wang Xian, is your strength now?
The white-haired old man nodded with a smile on his face. He looked at Wang Xian and said. Before he could finish his sentence, he continued, Young Master Wang Xian, it would be even better if you can contact the Light Dragon Empire and Skysword Sect. Light Dragon Dynasty? Skysword Sect? Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian in confusion. The Crown Prince of the Light Dragon Dynasty was supported by young Master Wang. The only beloved daughter of the sect leader of Skysword Sect has a close relationship with young Master Wang.
If we can pull these two forces together, the strength of our alliance will not be weaker than the Bloodflow Empire, the white-haired old man said with a smile on his face.
However, very soon he realized that the atmosphere around him had changed.
Wang Xian's face turned black as he glared at the white-haired old man.
Damn it.
Young Master Wang's connections are so strong. I'll let young Master Wang contact the Light Dragon Dynasty and the Heaven Sword Sect.
That's right. If he can even settle his daughter, wouldn't that mean everything would be easy to settle?
As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, the voices of Guan Shuqing and the other girls rang out. They stared at Wang Xian with smiles on their faces. Their eyes were filled with sarcasm.
When the white-haired old man saw this situation, as someone who had lived for more than 1,000 years, he naturally knew that he had said the wrong thing. However, his expression did not change as he picked up his teacup and took a sip. He was extremely calm. In fact, he even felt a little good in his heart.
Serves him right.
Ahem, I'm not too familiar with you. Wang Xian coughed.
Then regarding the matter of the alliance, I'll have to trouble you in a few days, Feng Luan said to Wang Xian.
I'll give it a try. Wang Xian felt a few unfriendly gazes and smiled awkwardly. Buzz.
At this moment, the communication stone plate in his interspatial ring vibrated. Wang Xian took out the communication stone plate and looked at it. He raised his eyebrows slightly. There's something I need to take care of at the Dragon Palace. I need to make a trip there now, Wang Xian said directly to Guan Shuqing and the rest. What a coincidence. A few girls sized him up from head to toe. Really?
Wang Xian took the communication stone plate.
If you have something to do, you can go back first. Sun Lingxiu smiled and said to him. We will go back after discussing some matters with the Bloodstream sect. If something happens at the Dragon Palace, you can go back first. Feng Luan also smiled at the side.
Okay, Ao Jian, you guys stay here and protect them. Wang Xian nodded and turned around to fly out. He slipped away.
Guan Shuqing and Xiao Yu rolled their eyes when they saw Wang Xian's fleeing figure.
Interesting.
A powerful marine demonic beast race suddenly appeared near the Dragon Palace. It seems to be coming from the sea area around the human-demon graveyard. Wang Xian flew into the sky and sped toward the Dragon Palace.
Prime Minister Gui had just sent a message. A group of powerful demonic beasts had appeared within the Dragon Palace's territory.
Among the group of demonic beasts, there was an existence at level 5 of the see-through realm.
Level 5 of the see-through realm. It seems to be a demonic beast in the human-demon graveyard?
This reminded Wang Xian of the recent changes in the human-demon graveyard. Buzz. Wang Xian increased his speed and flew towards the Dragon Palace at an extremely fast speed. When his strength reached the void interpretation realm, his speed was 10,000 to 20,000 child per hour, which was more than 10 times the speed of sound. This speed was already extremely terrifying. He couldn't even see a shadow.
It took Wang Xian a full 10 hours before he returned to the sky above the Dragon Palace.
Bang!
After entering the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gui rushed over immediately.
Dragon King, what's the current situation?
Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gui directly.
The demonic beast race hasn't moved yet. They are located 11,200 kilometers northeast of our Dragon Palace. A group of strange demons are monitoring them.
Prime Minister Gui reported immediately.
Do you know what they are doing here? Wang Xian asked with a twinkle in his eyes. We don't know yet. Dragon King, should we make a move first? Prime Minister Gui asked. Call the warriors of our Dragon Palace over. We will go and take a look.
Wang Xian said without hesitation. If they were enemies of a powerful demonic beast race, they would kill them immediately. The current Dragon Palace had 100% control over the surrounding sea area. If there were any unstable factors, they would either submit or die.
The strong preyed on the weak.
It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gui nodded and swam to the side.
Woo-woo.
Soon, the sound of a horn was heard from the Dragon Palace, and the members of the Dragon Palace quickly flew toward the Dragon Field. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal could be heard, and the demon monkeys holding golden cudgels appeared one after another. The thunder prawns, which were shining with blue light, had armor on their vital parts. Golden swordfish that were covered in golden armor and were emitting golden light.
Heavenly Eye archers who were holding metal bows and wearing light armor. Dolphins and colorful sea snakes. 9 flood dragons that were 40 meters in size.
Each member of the Dragon Palace contained a terrifying power.
Compared to a year ago, they were now fully armed. Each of them was holding a void interpretation level weapon.
They were wearing armor of the void interpretation level. Compared to the past, their combat strength had increased by at least 30%.
One should not underestimate this 30%. Perhaps the current members of the Dragon Clan with 6 to 7 members at level 1 of the Void Interpretation level could fight against a strong enemy at level 3 of the Void Interpretation level. In the past, they would need at least 10 of them.
This was the powerful benefit of weapons. In just a short span of 10 seconds, more than 2,000 warriors of the Dragon Clan arrived at the Dragon Field in an orderly manner. The target is more than 10,000 kilometers away. Let's set off immediately. Wang Xian swept his gaze across all the members of the Dragon Palace. A satisfied expression appeared on his face as he shouted softly.
It's the Dragon King.
All the members of the Dragon Palace shouted softly. Roar!
Roar!
The 9 flood dragons roared and pulled the dragon chair to the front. Wang Xian moved his body and sat directly in front of the dragon chair. The army of the Dragon Palace rushed toward the northeast direction.
It was vast and mighty.
Although there were only about 2,000 members of the Dragon Palace who followed him on this expedition, there were 1,000 insightful Void Realm experts. More than 2,000 creatures were equivalent to the combined forces of 30 to 40 dynasties.
Even the insightful Void Realm experts of the Blood Flow Empire were only so many. The members of the Dragon Palace traveled at a very fast speed in the water. They could cover a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers in just a little over 2 hours.
Reporting to the Dragon King, that powerful demonic beast race is located 50 kilometers ahead.
When the army of the Dragon Palace arrived, Ao Yao, who had been scouting nearby, appeared in front of the army and reported to Wang Xian.
Ao Yao, how is the opponent's strength? Wang Xian asked Ao Yao. Dragon King, the opponent is a wood elemental sea creature. There are 2 experts at level 5 of the Void Interpretation stage, 6 at level 4 of the Void Interpretation stage, more than a dozen at level 3 of the Void Interpretation stage, and more than 20 other Void Interpretation stage experts.
AOU reported directly.
2 level 5 Void Interpretation experts?
Wang Xian mumbled, surround them directly.
It's the Dragon King.
The Demon War Division and the Thunder Division surrounded him from both wings.
The 9 flood dragons pulled their thrones and continued to charge forward. In front of them was an area with dense seaweed. Seaweed that was 3 to 4 meters tall was swaying on the bottom of the sea. In the middle of the seaweed, more than 1,000 creatures were scattered around.
This was an extremely beautiful demon beast. It had colorful colors just like beautiful seaweed.
It had colorful eyes. If they stood there without moving, they would think that it was a special undersea plant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 1,000 colorful demon beasts were moving within a radius of 10 kilometers. Suddenly, a special language was transmitted. So.
Following that, in the center, a 5 to 6 meter long demonic beast with a beautiful head floated in the middle of the ocean. Its eyes were filled with vigilance.
A special sound was emitted from its body, causing all the surrounding demonic beasts to float in the ocean. Its eyes were filled with coldness. Colorful demonic beasts floated in the sky and scanned their surroundings coldly.
In the center, the leader of the demonic beasts, who was 5 to 6 meters tall, stared at the area in front of him with a cold expression. "Which force are you?"
The leader of the demonic beasts in the center spoke in human language and asked coldly.
"What kind of demonic beasts are you? Why did you intrude into the territory of the Dragon Palace?"
9 flood dragons slowly appeared in the sight of the demonic beasts. Around them, demonic monkeys and thunder prawns slowly surrounded them.
Wuxia sat on the dragon throne. His gaze swept across the demonic beasts in front of him as he asked indifferently,
"What are you trying to do by surrounding us?"
A demonic beast swayed its colorful body as it shouted sternly, "Shut up! You are not qualified to let the two leaders speak."
Whoosh! Mao Zedong's cold voice sounded. A terrifying arrow swept up the seawater and headed straight for the demonic beast. The powerful force caused the faces of all the members of the demonic beast clan to change drastically. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The expression of a demonic beast not far away from the leader of the central demonic beast clan changed slightly. His body size was similar to that of the leader of the central demonic beast clan. When he saw the incoming arrow, his pupils constricted slightly and his entire body fluttered.
One by one, seaweed shot into the sky and coiled around the arrow. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the middle of the area. Even though it was more than 20,000 meters deep at the bottom of the sea, waves of water were still surging.
The expression of the demonic beast who spoke earlier changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear. "We are a race of colorful algae demonic beasts. I didn't know this was the land of your dragon palace. How offensive." When the leader of the demonic beasts who was floating in the middle saw the explosion in front of him, his expression changed slightly. He swept his gaze across the members of the dragon palace who were surrounding them and spoke to Wuxia warily.
"Are you guys from the human demon graveyard?" Wuxia looked at this demonic beast race with great interest and asked with a smile. "Yes. If our species of colorful algae demonic beasts disturb you, we will leave immediately."
The leader of the colorful algae demonic beasts said with a twinkle in his eyes.
"The entire sea area, apart from the human demon graveyard, is already under the control of our dragon palace."
Wuxia stared at the leader of the colorful algae-like demonic beasts and continued with a smile, "I'm very curious. What happened in the human demon graveyard that made you guys come here? Did you come here to hunt other demonic beasts, or?"
"These matters don't seem to have anything to do with you guys," the leader of the colorful algae-like demonic beasts said directly with an unpleasant expression. Boom! As soon as he finished his sentence, the surrounding members of the Dragon Palace raised their weapons and unleashed all of their auras. There were more than 1,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts and more than 1,000 half-step insightful Emptiness Realm experts. When this aura came pressing down on the more than 1,000 colorful algae demonic beasts, the entire space froze. The pupils of the more than 1,000 colorful algae demonic beasts contracted slightly as they swayed their bodies in panic. Even the leader in the middle was trembling slightly. Wuxia stared at the leader of the colorful algae demonic beasts and smiled. "Look at your own situation. If we want to destroy you, it will be easy." Phew!
The leader of the colorful algae took a deep breath. With an embarrassed expression, he lowered his head slowly. "There's a huge change in the human demon graveyard. A group of demonic beasts are fighting. The blood barbaric demon beast race wants to establish an empire. All the demon beast races will join the empire."
Some demon beast races don't want to be controlled. They don't agree. They want to establish an empire. Each race will establish their own empire, but a few top-tier demon beast races don't agree.
A few top-tier demon beast races are fighting for the throne of the empire. It's a mess. They've only stabilized a little in the past few days, but the result is not what we, the second-tier demon beast races, want to see.
That's why I brought my clansmen here and prepared to hide. As the leader of the colorful algae demonic beast spoke, he raised his head and looked at Wang Xian. Finally, he said, "We didn't mean to offend you."
Establish an empire? Empire? Then what was the situation in the human-demon graveyard before you left?
Wang Xian asked in puzzlement. A few major races have established an empire. The strong ones will sit on the throne and all the demonic beasts will be able to participate. The strong ones will be respected. The leader of the colorful algae demonic beasts said with a serious expression.
Oh? That's very fair. The strong ones will be respected.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. It was very fair to the top-tier demonic beast races. However, it was not very fair to the rest of the demonic beast races. Once the empire was established, the rest of the demonic beast races would become subjects.
There were nearly 100 demonic beast races of various sizes in the human-demon graveyard.
As he spoke, his gaze swept across all the members of the colorful algae-type demonic beast race. His eyes sparkled.
The strength of the demonic beast race that came from the human-demon graveyard was only inferior to those top-tier races.
There were more than 1,000 members. The weakest among them was at level 7 of the supernatural realm. If he could subdue them, it would greatly enhance the strength of the Dragon Palace.
Since you guys from the colorful algae-type demonic beast race have come out from the human-demon graveyard, why don't you join our Dragon Palace? Wang Xian said with a smile.
What? That's impossible. We will definitely not listen to anyone's orders. The two colorful algae demon beasts, who were at level 5 of the see-through realm, roared furiously when they heard Wang Xian's words.
I can bring you guys to the Dragon Palace to take a look. After that, you can make your choice. It's useless to reject now. Wang Xian looked at them with a smile. All the members of the Dragon Palace were closing in on them by a few hundred meters. Their intentions were very obvious. If they didn't agree, then they would take action.
This made all the members of the colorful algae demonic beast clan look extremely embarrassed. The leader of the colorful algae demonic beast scanned his surroundings and his heart sank. They had really entered the dragon's lair the moment they were out of the tiger's den. All right.
The leader of the colorful algae demonic beast had no idea what to do. He replied with an embarrassed expression.
All right, follow us. Don't think of escaping.
As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone appeared in the ocean.
Buzz. The 5 elements millstone covered an area of 2 kilometers and enveloped the entire multicolored algae demonic beast clan. What is this?
Hiss, what a terrifying force.
That human is so strong. The members of the colorful algae beast group were shocked when they saw the 5 elements grinding mill above their heads. The leader of the colorful algae beast group also narrowed his eyes and glanced around helplessly.
It was over.
Go!
Roar! Roar!
Roar!
The 9 flood dragons roared and flew toward the Dragon Palace.
A powerful beast clan didn't even have the strength to resist the power of the Dragon Palace.
After that, they could only survive if they joined the Dragon Palace.
The expansion of all the forces was filled with tyranny and blood.
The Dragon Palace was the same.
However, it might not be a bad thing for the colorful algae demon beast clan. Oh my god, what is this? This is the Dragon Palace. The palace of this force? This is simply too majestic. In the flowing sea region, there is actually a palace that is even more magnificent and majestic than the human demon graveyard.
When all the members of the multicolored algae demon beast race came to the front of the Dragon Palace, all of their clansmen widened their eyes and stared at the building in front of them in disbelief.
The building was 500 to 600 meters tall and the dragon gate was enormous. The energy was terrifying. The area of this towering building was more than 100 kilometers. The main hall of the human demon graveyard was not so big and magnificent. Dragon King, Prime Minister Gue, who had rushed here after hearing the news, was full of smiles.
He glanced at the more than 1,000 prisoners and the smile on his face grew wider. Hello, everybody. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head butler of the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gue. The one on the dragon chair is our Dragon King. As you can see, this place is our Dragon Palace. It covers an area of 150 kilometers.
There are dragon caves in the Dragon Palace that are 30 times more habitable than those in the outside world. Every member of the Dragon Palace can have a dragon cave. In addition, there is a dragon field that can improve one's comprehension by 16 times. It is enough for 100,000 members of the Dragon Palace to cultivate together. Right now, there are more than 6,000 members of the Dragon Palace, of which about 1,500 are at the profound void level. First of all, I would like to invite you to join the Dragon Palace and become a member of the Dragon Palace. Of course, you all know what will happen if you don't join. Prime Minister Gue glanced at all the members of the colorful algae demon beast clan and said with a smile, "What? 32 times the cultivation speed? 16 times the comprehension speed? How is this possible? Even some important places in the human-demon graveyard don't have such a perverse effect."
Impossible. How can there be such a perverse place? How cunning. They want to deceive us. The colorful algae demon beasts roared in disbelief when they heard Prime Minister Gue's words.
"There's no need for me to deceive you. Leaders, what do you think?" Prime Minister Gue looked at the two colorful algae demon beasts with a smile. "Do we still have a choice?"
The two colorful algae demon beasts looked at each other and said helplessly. They were completely defeated this time. They didn't want to die just like that.
"All right, everyone, let's start to break through the Dragon Gate. It's not easy to join our Dragon Palace. Only by breaking through the Dragon Gate can you guess that you are qualified to be a member of our Dragon Palace," Prime Minister Gue said with a smile.
"What?
"Break through the Dragon Gate."
The members of the colorful algae demon beasts were stunned. Then they looked at the huge entrance of the Dragon Gate.
"Okay, I'll go first."
The leader of the colorful algae demon beast swayed his body and flew toward the entrance of the Dragon Palace.
Buzz. When he rushed into the Dragon Gate, he instantly felt a huge impact. His face changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and rushed over. When he entered, he was stunned. "Okay. The future subjects of the Dragon Palace, come in." Seeing their leader enter the palace, Prime Minister Gue said with a smile on his face. "Buzz, Buzz,
Buzz. My God, the spiritual energy is so dense. I feel like I am completely bathed in the spiritual energy. Wow, what level of heavenly paradises is this?"
When the colorful algae demon beasts entered the palace, they finally understood what the real fragrance was.
It was a warning of true fragrance.
All of them stared blankly at the majestic interior of the Dragon Palace and felt the spiritual energy inside. "Dragon King."
Wuxia walked in with a smile on his face. The group of colorful algae demonic beasts immediately knelt on the ground and shouted.
Once they entered the Dragon Palace, they would be imprinted with the imprint of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King would be the main one.
"Dragon King, these are all the treasures of our colorful algae demonic beasts." At this moment, the leader of the multicolored algae demonic beasts walked to Wuxia's side and handed over more than a dozen interspatial rings. Wuxia took them and looked inside.
"Ha!
Spiritual liquid, so much spiritual liquid."
When he saw the huge vat of spiritual liquid in one of the interspatial rings, his eyes widened slightly.
The spiritual liquid could be converted into at least 10 billion dragon crystals, at least 10 billion. Now he needed 100 billion dragon crystals to upgrade his level. Now there was 10% of it. This made Wuxia's eyes filled with surprise. "Dragon King, this is the treasure that our colorful algae demonic beasts have been storing for 5,000 to 6,000 years. The leader of the colorful algae demonic beasts replied respectfully to Wuxia.
"Prime Minister Gue, how much dragon blood is left in the dragon pool?" Wuxia asked Prime Minister Gue.
"There are still some spare parts. They can totally upgrade the 10 members of the Dragon Palace to the insightful emptiness realm."
Prime Minister Gue replied.
"The reward will be given to the multicolored algae demonic beasts. In the future, according to your abilities, you will be divided into a separate combat division."
Wuxia said to them. "Thank you, Dragon King." The leader of the multicolored algae demonic beasts thanked him immediately.
"Follow me." Wuxia nodded and led the multicolored algae demonic beasts towards the dragon pond. However, when more than 1,500 members of the multicolored algae demonic beasts entered the Dragon King's hall, their bodies froze. Following that, more than 1,000 pairs of eyes looked towards the dragon throne.
That is, Dragon King, why do I feel like we have encountered a treasure that is very precious to us? We can feel a huge attraction coming from ahead. The leader of the colorful algae-like demonic beasts said to Wang Xian with a trembling body. Ha! Wang Xian swept his gaze across the area. The colorful algae-like demonic beasts seemed to be possessed. He looked at the position of the dragon throne above the Dragon King's palace. His gaze landed on the ancestral tree that he had obtained on Earth. The mysterious ancestral tree. In the past, the ancestral tree was only the size of a palm and had entered his heart. Ever since the Dragon Palace was established, it had been rooted at the position of the dragon throne.
Now, the ancestral tree was more than 10 meters tall and there were a few more bright branches on it.
Endless wood branches. Soul-returning wood branches.
Evergreen tree branches. Each of these branches had powerful abilities. As for the effects of the mysterious ancestral tree, it was still unknown.
The colorful algae demon beasts belonged to the wood element, and the ancestral tree was the strongest treasure in the world to them. Dragon King, can you let us get closer? The leader of the multicolored algae demonic beasts asked with a hint of longing. Sure. Wang Xian looked at all the members of the multicolored algae demonic beasts with a little surprise and nodded his head. Thank you, Dragon King. The leader of the multicolored algae demonic beasts nodded his head slowly. His face revealed a look of worship. He walked forward step by step while the rest of his clansmen followed behind him. When he was 200 meters away from the dragon throne, the colorful algae demonic beast trembled and knelt on the ground.
All the clansmen of the colorful algae demonic beast clan knelt down and worshipped the ancestral tree devoutly.
Buzz.
Under Wang Xian's shocked gaze, the main trunk of the ancestral tree shook slightly. Waves of energy filled with vitality flew towards them.
Rustle.
Following that, the endless wood on the ancestral tree trembled slightly.
The beautiful sparks also flew towards the colorful algae demonic beasts.
In the Dragon King's palace of the Dragon Palace, the ancestral tree was trembling gently. The branches of the tree were swaying gently.
Terrifying life force energy and starlight-like sparks landed on the body of the multicolored algae demon beast. This is...
Wang Xian looked at this scene in astonishment. His face was filled with shock.
The sparks landed on the body of the multicolored algae demon beast, making it even more resplendent.
Waves of special energy were emitted from their bodies.
Wang!
At this moment, the Changshu on the ancestral tree also slowly floated. Waves of energy were suspended in the air above the 1,500 multicolored algae demon beasts.
Roar, roar!
A low roar came from the mouth of the multicolored algae demon beasts. Waves of emerald green energy slowly condensed into a branch in their bodies. 2 arms slowly appeared on the branch.
One of the arms was emerald green while the other arm was glowing red.
Evolution?
And it's a dual attribute. Wang Xian's eyes were glowing. At this moment, he realized that the information about the multicolored algae demon beast had undergone a huge change.
Starwood Dragon Seed.
The name had changed. The light-pricking dragon seed and the dark and light attributes are the strongest assassination dragon seed of the Dragon Palace. The fire gold dragon seed has dual attributes. It's the strongest forged dragon seed of the Dragon Palace.
This Starwood Dragon Seed is a dragon seed that evolved from the mysterious ancestral tree. Perhaps it will become another peak dragon seed in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian mumbled as excitement appeared on his face.
This was a pleasant surprise. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, waves of aura burst out from the bodies of the Starwood divine dragons. They had a breakthrough. At this moment, at least 700 to 800 Starwood dragon species had a breakthrough in their cultivation.
Among them, what made Wang Xian even more surprised was that the leader of the colorful algae demonic beasts in the past had also achieved a breakthrough. The powerful aura caused him to float slowly.
Compared to the past, his colorful body was like condensed seaweed. The current him had a human-like head, a mahogany-like body, and 2 arms.
However, they still didn't have legs. Their legs were like branches.
The former leader of the gorgeous algae demonic beasts was filled with excitement.
He bowed to the ancestral tree and immediately went to Wang Xian and knelt down. Thank you, Dragon King, for giving us the colorful algae species an opportunity to evolve into starwood dragon species. After he finished his sentence, the rest of the starwood dragon species quickly knelt down and bowed. Get up.
Wang Xian revealed a smile and looked at the leader of the starwood dragon species. In the future, I will bestow you with the name Ao Xingmu and lead your starwood dragon species in the future.
Thank you, Dragon King, for the name.
Thank you, Dragon King. Ao Xingmu thanked him excitedly. Now that you have achieved a breakthrough in your strength, how many levels above you can you fight?
Wang Xian looked at him and asked curiously.
A peak combat dragon species could fight 2 levels above them. If Ao Xingmu could fight 2 levels above him, he would be able to fight against an 8th level void interpretation. This was a little terrifying. Even he was not his match. Dragon King, we can only fight 1 level above him. The fire elemental energy in our bodies can only be fully integrated and utilized when we become gods. However, I should be able to kill a level 7 demon beast of the see-through realm now, Ao Xingmu said to Wang Xian. Kill a level 7 demon beast of the see-through realm? That's strong enough.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He didn't expect that the colorful algae demon beasts that forced him to join the Dragon Palace would bring him such a big surprise. Of course, this was also really fragrant to the colorful algae demon beasts. Oh right, are there any level 7 demon beasts of the see-through realm in the human demon graveyard?
A ray of light flashed across Wang Xian's mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked Ao Xingmu.
No.
The strongest demonic beasts in the demi-human cemetery are demonic Qilin and blood savage beasts. During this time of turmoil, another bloodthirsty sea demonic beast appeared. Among these 3 demonic beast races, there is only one at level 6 of the see-through realm. When the turmoil broke out, all the demonic beast races used up all their treasures to increase their strength. Currently, there are about 6 to 7 demonic beasts at level 6 of the see-through realm. At most, there are less than 10 of them, Ao Xingmu said. Then, if you bring all your subordinates over, do you have the confidence to become the king of the demonic beasts in the human demon graveyard?
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with a fiery glow.
Dragon King, if I bring my clansmen back, I will definitely be able to wipe out all the demonic beasts and become their king, Ao Xingmu said confidently.
Haha, good.
Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. Then I will give you a task today. When the demonic beasts establish their dynasty, you will take the throne. Yes, Dragon King. I promise to complete the task.
Ao Xingmu replied immediately.
Lady Ao, bring the new members of the Dragon Palace around the Dragon Palace and rest for a few days. Then, we will return to the human demon graveyard, Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. With the appearance of Ao Xingmu, Wang Xian could now set up the entire Luhai region.
The demonic beasts were in turmoil and wanted to establish a dynasty.
If he could control this dynasty, coupled with the power of the Dragon Palace, he could totally be invincible in the Luhai region. At that time, even if it was the Bloody Dynasty, he could destroy it with a single sentence. Prime Minister Gue, call the leaders over later to talk about the future development of our Dragon Palace, Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gue with a smile on his face. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded with a smile. For the next few days, Wang Xian stayed at the position of the Dragon Palace.
Blood Emperor, it's been more than 2 months. When are we going to settle the matter that you promised us? In the sky above a 1,000-meter-tall palace in a cluster of palaces.
The interior of the palace was resplendent, exuding a thick and luxurious aura. The 2 old men looked at an old man with his back facing them and spoke with slight displeasure. There's no need to be anxious. The Blood Flow Empire will do as we promised. If it wasn't for the chaos on the demonic beast side, your matter would have been resolved long ago. The old man with his back facing them slowly turned his head. His tall figure and square face were filled with dignity. We also know about the matter on the demon beast side, but
the demon beast clan has gradually calmed down. I will also summon all the dynasties and forces in the Luhai region to fight against the demon beasts.
An old man was interrupted by the Blood Emperor as he spoke indifferently. Then, Blood Emperor, what do you mean? When we summon all the forces here. As the old man spoke, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile on his face.
I will definitely do what I promised you. However, I hope that the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop will stand on our side in the upcoming battle. Haha, of course there won't be any problems.
Within the Ladyboy graveyard, everyone could feel a solemn atmosphere.
Everyone knew that the once-in-a-thousand-year revolution in the Lehigh region was about to begin. A special atmosphere slowly spread throughout the Lehigh region.
In the past, there were 60 to 70 dynasties in the Lehigh region. Now, after the rise of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, there were more than 40. However, what the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty didn't know was that a conspiracy against them had already begun. Wuxia, regarding the matter of forming an alliance, we need to take a trip out.
On the 5th day, Feng Yuan called Wuxia over. In the palace of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty, there was an old man, Sect Master E, the leader of the Bloodstream sect.
Shall we go together? Wuxia nodded slightly at Sect Master E and asked Feng Yuan. This is an urgent matter. The Bloodstream Empire has issued an order for all the dynasty-level forces in the Lehigh region to head to the imperial city of the Bloodstream in 7 days. Feng Yuan said to him, the reason why we are joining forces is not to target any force. Instead, it is to gain a firm footing in the upcoming war and not suffer any losses. Sect Master E looked at Wuxia and sized him up. May I ask, young Master Wuxia, what is your current strength? I can fight someone at the 6th level of the see-through realm. Wuxia did not hide anything and said with a smile on his face. Now, there was no need for him to hide his strength.
That was because he had an even bigger trump card, Ao Xingmu. In addition, in order to deal with the following matters, the spiritual liquid brought by Ao Xingmu and the rest was consumed by Wuxia. It increased the strength of Ao Yu by a level. Now Ao Yao, who was at level 4 of the see-through void tier, could similarly kill a level 6 see-through void tier. With these two trump cards, it wouldn't matter even if his strength was exposed.
Even though sect leader E was mentally prepared, his pupils still shrank when he heard Wuxia's words. Hehe, I'm really old. A peerless heaven's favorite of a generation. Even old fellows like us can't catch up.
Sect Master E shook his head and said with a smile.
Haha, Sect Master E is too modest. When are we going?
Wuxia asked with a smile.
Let's set off immediately and try to convince the Light Dragon Dynasty and the Heaven Sword Sect within 2 days. This way, we can have some say in the Blood Flow Empire. Feng Yuan stood up and gestured to Wuxia. All right. He nodded without any objections. His plan was his plan. As for the humans, he still had to help Feng Yuan.
The Blood Flow sect and Feng Yuan wanted to join forces. If a war broke out in the future, they wouldn't have to be used as chess pieces and be manipulated by the Blood Flow Empire.
If they could join forces with a few major factions, they could be on equal footing with the Blood Flow Empire. This would reduce their losses.
Then let's go. The Light Dragon Empire is the closest. It's only 130,000 to 40,000 kilometers away. After that, we'll head to the Heavenly Sword Sect.
Chief E stood up and said, Let's go. The 3 of them flew straight into the sky without bringing any subordinates. Chief E stepped on a giant sword that was half a meter wide. A pair of fiery red wings grew out from Feng Yuan's back. Come to my place. We'll be faster. Wuxia looked at them and smiled. He took out the 5 Elements Millstone. The 5 Elements Millstone expanded to a radius of 20 meters and floated in the sky. Chief E smiled at Wuxia and stood up. The relationship between the Bloodstream sect and the Bloodstream Empire was not very good. It was what he wanted to see the most to be able to form an alliance. This was especially after he learned that Wuxia was also a powerhouse at level 6 of the see-through realm. One must know that there were only 3 to 4 powerhouses at level 6 of the see-through realm in the entire Bloodstream Empire.
Feng Yuan sat cross-legged beside Wuxia. The 3 of them flew rapidly towards the Light Dragon Empire. After flying for more than 10 hours, Chief E was slightly shocked when he saw that Wuxia did not need to rest at all. The territory of the Light Dragon Empire is ahead. Their imperial city is not far from here. Coming to an area where the cities were slightly denser, Manager E said to Wuxia, Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and sped up slightly.
Let's go straight to the imperial palace. A huge city appeared in their sight. The huge moat was spectacular.
Let's go straight to the imperial palace, Sect Master Yi said with a smile as he looked at the central imperial palace.
With their status, there was no need for them to ask for permission to enter the imperial palace of the Light Dragon dynasty. They flew straight to the royal palace. The defensive formation of the royal palace couldn't stop them at all.
Buzz.
After passing through the defensive formation of the royal palace, they flew toward the royal palace at a terrifying speed.
The guards of the entire royal palace couldn't react in time.
Brother Long Xiaotian. A friend is here to pay a visit. King of the Radiant Dragon Empire. We have something to discuss. When they arrived in the sky above the Radiant Dragon Empire, Wang Xian gave a light shout and a smile appeared on his face. Although his relationship with Long Xiaotian was relatively good, it wasn't very good when compared to the Radiant Dragon Empire. After all, he had once killed the crown prince of the Radiant Dragon Empire on the spot. Who dares to make a ruckus in our royal palace? An angry shout came from below the royal palace and many insightful emptiness realm experts soared into the sky. At this moment, in the imperial study room in the royal palace, Long Xiaotian and a few ministers were standing in front reporting to the king of the Radiant Dragon Empire. When he heard this voice, Long Xiaotian was slightly stunned. He was filled with astonishment. A hint of anger flashed across the king of the Radiant Dragon Empire's face. If Wang Xian wasn't too strong, he would definitely take revenge for the death of his son.
The king of the Radiant Dragon Empire moved and appeared in the sky.
Oh?
Sect Leader Yi.
When the king of the Radiant Dragon Empire was floating in the sky, he saw Wang Xian and the other two. His gaze landed on the sect leader of the Bloodstream sect and he was astonished. You are the one who killed my grandson. How dare you come to my Light Dragon Empire? You are courting death. Suddenly, an old man rushed out from below. A 1,000-meter-long light sword attacked Wang Xian directly. Ha! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. The 5 elements grinding mill beneath him moved slightly and a wisp of gray energy swept toward the light sword. With a sweep, the light sword disappeared.
Guanglong Empire, we have something important to discuss with you. Don't bring about your own destruction. Sect Master Yi frowned slightly when he saw that the experts from the Guanglong Empire dared to attack directly.
Sect Master Yi, what is there to discuss? The king of Guanglong Empire's pupils contracted slightly when he saw Wang Xian easily wiping off his father's attack. He said solemnly,
This is the Queen of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire regarding the future of the Bloodflow region. As for young Master Wang, you should know that we are not enemies.
Sect Master Yi said faintly. The Queen of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire? The King of Light Dragon was slightly taken aback. He had heard of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire which had recently risen in the distance. He was filled with fear towards this empire. There were many more cities under the Dragon Phoenix dynasty than there were under the Light Dragon dynasty.
Come to our imperial study and talk.
6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. In the imperial study room of the Guanglong Palace, the king of the Guanglong Kingdom and a few top-notch experts of the Guanglong Kingdom were sitting in the imperial study room. Everyone was looking at Wang Xian and the other 2 people who were sitting in a row in shock. Even Long Xiaotian, who was sitting at the side, widened his eyes.
King of the Guanglong Kingdom, everyone is very clear about the matter of your 8th son. It's not that I want to say it, but you have to bear the consequences if you make a huge mistake.
Your 2nd son has such a good relationship with young Master Wang. Everyone knows the world of the strong. Sect Master Yi said to the king of the Light Dragon Kingdom with a smile on his face. The faces of the people of the Light Dragon Kingdom changed slightly. It was the most ruthless imperial family.
Take Long Xiaotian and his brothers, for example. There was not much brotherly love between them. After all, they were not born from the same mother. Instead, they competed for the throne.
The death of the 8th prince did not matter much to the other princes. On the other hand, it was impossible to say that the dozens of sons of the Guanglong Kingdom were very close to each of them. The dynasty was bigger than those princes. Furthermore, there was the relationship between Long Xiaotian and Wang Xian. Wang Xian was a powerhouse at level 6 of the see-through realm.
There were only benefits and no bad things in forming an alliance.
If the Heavenly Sword sect agrees, we will agree, the king of the Kingdom of Light Dragon said with a twinkle in his eyes.
All right. If young Master Wang wants to negotiate with the Kingdom of Light Dragon, it will be easier,
Chief Yi said with a smile on his face. The king of the Kingdom of Light Dragon looked at Wang Xian and took a deep breath. If we can form an alliance this time, we will let bygones be bygones.
Don't worry, Long Xiaodian is my brother. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Okay. The king of the Kingdom of Light Dragon nodded and squeezed out a smile.
He also knew that his second son had a very good relationship with Wang Xian. If not for his eighth son angering him, it would be the best for the Kingdom of Light Dragon to have an ally at level 6 of the see-through realm. In that case, King of the Light Dragon Empire, do you want to go to the Heaven Sword sect with us? Sect Master Yi said with a smile. All right. The King of the Light Dragon Empire hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Time is of the essence. Let's set off now, Feng Luan said directly.
The group headed outside and flew towards the Heaven Sword sect.
Compared to the Light Dragon dynasty when they came to the Sky Sword sect, their treatment was completely different from that of the Light Dragon dynasty. I didn't expect young Master Wang to actually come to our Sky Sword sect. Let's go and inform the young miss. An elder floated in the sky and cupped his hands towards Wang Xian as he said with a smile.
Didn't expect it?
People who don't know about this treatment would think that he's the son-in-law of the Sky Sword sect. Feng Luan watched from the side and said mockingly. Ahem, elder, beside me is the Queen of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, the King of the Light Dragon Empire, and the Sect Master of the Bloodstream sect. We are here to talk to your Sect Master about something important. Wang Xian coughed and explained his purpose of coming here in an awkward manner. Oh, our Sect Master. Let young Master Wang and the rest come up.
As the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect spoke, a voice came from the peak of the Heavenly Sword mountain.
Everyone, follow me. The elder of the Heavenly Sword sect gestured upwards. Let's go. Wang Xian nodded his head. Is this the Wang Xian that our young miss likes? A supreme heavens pride expert with terrifying strength at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Our young miss has good taste.
That's right. He is my idol, an invincible heavens pride expert. Furthermore, back then, senior brother Ren Xingqian wanted to acknowledge him as his master but was rejected by him.
Senior brother Ren Xingqian seems to have been saved by him twice. I heard from senior brother that the reason why he is able to reach this stage today is all because of young Master Wang Xian.
Our senior brother Ren Xingqian's talent is also terrifying. In just a little over a year's time, he has actually advanced to the 2nd level of the see-through realm. How terrifying!
At the bottom of the mountain, some disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were discussing among themselves when they saw Wang Xian and the rest.
When Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the peak of the Heavenly Sword mountain, there was a middle-aged man and a young man standing on the peak.
The middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian in surprise and raised his eyebrows. Sir, Ren Xingqian, who was standing at the side, saw Wang Xian. He took 2 steps forward respectfully and shouted.
I didn't expect your strength to improve by quite a lot. My daughter's taste is really good.
The middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian with a smile and said with a smile. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched when he heard his words. Sect Leader Ling, we are here to discuss something with you. Oh? What is it? To think that the king of the Guanglong Kingdom, Sect Leader Yi, and the Queen of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire are here as well. Sect Leader Ling asked with a smile on his face.
To form an alliance, Sect Leader Ling understands the strength of the Bloodstream sect, the Light Dragon Empire, and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. In addition, Sect Leader Ling, you and young Master Wang are both at level 6 of the Void Interpretation stage. Let's form an alliance.
To deal with the upcoming changes.
Sect Leader Yi looked at Sect Leader Ling and said seriously.
6th level of the Void Interpretation stage? You've reached this stage. Sect Master Ling was slightly shocked as he stared at Wang Xian and asked.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile.
All right, let's talk inside. Sect Master Ling didn't hesitate much and nodded directly. He brought them to a room.
The demonic beasts wanted to establish a dynasty. The order for the Blood Flow Empire had been issued.
Following that, the storm in the blood flow region was about to erupt. In this kind of change, there might be a terrifying war. Even the Heaven Sword sect couldn't guarantee that they would be able to survive this crisis alone. Now that they could form an alliance, it was the best choice. This way, in the next wave, they would be able to grasp the direction. They wouldn't be forced to obey a single order from the Blood Flow Empire. Feng Luan, forget about the Blood Flow Empire. How long do you think it will take for you to rule the entire Luhai region?
After spending 5 hours to discuss everything, everyone left. Wang Xian and Feng Luan flew towards the Dragon Phoenix Empire as he asked slowly. Forget about the Blood Flow Empire? The sect master of the Heaven Sword sect is very strong. He's at level 6 of the See-Through realm. They're a sect, so there's not much of a hindrance. The Light Dragon Empire and the Boundless Sea Empire are not weak. If I can break through to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation realm and have another person at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation realm, it should be enough.
Why? Why are you asking about this? Feng Luan looked at him in puzzlement. If you can achieve it, I will help you deal with the Blood Flow Empire. Wang Xian said to Feng Luan mysteriously. You? Feng Luan was slightly taken aback before she smiled bitterly. I thought my current development speed was fast enough. I didn't expect that I couldn't keep up with your pace. Let me think of a way. I will try my best to possess such strength within a year.
As she spoke, she took a glance at Wang Xian and smiled happily.
Command the world to lay down the flag.
The meaning of the flag laid down by the Bloodshed Empire is obvious. Command the world. When the flag is laid out, all the forces in the entire Luhai region must listen to the order.
With the strength of the Bloodshed Empire, they have the right to command the world.
In the past, all the level 6 See-Through Void martial artists in the entire Luhai region were with the Bloodshed Empire. Now, although there is an additional sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, this does not have much effect on their status. In the vast wilderness, Feng Luan and Wang Xian sat in a sedan. Outside the sedan, more than 30 insightful Emptiness Realm experts were accompanying them. 2 level 2 insightful Emptiness Realm beasts were pulling their proud sons. Beside Feng Luan, there was a 1-meter-sized flag with the words "Command the World" written on it.
After Wang Xian and Feng Luan returned from the Heaven Sword sect, they gathered more than 30 insightful Emptiness Realm experts and headed to the Blood Flow Empire.
The order of the Bloodshed Empire had been sent to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. They had no choice but to go.
If they didn't go, it would be equivalent to not giving face to the Bloodshed Empire. The consequences were obvious.
Furthermore, the Bloodshed Empire gathered all the forces for the matter of the demon beasts in the demi-human graveyard. This time, it would be difficult for all the forces to remain unscathed. That was in the past.
Wang Xian smiled. I wonder if the Blood Flow Empire has any plans to gather all the forces in the Luhai region?
Feng Luan shook her head. We'll know when we get there.
The team proceeded forward. The Blood Flow Empire was at least 300,000 kilometers away from the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The journey was extremely long. If they rushed over, it would take at least 4 to 5 days. At that time, it would also be the time for the Blood Flow Empire to invite all the powers in the world to discuss important matters. At the same time, all the powers in the entire Luhai region started to move, heading towards the direction of the Blood Flow Empire.
A storm was about to arrive.
Your Majesty, Lord Wang, 2 kilometers ahead is the Blood Flow Empire's imperial city.
After traveling for 4 consecutive days, the old woman's voice sounded from outside.
Hang up the flag. Feng Luan waved her arm and opened the curtain. A flag floated above the sedan. As expected of the Bloodshed Imperial City. It's really lively and extraordinary. Wang Xian looked outside and was slightly surprised. In the past, the most magnificent city he had seen was Xiaoyao City. However, compared to the city ahead, Xiaoyao City was much inferior. The entire city was like an ancient Western castle. Every building in the city was extremely luxurious. The golden city gates emitted a thick and heavy color. A city wall of 500 meters was definitely the tallest city wall that Wang Xian had ever seen.
They were still 2,000 meters away from the Bloodshed Empire. Below them was a wide road. The road was paved with milky white tiles, giving people a comfortable feeling. The entire road was 2 to 3 kilometers wide, surrounded by luxurious carriages. Many forces with flags also walked towards the imperial city that was filled with historical heritage. Void interpretation level experts could be seen everywhere, and void interpretation level demon beasts could be seen everywhere. In front of the city gate, there was a moat that was 1,000 meters wide. Terrifying fish would occasionally appear in the moat. The level of these fish was not low. Even if a half-step void interpretation expert were to fall into the moat, he would still have a slim chance of survival. The entire Luhai region is as big as Earth. There are definitely more than 10,000 void interpretation experts in there. There should be more than 1,000 people who came to the Bloodshed Empire this time. Including the Bloodshed Empire, there should be close to 2,000 void interpretation experts. Wang Xian thought to himself, "What power do you belong to? I'll bring you to the place where you live." Just as they arrived at the entrance of the city, 2 middle-aged men of extraordinary level 9 walked over and asked them, "The Dragon and Phoenix Empire." Mang Hong pointed at the flag of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and said to the 2 middle-aged men, "Come with us." The 2 of them nodded and led them inside. The 2 of them sped along the road while Wang Xian, Feng Luan, and the rest followed in a car. After traveling for at least 70 to 80 kilometers, they arrived at the location of the square. It was a huge square. The square had an area of at least 5 kilometers. In the middle of the square, there were many statues. Each of the statues was as tall as 100 meters and arranged neatly in a row. In front of the square, there was a huge imperial palace. 2 7 to 8 meters tall lions were lying on the left and right of the imperial palace. These were not stone lions, but 2 third-level void interpretation demonic beasts. One could see how powerful the Blood Flow Empire was. "I'll lead you to a castle. Your Dragon Phoenix Empire will temporarily stay in the castle, waiting for the summon of our Blood Emperor." 2 middle-aged transcendents at level 9 spoke to them and led them into a nearby castle. The castle was not very big, but it had a beautiful environment. It was 5 stories high and was very good. There was still running water in the courtyard. A castle outside the palace was already so beautiful, let alone inside the palace. "Rest well for a night. I don't know what will happen tomorrow," Feng Luan said to her subordinates. "It's Her Majesty." Everyone nodded. This time, Feng Luan brought more than 30 insightful Emptiness Realm experts from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Beside Wang Xian, Ao Jian and a golden swordfish were followed by 15 strange demons. Ao Yao was personally leading the team. Other than Ao Yao, the rest of the strange demons were the strongest 14 among the strange demons. 4 were at level 3 of the Void Interpretation Realm, 10 were at level 2 of the Void Interpretation Realm, and level 3 of the Void Interpretation Realm could assassinate level 4 of the Void Interpretation Realm. 10 were at level 2 of the Void Interpretation Realm, and they could assassinate level 3 of the Void Interpretation Realm. This force was not strong, but it was definitely not weak. At the very least, other than the king of the Light Dragon Dynasty, the Hanhai Dynasty, the Divine Wind Academy, and the Bloodstream sect, the strange demons could be easily assassinated. Even the king of some dynasties could be dealt with. If Ao Yao was included, there was no need to mention it. "I'll have a good look at the various factions in the Lahai region tomorrow." Wang Xian sat in a room in the room. He poured a cup of tea and muttered with a smile on his face, "Are they here?" At this moment, in a large hall in the imperial palace, 4 to 5 middle-aged elders were sitting on both sides. A middle-aged man in blood-red clothes and a beautiful woman sat in the center. The one who spoke was the middle-aged man sitting at the side. "Sir, the people of the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty have arrived." The middle-aged man standing in the center reported respectfully, It's good that they're here. Your Highness, I'll have to trouble the Shadow Division of the Blood Flow Dynasty." The middle-aged man said to the middle-aged man in the middle of the blood-red clothes with a smile, "Your Highness, that supreme genius named Wang Xian is also with the Dragon and Phoenix Empire." Before the middle-aged man in the blood-red clothes could speak, the reporting staff quickly said, "Oh, that supreme genius at level 5 of the See-Through Void." On both sides, the middle-aged elders frowned slightly. The name of the supreme genius, Wang Xian,
was known by everyone in the entire demi-human graveyard. He had the ability to kill a level 5 seeping void martial artist, a peerless genius. When the few people in the main hall heard this name, they were slightly shocked. Yes, sir. That supreme genius, Wuxia, is with the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The middle-aged man who came to report said respectfully. This?
The middle-aged men frowned slightly. They knew very well that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire had 2 powerhouses at level 5 of the see-through void tier. However, they did not expect that the other person, Lord Wang, who was at level 5 of the see-through void tier, was actually a supreme prodigy. Furthermore, he had followed them here this time.
Wouldn't that mean that the 2 powerhouses at level 5 of the see-through void tier from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire were here? This would be a little difficult to deal with.
Supreme prodigy, I'm really envious. I used more than 400 years to reach the 5th level of the profound void tier, and the other party reached it before the age of 30. TSK.
The middle-aged man in the middle of the blood-red clothes sipped his tea and said, Your Highness, in my heart, you are the most powerful. He, what do you mean by prodigy? Strength is strength. Our Highness is not weaker than that brat.
Beside the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes, a beautiful woman leaned against the middle-aged man with a smile on her face as she spoke.
Haha. But no matter what, that kid is already a very powerful expert. The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes smiled as his gaze swept past the people from the life and death pill and holy item forging workshop on both sides. Your Highness, even if it's an additional 5th level void interpretation expert, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for your blood flow empire, right? An old man said with a frown. 1 or 2, even if it's 3 or 4, it won't have much of an impact.
The middle-aged man in blood-red clothing smiled indifferently.
Then, Your Highness, tonight's words. The old man hurriedly opened his mouth and looked at him. Directly assassinating this kind of method is simply too low-end. Before the Dragon Phoenix Empire dies, we can still make use of it. Don't be anxious, the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes said with a smile. Oh?
Your Highness, the Blood Emperor and our 2 chief supervisors have already gone to the vast region. This matter is entirely under your control. Do you have a better method? An old man's eyes flickered as he asked.
Everyone will naturally know tomorrow. Everyone, don't worry. The matter that our blood flow dynasty has promised will definitely be accomplished. The middle-aged man in the blood-red costume kept them guessing and said with a smile.
That's good. We will wait for the good news from the Crown Prince. We will take our leave first.
A few middle-aged men cupped their hands and walked out directly.
I didn't expect that the king of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty was actually a woman.
After the few of them left, the beautiful woman in the main hall stood up and sat beside the middle-aged man. She spoke with some surprise. Other than Mei Wan, she is the 2nd queen of the Luhai region.
The young man in the blood-red attire hugged the gorgeous woman's body and squinted his eyes. That Wuxia is not simple. He has many subordinates at the insightful void tier.
Ha! The gorgeous woman was slightly taken aback. I heard that there are more than 300 powerhouses in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The number of insightful void tier powerhouses in the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, along with the subordinates of that Wuxia, is not much less than our bloody flow empire.
The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes shook the tea beside him and said slowly.
What? How is this possible? How can there be so many experts? The gorgeous woman said with a face full of disbelief. This is the information that our blood flow empire received. It is absolutely true. However, there is still a huge gap between our overall strength and the blood flow empire.
The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes said with a smile. That is not the case. Just the blood flow empire has 10 to 20 subordinate dynasties and forces. How can a small empire compare to them? The alluring woman said in a fawning manner.
Hee.
The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes smiled, his eyes flashing with a luster. He was the current crown prince of the blood flow empire. Now he had the strength of a 5th level void interpretation. When he reached the 6th level void interpretation, it would be the time for him to ascend to the throne.
In the current empire, he was in charge of many matters, big and small. This time, he was also the one who presided over the command of the blood flow empire. It could be said that he was announcing to the world that this was the future Blood Emperor.
Everyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, please head to the Imperial Palace. Early in the morning the next day, a middle-aged man came to the castle and said to all of them,
"All right, bring us there then."
Feng Huan nodded. Everyone followed behind the middle-aged man and headed towards the Imperial Palace. After entering the huge Imperial Palace, they rode on horse carriages and headed inside. The entire Imperial Palace was like a different world, beautiful and magnificent.
"Everyone, please alight from the carriage."
When they arrived at the front of a large hall, the sedan driver spoke to them.
Wang Xian, Feng Luan, and the rest walked down and looked ahead. What a huge palace!
Looking at the huge palace in front of him, Wang Xian was slightly surprised.
The name of the palace was the Dragon Gathering Palace. It was the place where the Bloodflow royal family held all kinds of huge banquets. The surrounding forces were holding a flag just like them. They scanned their surroundings in surprise and walked inside. Dragon Phoenix Empire. Isn't this a newly rising powerful empire? I heard that the empire is a queen and is extremely powerful. This Dragon Phoenix Empire has risen rapidly in just 2 short years. If it has more than 200 cities, its strength would be comparable to the Hanhai Empire and Light Dragon Empire. I heard that this empire is extremely belligerent and is expanding crazily. The surrounding factions walked into the hall one by one. When they saw the flag of the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty beside Wang Xian and Feng Luan, they were discussing in low voices.
Wang Xian and Feng Huan swept their gaze across the area. There were at least 20 to 30 factions walking into the hall. There were more than 40 dynasties in the Lehai region. However, there were also other sects, and powerful families. The number of these factions was not much less than the dynasty. Each of them gave off the aura of a high-ranking person as they strolled inside.
There were at least 1,000 people, but they were not noisy at all. They were all people of status. After entering the hall, there were already about 1,000 people inside. Each of them sat in a separate area.
In each area, there was a banner. It was the banner of the dynasty and the various factions.
The Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty. Please follow us.
A eunuch walked over and led them to the front with an expressionless face. This is your position.
The eunuch pointed to a few tables and said. Everyone nodded.
Wang Xian looked around and realized that the Hanhai Dynasty was beside them.
The Light Dragon Dynasty was not too far away from them. They were in a position near the front.
This should be divided according to the strength of each dynasty.
Feng Luan noticed that they were in a relatively high position. She also glanced around and said,
the entire hall was divided into 70 to 80 regions, and each region had a main seat.
The region where Wang Xian and Feng Luan were located was behind the various family forces in the Bloodflow Empire. In terms of the various dynasty and sect forces, their seats were at the very front. Along with them was the Heavenly Sword sect. Feng Luan looked at this seat and slightly raised her brows. One by one, the factions walked into the main hall. Soon, all the seats in the main hall were filled. There were about 1,000 to 2,000 people. Beside each dynasty and faction, the flags of their respective factions were hung. At a glance, it encompassed all the factions in the entire Lehai region. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings slightly. He had a rough understanding of the factions in the entire Lehai region. Feng Luan, the sect master of the Heaven Sword sect, the sect master of the Bloodstream sect, and the king of the Light Dragon dynasty looked at each other and nodded. The emperor has arrived.
The crown prince has arrived.
Just as all the dynasties and sects in the hall were sizing up everyone around them, a eunuch's voice came from the front. Eunuch! Everyone looked forward and landed on the 3 old men and the middle-aged man in blood-red clothes. The 2 old men each held 2 scepters and followed behind the middle-aged man.
The old man's eyes did not seem to open. His large red robe completely enveloped his body.
The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes behind him slightly raised his head. His face was filled with an aura of looking down on the world.
He glanced disdainfully at everyone in the hall. His gaze paused on the Dragon Phoenix dynasty for a moment, and his face was filled with a faint smile. Emperor, those 2 old men are 2 emperors. They were once the Blood Emperor.
Only experts at the 6th level of the Profound Void tier are qualified to be called emperors. Those two old men were once the emperors of the Blood Flow Empire.
The middle-aged man behind is the crown prince of the Blood Flow Empire. I heard that he has reached the 5th level of the Profound Void tier at the age of 400.
I heard that this generation's Blood Emperor did not rush overdue to some matters. Everything today will be handed over to the Crown Prince of the Blood Flow Empire to carry out. Too strong, simply too strong. From afar, I can feel a terrifying pressure from the two elders. It makes one's heart palpitate. When they saw the three people walk over proudly, everyone's faces revealed an astonished expression. They discussed in low voices.
Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince.
In the front row, the experts from some of the forces and clans within the Blood Flow Empire stood up respectfully and bowed as they shouted.
Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince.
In the back row, some kings and experts stood up and cupped their hands. These were the subordinate forces of the Blood Flow Empire. As the only region in the Blood Flow region, the subordinate forces of the Blood Flow Empire were very terrifying. Everyone has come from afar. It's been hard on you. The middle-aged crown prince walked to the center seat and waved his hand with a smile. The two old men beside him sat on one chair on the left and the other on the right. The height of the two chairs was very high, even higher than the chair behind the middle-aged man. Are all the forces here? The middle-aged crown prince asked an old man beside him indifferently. Your Highness, I'm sorry we're late. At this moment, two teams walked over from outside the door.
In front of each team was a middle-aged man holding a flag with the words Holy Item Forging Workshop and Life and Death Pill Workshop written on it.
The two teams didn't sit at the back, but on both sides of the two emperors and the middle-aged crown prince.
Even these two forces were qualified to sit at these two places.
I represent the entire Luhai region to thank you for coming to the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded at them.
Haha.
The old man in front of the two forces smiled and sat on his seat. Reporting to Your Highness, the Shilai Kingdom and the Lantern Soul Sect have not arrived. At this moment, the old man held a booklet in his hand and said with a frown,
Today, all the forces of the Lehigh region have been summoned. It is related to the safety of the entire Lehigh region. To resist the foreign forces, we must first pacify the domestic forces. The middle-aged crown prince slowly sat on the chair. Those two forces that didn't come might become our traitors in the future.
Hee. Any unstable factors cannot exist. Destroy them. To resist the foreign forces, we must first pacify the domestic forces. And the best way to pacify the domestic forces was to destroy them.
It's Your Highness the Crown Prince. We already have two lords bringing people over. The old man nodded.
The middle-aged crown prince's order caused everyone around to take a deep breath as their eyes flickered. This was the Blood Flow Empire's tyranny. Once the flag of the world was out, if they didn't come, they would die. This wasn't the prestige and tyranny that had been accumulated over a day or two. It was the prestige that an invincible force should have. Today, our Blood Flow Empire gathered all the forces in the Luhai region. Everyone should be very clear about this. The Demon Beast clan wants to establish an empire. All along, the Demon Beast clan has had more experts than us. Based on the hatred that exists between us humans and the demon beasts in the human-demon graveyard. Once their empire is established and all the forces are unified, the peace of US humans will no longer exist. The cruel blood-savage demon beasts are the natural enemies of humans. We absolutely cannot let the demon beasts establish an empire. We must stop them at all costs.
The middle-aged crown prince swept his gaze across everyone and said indifferently,
All of our dynasties will listen to the orders of the Blood Flow Empire. Your Highness, what do you think we should do? A king of a subordinate dynasty of the Blood Flow Empire respectfully said from below. That's right. We will listen to the Blood Flow Empire and listen to your orders. We absolutely cannot allow the Demon Beast clan to unify.
Another dynasty also spoke up. All the factions understood this matter and they had to stop it. Otherwise, it would be a bomb to the various dynasty factions in the Bloodflow region. Good, our Bloodflow Empire already has a plan for this matter. We'll take the initiative to attack. We definitely cannot let the Demon Beast race establish an empire.
The middle-aged crown prince stood up. and his sonorous voice entered everyone's ears. This time, our blood flow empire will lead all the forces in the flowing sea region to deal a heavy blow to the demon beast clan.
Everyone, don't worry. During this war with the demon beasts, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop will provide us with a large number of pills and weapons. As he spoke, he looked at the two powerful forces on both sides, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. The elders from the two factions nodded slowly. Crown Prince Bloodflow, I would like to ask how many people each of our factions needs to send out and how to fight.
At this moment, the Sky Sword Sect's sect master spoke slowly. The Sky Sword Sect's sect master's question is good. For the sake of fairness, each faction will send out 1/3 of the insightful Emptiness Realm experts. As for how to fight, it is naturally for our Bloodflow Empire to formulate a plan. The middle-aged Crown Prince said as if it was a matter of course.
Every faction will send out 1/3 of their forces. This is an all-out war with the Demon Beast clan.
1/3 of their forces? When Crown Prince Bloodflow finished speaking, some of the factions frowned slightly and discussed in low voices. Our Zero Glory Dynasty agrees with Your Highness Crown Prince. We will definitely comply. Our Storm Dynasty will listen to the orders of Bloodflow Dynasty. Very quickly, the various factions voiced their agreement.
Within these dynasties, there were only 20 to 30 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Even if they were to send out 1/3 of their strength, it would still be acceptable.
Moreover, the upcoming war was hard to say.
Most importantly, once the Bloodshed Empire made a decision, they had no right to resist at all. Their dynasty's strongest expert was only at the 4th level of the insightful Emptiness Realm. If the Bloodshed Empire wanted to destroy them, it would be a piece of cake.
Sect Master Ling's expression did not change at all when he heard his words. I have a piece of information here. This is what our Blood Flow Dynasty has gathered.
The Zero Glow Dynasty now has 28 insightful Void Realm experts.
The North Spirit Dynasty has 33 insightful Void Realm experts.
The Storm Dynasty has 23 insightful Void Realm experts.
The Sky Sword Sect has 393 insightful Void Realm experts.
Prince Bloodflow looked at the numbers on the data and said indifferently.
This caused all the forces in the flowing sea region to be slightly shocked, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. The Bloodflow Dynasty has actually found out the number of experts in each of our forces. The expressions of the kings and sect leaders of some dynasties and sects changed slightly. These numbers were considered confidential to them.
However, the Bloodflow Empire was able to find out so easily.
As expected of the overlord of the flowing sea region, the eyes of all the experts flashed. They knew that it was impossible to hide this information. One by one, the insightful Emptiness Realm experts were called out by Prince Bloodflow.
The Sky Sword Sect and a few other large forces were slightly unhappy.
There's one dynasty that surprised me the most. The Dragon Phoenix Dynasty has at least 537 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. It really surprises us. 537? Our Bloody Flow Dynasty only has a little more than you guys. Prince Bloody Flow said as he looked in the direction of Feng Luan, his eyes shining.
What? More than 500 insightful Emptiness Realm experts.
How is this possible?
As far as we know, there are only more than 300. How can there be so many? Some of the dynasty's forces revealed shocked expressions as they looked over with their eyes wide open.
Feng Luan frowned slightly and took a sip of the tea beside her. There was no change in her expression.
She knew that the Bloodflow Empire must have included the Dragon Palace's strength that they knew.
She looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled and didn't mind. Sect Leader Ling of the Heaven Sword Sect, the King of the Light Dragon Empire, and Sect Leader Yi of the Bloodflow Sect all looked at Feng Luan. Their eyes were also filled with astonishment.
More than 500 insightful Void martial artists had hidden their strength too deeply.
If one didn't count their top-notch combat strength, the Dragon Phoenix Empire was only slightly weaker than the Bloodflow Empire.
Even the Heaven Sword Sect couldn't compare to them.
Seeing that Feng Luan did not show any fluctuations, Prince Bloodflow slightly raised his eyebrows and revealed a satisfied expression. This is a map of the demon beasts in the human demon graveyard. In a few days, We will attack every demon beast race and disrupt their plans to establish an empire. As the sixth prince spoke, he waved his arm and a huge map appeared in the air. The map clearly recorded the distribution of the forces of each demon beast race. Among the demon beast race, the blood barbaric demon beast, the demon scale demon beast, and the bloodthirsty sea demon beast are the most powerful. They have experts at the 6th level of the profound void tier. According to the information we received, the strongest experts of these 3 demon beast races are gathered here to discuss the matter of establishing the Imperial Palace. Therefore, we will launch a sneak attack on all the demonic beast races' lairs in 5 days' time to disrupt their plans. Prince Bloodflow said as he pointed with his arm. The Heaven Sword sect and the Bloodstream sect are in charge of launching a sneak attack on the demonic beast lairs. The Light Dragon Dynasty, the Hanhai Dynasty, and the Divine Wind Academy are in charge of the Bloodthirsty Sea demon race, and the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty is in charge of the Blood Barbaric demon beast race. Wait! Prince Bloodstream pointed at the map in the sky as he spoke. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sect Leader Ling. Oh? Sect Leader Ling, does your Sky Sword sect have any objections?
Prince Bloodstream looked at the sect leader of the Sky Sword sect with a smile on his face as he spoke indifferently. On the contrary, when the surrounding dynasty forces heard Prince Bloodstream's words, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Handing over these 3 strongest demonic beast races to the top-tier factions in the Bloodflow region was the best choice in their eyes. I don't have any objections to our Sky Sword sect facing the demonic Lin demonic beast race. Facing the powerful demonic beast race, only a few of our factions are able to deal with them. However, you've given away all 3 great demonic beast races. I want to ask, what is your Bloodflow Empire doing?
Sect Leader Ling asked the Bloodflow Empire with a calm expression.
Our Bloodflow Empire is in charge of the overall situation.
This is an order. This is not a discussion, Prince Bloodflow said. Suddenly, an old man holding a blood-red scepter at the back slowly raised his head and said calmly. Prince Bloodflow was slightly stunned and slowly raised his head. This, as expected of the Bloodflow Empire, incomparably overbearing. The Bloodflow Empire has dominated for thousands of years, so it naturally has the strength. Even if the Spirit Sword sect has a 6th level void interpretation expert, it still can't change the overall situation. When the surrounding people heard the old man's words, their pupils slightly constricted and they pursed their lips. The entire hall became silent. This was the might of the Bloodflow Empire. Our Bloodflow Empire naturally cannot just stand by and watch. In the end, we still have to rely on our Bloodflow Empire when facing the Demon Beast Empire. Prince Bloodflow said indifferently and shrugged his shoulders slightly.
Sect Leader Ling of the Sky Sword sect frowned slightly. His expression was somewhat unsightly as his eyes flickered.
We don't have the strength to let our Dragon Phoenix Empire face the Blood Barbaric Demon Beast. At this moment, Feng Luan frowned slightly and said directly.
Your Dragon Phoenix Empire is so strong, how can we not do it?
At this moment, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, which were sitting at the front and 2 sides, stared at Feng Luan with smiles on their faces and said with a smile. They finally understood the Bloodflow Empire's plan today.
They didn't even need to do it themselves. The Dragon Phoenix Empire would suffer heavy losses, and they could even use the Dragon Phoenix Empire to weaken the demonic beasts.
Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
You've underestimated your strength, this queen. If the 6th level of the Profound Void tier isn't here, you have the Supreme Prodigy. It's just a blood-savage demonic beast. You can still deal with it.
Prince Bloodflow looked at Feng Luan and slowly picked up the wine cup. Moreover, this is an order. Who else has an opinion?
Who else has an opinion?
Prince Bloodflow stood at the top and questioned everyone with a cold face. Who else has an opinion? This sentence sounded more like who else dared to have an opinion.
When everyone heard Prince Bloodflow's words, they were slightly shocked.
They weren't shocked by the Bloodflow dynasty's might. In the entire Flowing Sea region, everyone knew that the Bloodflow Empire's strength could literally destroy all of their forces.
If it wasn't for the fact that the Blood Flow Empire needed to fight against the demonic beasts in the demi-human graveyard and that they didn't have enough strength to control such a large area, they might have already ruled over the entire Blood Flow Empire. Ruling a dynasty wasn't that simple. Just like the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty was developing very quickly. However, there would be some city lords who didn't take Feng Luan's orders seriously. The gathering power of the citizens was weak. Just like the city lord of Windfrost City, just like the prodigy competition of Flaming Sun City. The city lord didn't take the queen's orders seriously. If it wasn't for Wang Xian and Feng Luan, the prodigies of Flaming Sun City might have already been recruited by the Blood Flow sect. This was the problem of control. A weak control was the same as not having control. Therefore, the Bloodstream Empire didn't unify the entire Flowing Sea region. They only controlled over 20 factions and became their subordinate factions. This power was enough. No matter how many cities there were, they could become a burden. However, not every city could bring a huge amount of spirit stones to the empire. Some spirit stones even required the empire to spend money to maintain them. What shocked everyone was that the legendary Supreme Prodigy was actually from the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Everyone's gaze swept across the area where Feng Luan, Wang Xian, and the rest were. Their faces were filled with astonishment. I really didn't expect that Supreme Prodigy was actually from the Dragon Phoenix Empire. This is a peerless powerhouse who could kill a 5th-level profound void martial artist. No wonder the Dragon Phoenix Empire could rise so quickly. With more than 500 Void Interpretation Realm experts and 2 5th-level Void Interpretation Realm experts, their strength is much stronger than the Light Dragon Dynasty and the Boundless Sea Dynasty. Exclamations sounded one after another, and their eyes flickered. Your Highness, we don't have any opinions. We have the responsibility to fight against the human demon graveyard. We will use as much strength as we have the responsibility. We support Your Highness. Our Zero Glory Dynasty also supports the Crown Prince. The Dragon Phoenix Dynasty has a supreme genius. It is easy to deal with a blood barbarian demon beast. That's right, that's right. Those who are capable will work hard. In the future, the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty will be our role model. The kings and sect masters of the various forces said with smiles on their faces. For such a powerful force, they naturally hoped that the other party would be weakened. Moreover, it was much better for others to deal with a top-tier king beast race like the blood barbaric demon beast race than for them to do it themselves. The rest of the forces immediately agreed with a smile on their faces. They were very supportive of the Crown Prince's order this time. I have an opinion. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was sitting beside Feng Luan, shook the teacup in his hand with a smile and said faintly, Wang Xian's sudden words caused everyone in the hall to be slightly stunned. They looked at him in astonishment and widened their eyes. Do you have any objections? Prince Xuelu was also slightly stunned when he heard Wang Xian's words. He narrowed his eyes slowly and said, Give me a reasonable reply or else. As he spoke, the killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. He stared coldly at Wang Xian. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone knew what was going to happen next. What else can we do? Our Dragon and Phoenix Empire is going to deal with a top-tier demonic beast race alone. Heaven Sword Sect, Light Dragon Empire, and Bloodstream Sect are going to deal with another demonic beast race. May I ask, what's the use of having your Bloodstream Empire? Are you just here to issue orders? Wang Xian leaned back on his chair and looked at the Crown Prince on the stage with a smile on his face. Wow! Wang Xian's words were undoubtedly like a bomb on the calm surface of the water. It shocked everyone. You are courting death, nameless sword demon. Do you really think that you are so arrogant just because you are a supreme Heaven's Pride expert? How dare you speak to Your Highness the Crown Prince? Dragon and Phoenix Empire. I think you all want to die. Watch your words. You people who belong to this place. All of a sudden, all the experts from the Bloodflow Empire stood up and stared at Wang Xian coldly. Even those affiliated to the Empire stood up and looked at them with murderous intent. Arrogant, you are too arrogant. I think all of you don't want to leave this place today. The people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Biological Forging Workshop stood up with cold smiles on their faces. Their eyes were filled with disdain. How dare they question the Bloodflow Empire here? They were simply courting death.
Boom. At this moment, Prince Bloodflow, who was standing in front of them, emitted a terrifying aura. He stared at Wang Xian and Feng Luan with a ghastly expression. Is this the intention of your dragon and phoenix empire? The powerful aura made the families and forces of the Bloodshed Empire in front of them quickly move aside to make way for him. He stared at each other from afar. A blood-red glow shot out from his eyes.
This world is not the world of your Bloodshed Empire. You called us here. We are not here to seek death, nor are we here to become chess pieces to be manipulated by others. Feng Luan slowly stood up, her gaze fixed on Prince Bloodflow, and a faint sneer appeared on her face. Even if it is your order, you must give us a reasonable explanation. Explanation?
Our Bloodflow Empire has the strength, why should we explain to you?
You don't have the qualifications.
An order is an order, you just have to obey. Otherwise, what awaits you is death. Don't think that you are so powerful just because you have more than 500 insightful Void Realm experts. That's right. There's no need for the Bloodflow Empire to make a move. Our combined strength has 400 to 500 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Do you really think that you are so amazing just because we praise you? Before Prince Bloodflow could speak, the subordinate countries and the family forces of the Bloodflow Empire shouted with cold expressions.
Are the people of the Dragon Phoenix Empire courting death?
Do they really think that they can fight against the Bleeds Empire just because they have more than 500 insightful Void martial artists? This courting death is simply too arrogant.
When some of the other forces saw the Queen and Wang Xian of the Dragon Phoenix Empire talking to the Bleeds Empire in such a manner, they shook their heads slowly.
Why do I have to explain my actions to you?
What qualifications do you have?
You have 3 seconds to kneel or die. At this moment, one of the elders standing beside the Crown Prince stood up slowly and stared at Wang Xian, Feng Luan, and the rest with an expressionless face. I'll give you 3 seconds. Kneel down or die.
An incomparably tyrannical voice came from the mouth of an emperor.
He stood up. His burly body stared coldly at Phoenix and the rest. Why would he need to explain to you? It explained the invincible stance of the Bloodflow Empire. In the entire hall, when that emperor stood up and spoke, traces of power filled the entire hall. Everyone held their breaths and looked at him with incomparably grave expressions. Hee. Why do you have to explain to us?
You are really domineering, haha. When Wang Xian heard the words of the emperor, he sneered and stood up with a loud laugh.
Do you guys still have the qualifications to say such words? He narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze across the 2 emperors. A faint sneer appeared on his face. Ha! Seeing Wang Xian standing up with a cold laugh, everyone was slightly taken aback. An incredulous look appeared on their faces.
He was really courting death.
Bang!
The emperor from the Bloodshed Empire was evidently stunned as well. His calm face revealed a look of anger.
He gently placed the scepter in his hand on the ground. A muffled sound rang out. An invisible aura directly charged forward.
The Bloodflow Empire is indeed a little overbearing. This isn't your world, and we aren't your chess pieces either. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded from the Heavenly Sword sect.
Sect leader Ling sat there and looked at the 2 emperors above, his eyes flickering. Oh,
this sect leader Ling of the Heavenly Sword sect, he actually also. When everyone's gaze landed on sect leader Ling, they were all extremely shocked.
Sect leader Ling of the Heavenly Sword sect also opened his mouth to speak. What did this mean? Was he also expressing his dissatisfaction towards the Bloodflow Empire? The sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect was a 6th-level Void interpretation expert, an existence that could match the strongest fighting strength of the Bloodflow Empire. Ling Xiaoyun of the Heaven Sword sect. Do you really think that you can become an enemy of our Bloodflow Empire just because you've broken through to the 6th level of the Profound Void tier? Standing on the stage, the Bloodflow Prince's pupils constricted slightly. He looked at Sect Master Ling's position with an embarrassed expression.
It seems that there are still quite a number of people who have objections against our Bloodflow Empire. Haha, good. Our Bloodflow Empire has not made a move for over 1,000 years.
Some people really think that they can challenge our Bloodflow Empire's prestige just by breaking through to the 6th rank of the Profound Void tier. Anyone who disobeys our orders, all of you, stand out. Boom! Another emperor slowly opened his eyes. He stood up and looked at the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, sweeping his gaze across all the factions in the hall. The might of a sixth-rank, profound void-tier expert was directly emitted. The terrifying aura caused even the profound void-tier experts present to feel their breathing slow. Emperor, please calm down. We don't dare.
Emperor, please calm down. We have no objections.
The expressions of the Blood Flow Empire's family forces and subordinate forces changed drastically. They hurriedly stood up and bowed.
Their gazes glanced at the Sky Sword sect and the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Their eyes were somewhat cold.
The other forces also hurriedly stood up and bowed. When the Emperor was angry, blood would flow for thousands of miles. They simply didn't have the ability to resist. The Sky Sword sect and the Dragon Phoenix Empire aren't satisfied, right? The Emperor placed the scepter in front of him and placed his palms on it as he asked coldly.
Just as the Dragon Phoenix Queen said, this world isn't your blood flow empires.
Just as he finished asking, the Light Dragon King slowly stood up and said expressionlessly,
Our Bloodstream sect is not a chess piece of your Bloodstream empire.
Sect Master E of the Bloodstream sect also stood up and said with a smile on his face. What? The Light Dragon Empire and the Bloodstream sect also stood up against the Bloodstream Empire. Could it be that they have long been prepared? Or, my God, the Sky Sword sect, the Light Dragon Empire's Bloodstream sect, and the Dragon Phoenix Empire are among the most powerful forces now. The four of them actually don't give face to the Bloodstream Empire. When the sect masters of the Light Dragon Dynasty and the Bloodstream sect stood up, the entire hall was in an uproar. They looked at the four top-tier forces in astonishment.
All of them gulped. What did they want to do?
Are you going to rebel? Prince Bloodstream's expression changed slightly when he saw the two top-tier forces stand up, and he asked in a stern voice, We don't belong to your blood flow empire to begin with. Why would we go against you?
Do you really think that we are your subjects?
Feng Luan stared at Prince Bloodflow and said indifferently, Haha, good. Among the four top-tier forces, our Bloodflow empire still has the same words. Kneel down now and spare your lives. Otherwise, you will die. The rest of you, listen to my orders.
Buzz.
An emperor laughed out loud with a cold expression. His domineering voice entered everyone's ears. His gaze swept across the Dragon Phoenix Empire, Sky Sword sect, Light Dragon Empire, and the Bloodflow sect as he shouted at everyone around him. At the last moment, he raised the scepter in his hand. A terrifying aura gathered on it. Kneel down or die.
The people from the families and subordinate dynasties in the Bloodshed Empire stood up immediately. A weapon appeared in front of them. A murderous aura emanated from their bodies as they roared loudly.
The expressions of the other factions changed drastically. They stood there without saying a word. Kneel down or die. Old man, do you really think that you can kill whoever you want? Let's give it a try then. Wang Xian looked at the two old men who seemed to have the power of life and death in their hands. A hint of mockery appeared on his face as he stared at them and said coldly. At the same time, an aura charged directly at one of the old men. Haha. We really need to give it a try to find out.
Sect Master Ling also laughed out loud. His body trembled slightly and a terrifying metallic radiance charged directly at the other emperor.
You're courting death. When the emperor felt the impact of Wang Xian's aura, his expression changed slightly. He waved the scepter in his hand and a blood-red radiance charged towards Wang Xian. The moment he made his move, he wanted to kill him. Hee.
A destructive aura gathered in Wang Xian's palm.
Buzz.
He waved his arm to the left. The terrifying blood-red radiance charged towards the side. Not good.
Block.
The expressions of the Blood Flow Empire's forces on the left changed drastically and they hurriedly shouted.
Thick earth shield.
An elder's expression changed drastically and an earthen yellow shield appeared in front of him as he shouted loudly.
The 2-meter-tall shield blocked in front of him. However, the blood-red light easily pierced through the shield.
Ah! Screams sounded.
The Emperor's attack instantly killed 3 or 4 insightful void martial artists. The Nameless Sword Demon is a level 6 insightful void martial artist. A shocked voice sounded from the surroundings. The Nameless Sword Demon is a powerhouse at level 6 of the See-Through realm.
Level 6 of the See-Through Realm. Level 6 of the See-Through Realm.
When everyone saw Wang Xian casually deflecting an emperor's attack to the side, their eyes widened. No wonder the Dragon and Phoenix Empire dared to disobey the order of the Bloodshed Empire. It turns out that Wang Xian has the strength of level 6 of the See-Through Realm. No wonder Wang Xian dared to look down on the emperor. It turns out that he has reached this realm as well. Have the Sky Sword Sect, the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the Bloodshed Sect, and the Light Dragon Empire come to an agreement?
Are they going to join forces?
Wang Xian and sect leader Ling are two 6th-level insightful void martial artists. The Bloodshed Empire may not care about one 6th-level insightful void martial artist. But if there are two...
The surrounding forces stared at Wang Xian in shock. A master at level 6 of the See-Through Realm who was not even 30 years old. What kind of concept was this? This was simply defying the natural order.
Are you courting death?
When the emperor saw that his attack landed on his own people and that 3 masters of the See-Through Realm were killed, he revealed a furious expression.
Haha, old man, do you have the ability to kill me?
Wang Xian looked at the old man and laughed out loud. He stared at the emperor mockingly.
When the emperor heard Wang Xian calling him an old man and holding the scepter in his hand tightly, his expression changed drastically. 2 experts at the 6th level of the insightful emptiness realm. No wonder you dare to challenge us, the Bloody Flow Empire. However, do you really think that we are afraid of you? Do you really think that we, the Bloody Flow Empire, can't do anything to you?
The other emperor extended his hand to stop him. He glanced at the sect master of the Wang Xian Heavenly Sword sect with a cold expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent. They did not expect that a force that they thought was like an official would slap their faces in such a manner. What shocked them even more was that their strength had completely exceeded their expectations.
Everyone from the Blood Flow Empire, we are not here to challenge you. It is you who are too arrogant and treat us as chess pieces. When it comes to dealing with the demonic beast clan, why should we explain our actions to you?
You don't take us seriously at all. The sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect stared at the 2 emperors and said faintly,
You still have to explain to us about the demonic beast clan. We also have to give a detailed explanation. Wang Xian looked at the 2 emperors and said faintly, Why would they need to explain to you about the actions of the Blood Flow Empire? Sorry, they really had to explain. Sect leader Ling's words and Wang Xian's words made the 2 elders' faces extremely awkward. On the surface, there were only 3 experts at level 6 of the Void Interpretation Realm in the Blood Flow Empire. However, in reality there were 4 of them. However, the current Blood Emperor and the manager of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had yet to return from their journey to the vast region. Furthermore, one of the emperors was still at the tomb of the demi-human. They really couldn't deal with Wang Xian and sect leader Ling.
In fact, if both parties were to fight, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would be the Blood Flow Empire. Perhaps the entire imperial city would be reduced to ruins during their battle. This caused their expressions to change continuously. As the former Blood Emperor of the Blood Flow Empire, when had they ever been so restrained?
Now is the time for the transformation of the entire Luhai region. As the strongest existence in the Blood Flow Empire, we are naturally the main ones. Prince Bloodflow's expression changed drastically as he stared at Wang Xian and sect leader Ling. He said with a gloomy face, Shut up. You don't have the right to speak here.
Wang Xian glanced at Prince Bloodflow and said coldly. He stared at the 2 emperors and said, Make the plan together. Don't even think about not contributing a little.
You.
Prince Xuelu's body trembled when he heard Wang Xian's reprimand. He stared at Wang Xian with bloodshot eyes.
We will discuss the matter of the demonic beasts another day. One of the emperors stared deeply at Wang Xian and sect leader Ling as he said coldly,
All of you take care of yourselves. Humph. The other emperor swept his gaze across the 4 forces of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. With a snort, he turned around and left.
Prince Bloodflow's expression changed as he stood there.
We'll discuss it another day. Listen to our Bloodflow Empire's announcement.
He waved his arm and walked out directly, leaving behind all the factions in the Great Hall whose faces were filled with astonishment. They looked at the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the Sky Sword Sect, the Light Dragon Empire, and the Blood Flow sect standing in the Great Hall in a daze. I really didn't expect that they actually had the power to resist the Blood Flow Empire. 2 level 6 profound void martial artists plus their profound void martial artists, they really aren't afraid of the Blood Flow Empire at all. This is simply...
The Demon Beast clan hasn't changed yet, but a huge earthquake has happened on our side.
Some factions discussed with astonished expressions. The subordinate dynasties and sects of the Blood Flow Empire looked at them with ugly expressions.
For thousands of years, this was the first time they had forced the Bloodshed Empire into such an awkward situation.
Let's go.
Wuxia swept his gaze across the surroundings and looked at the 3 forces of the Heavenly Sword sect.
Let's go. Sect leader Ling and the rest nodded their heads and led their subordinates out. Wuxia and Feng Luan also walked out. Hiss! These 4 forces have really formed an alliance. It seems like they are prepared for the huge changes in the Luhai region. They have already formed an alliance. It's obvious that they are dissatisfied with the attitude of the Bloodshed Empire today. Voices of discussion rang out in the hall. Only after Wuxia and the rest left did they dare to follow them out.
If it wasn't for the fact that the Bloodshed Empire has gone overboard, I don't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with them. They really don't put us in their eyes.
Walking out of the Great Hall, the Sky Sword sect's sect master shook his head slightly and said indifferently, thinking that he was at least an expert at the 6th level of the Profound Void tier, yet the Blood Flow Empire still didn't put the Sky Sword sect in their eyes. One could imagine how arrogant they were. They have been invincible in the Flowing Sea region for too long, making them think too highly of themselves. The Light Dragon King said indifferently. They didn't agree with the Blood Flow Empire's plan at all.
It was obvious that they wanted to weaken their power.
I wonder what the Blood Flow Empire will do next? Feng Luan said thoughtfully. They have been standing on the clouds for a long time. Now they should know what to do. This world is not theirs. In the end, they will compromise. Sect Master Ling said with a smile on his face.
Sect Master Yi and the Light Dragon King nodded slightly. It was impossible for the Bloodstream Empire to attack them, especially when the Demon Beast clan wanted to establish an empire.
The appearance of the Demon Beast Empire was actually the most stressful thing for the Bloodstream Empire. During this period, the Bloodstream Empire could only rope them in. Once they fought, the losses of the Bloodstream Empire would be even more severe. Bang!
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 Damn it! Damn Wuxia!
Damn nameless sword demon! Just you wait. I, Tang Shuwen, swear that I will tear you into pieces. In a palace in the Bloody Flow Palace, the Crown Prince of the Bloody Flow Empire slammed the items in front of the table with a furious expression. He shouted loudly with a ferocious expression.
The beautiful woman beside him had a worried look on her face. She walked over and said softly in fear, "Your Highness Crown Prince, you. Don't be angry. The Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Heaven Sword sect don't know what's good for them. They will regret it in the future."
How dare they tell me to shut up?
How dare they tell me to shut up? Tang Shuwen clenched his fists and stood there with a cold expression. 6th level of the Profound Void martial stage. Don't think that you can order me just because you have reached the 6th level of the Profound Void martial stage. Just you wait, just you wait.
He growled and his eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent.
The beautiful woman beside him gently stroked his body to calm him down. "Your Highness, what do the 2 emperors say?"
Huff!
Tang Shuwen took a deep breath, sitting on a seat at the side with an awkward expression. "We'll talk about it when my father arrives. However, at this juncture, it's impossible for us to have a civil war here."
As he spoke, an unwilling expression appeared on his face. The beautiful woman hurriedly served tea and poured water at the side. She also understood that, at this juncture, the Bloodshed Empire wouldn't make a move against them. The 4 forces were all the strongest forces apart from the Blood Flow Empire.
This was especially so for the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect and that Wuxia who was at level 6 of the See-Through Void tier. The 2 of them were at level 6 of the See-Through Void tier. This had exceeded the expectations of the Blood Flow Empire.
If they really fought, it would cause some unimaginable disasters to the Blood Flow Empire. The 2 emperors had also said that everything would be discussed after the Blood Emperor arrived and called the emperors from the Human Demon Graveyard over.
The news of what happened in the Imperial Palace had already spread out in the afternoon.
Once this news spread out, it shook the entire blood flow imperial city.
As the imperial city of the blood flow empire, it had a history of 7,000 to 8,000 years. This was the most majestic and enormous city in the Luhai region.
Those who were able to live here were all not weak. In fact, here even rank 5 transcendents were considered weak. This was something unimaginable in other cities.
On the streets, level 7 and level 8 transcendents could be seen everywhere.
Damn, is this for real?
There's actually someone who dares to challenge our blood flow empire? Let's kill him. Of course it's real. Back then, the 2 emperors couldn't do anything to the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Heaven Sword sect.
Who would have thought that the supreme genius Wang Xian actually had the strength of a level 6 see-through void martial artist? Oh my god. Wasn't he at level 5 see-through void martial artist 2 years ago?
Who cares about the Heaven's Pride Supreme Wang Immortal? Who cares about the Heaven's Sword sect or the Light Dragon Dynasty's Bloodstream sect?
If they dare to provoke our Bloodstream Empire, kill them. Kill them. As the Emperor of the Flowing Sea region, anyone who disobeys us will die.
What about His Majesty the Blood Emperor?
Who cares about the monstrous Heaven's Pride?
If they dare to provoke us, we will definitely destroy them. In the discussion forums of the various restaurants and communication stone tablets, the citizens of the Blood Flow Imperial City revealed furious expressions when they received this news.
As citizens of the Blood Flow Imperial City, they had a kind of pride deep in their bones. When they learned that a few top-tier factions were opposing their dynasty in the Imperial Palace, every one of their faces revealed furious expressions.
How can our dynasty be opposed by a bunch of forces like you?
In the entire Imperial City, many people were discussing with furious expressions. The crowd was furious. With Wang Xian and sect leader Ling, 2 powerhouses at level 6 of the Void Interpretation stage, the Blood Flow dynasty will definitely not dare to shed all pretenses of cordiality. During this period, even if there are 3 powerhouses at level 6 of the Void Interpretation stage in the Blood Flow dynasty, they won't dare to offend them. I reckon the plan will be reformulated in a few days.
This isn't a good thing for us.
In a restaurant, a few experts from a dynasty listened to the conversations of the people around them as they discussed in low voices. Those dynasties and sects were very clear that the Dragon Phoenix dynasty and the Sky Sword sect had gained the upper hand in this game.
Time slowly passed.
What happened in the Imperial Palace caused a commotion in the entire Imperial City.
As time passed, the people in the Imperial City gradually understood that this time, the Blood Flow Empire, who was invincible in their hearts, might really have to bow their heads.
As for the current situation, the people gradually understood it clearly. This caused the people of the Blood Flow Empire to be somewhat dazed. In the future, the Blood Flow Empire might not be the only existence standing on the mountain peak.
Father, you're finally here.
On the evening of the 4th day, in a palace of the Blood Flow Empire, the Night Pearl illuminated the entire palace. The Crown Prince of the Blood Flow Empire, Tang Xuwen, and 3 other emperors sat inside.
When the 4 figures outside walked in, the Crown Prince, Tang Xuwen, hurriedly went up to them and shouted with a smile on his face.
I heard that something happened here in the palace. The burly elder walked in and bowed to the emperors as he asked indifferently. Father, it's the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, Sky Sword sect, Bloodstream sect, and Light Dragon dynasty.
Crown Prince Tang Xuwen said with a gloomy face. I know. Please sit down too.
The Blood Emperor nodded and gestured to the 3 elders beside him.
The 3 old men nodded, and 2 of the old men's clothes had the words pill and weapon written on them. The other old man was slightly chubby, and he had a warm smile on his face.
Little June, these 4 forces, the matter of the 2 insightful Void Tier 6 experts. An emperor looked at the Blood Emperor and frowned as he asked, Father, I've already heard about the matters of those 4 forces, and I have a matter that needs our attention.
The Blood Emperor said to the Emperor, his eyes flickering as he looked at the slightly plump old man. All emperors, this old man, Qian from the world's 3rd trading company, has come to tell you a piece of news.
The old man stood up with a smile.
World's 3rd trading company? The emperors were slightly surprised as they said with a smile, Elder Qian, speak.
You should also know that we have been in contact with the 3rd trading company in the world. The Demon Beast clan wants us to help them pass on the message.
Their demon beast clan is willing to temporarily stop any battles with humans and invite everyone to participate in the demon beast dynasty's founding ceremony.
Elder Qian said slowly. Oh? What? The emperors were slightly surprised. They frowned and immediately asked, "What's the situation on the demon beast side now? Which demon beast clan has reached the peak?" Blood Savage Demonic Beast. Now, the Blood Savage Demonic Beast has 3 demonic beasts at the 6th level of the Profound Void tier. They have defeated the other 2 top-tier demonic beast races. The Emperor of Demonic Beasts is in their race. Elder Qian said to them, "Blood Savage Demonic Beast?"
It's actually them who has ascended the throne. The situation is not optimistic. Are they going to make peace with us humans?
The emperors frowned, their expressions changing. The blood barbarian demon beasts had always been bloodthirsty and were mortal enemies with the humans.
Now that the blood barbarian demon beasts had ascended to the throne, this was definitely not good news for the humans.
Even if the blood barbarian demon beasts wanted to stop the war with the humans, they still couldn't believe it. After all, the blood barbarian demon beasts were such a cruel race. Their words couldn't be trusted.
Did the blood barbaric demon beasts know that we humans are trying to stop them from establishing the demon beast empire, so they decided to stop the war?
An emperor frowned and asked.
Yes, but not all of them are related. Ever since we opened up the trade with the demon beast race, the demon beast race knows the benefits of interacting with humans. Moreover, the third trading company, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop are the witnesses to this truce. They don't dare to violate the agreement.
Elder Qian shook his head and said to them, "Oh? The Life and Death Pill Workshop?"
The Holy Item Forging Workshop.
The emperors looked at the other 2 elders. Emperors, if the Demon Beast clan establishes an imperial dynasty and has good relations with humans, we can do business with the Demon Beast clan. We naturally look forward to your peace.
The 2 elders said indifferently.
If the Demonic Beast clan establishes an empire, it might not be long before their strength completely surpasses ours. One of the lords glanced at the Blood Emperor and said in deep thought, "There's a very high possibility that once the empire is established, the Demonic Beast Empire will be much stronger than us." The Blood Emperor also frowned. Originally, I wouldn't have agreed, but the appearance of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the 2 rank 6 experts of the Profound Void Realm. As he spoke, he looked at the few emperors. If we continue to make enemies with the Demon Beast clan, our Blood Flow dynasty will suffer great losses.
But if we make peace with them, then we will still be the rulers of the Flowing Sea region. Our Blood Flow dynasty controls the humans in the Flowing Sea region, and the Demon Beast dynasty controls the demon beasts in the Flowing Sea region.
As the Blood Emperor spoke, a cold expression slowly appeared in his eyes.
"Little June, what do you mean?"
The few emperors raised their brows slightly, their eyes flickering.
"What I mean is anyone who dares to offend our Blood Flow empire will die, even if the other party has a level 6 Profound Void martial artist."
As the Blood Emperor spoke, his face revealed an icy cold smile. The few emperors slowly stood up and looked at each other. As long as the Demon Beast Empire doesn't interfere with our human affairs, then we won't stop them from establishing the empire. The few emperors nodded.
The establishment of the Demon Beast Empire would definitely have a great impact on the human race in the future. Take the Blood Savage Demon Beast as an example. After they became the Emperor of the Demon Beasts, there was a high possibility that they would secretly devour human blood in the future. However, this didn't matter. As long as it didn't affect the overall situation of the Blood Flow Empire, it was fine. Secondly, there was the guarantee from the world's third trading company, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, that they didn't have to worry about the Demon Beast Empire suddenly breaking the treaty.
Then right now, our first priority is, when Crown Prince Tang Shuwen heard his father and the other emperor's decision, his eyes revealed an excited expression. He had vaguely guessed what would happen next.
Anyone who dares to challenge our Blood Flow Empire will die.
The Blood Emperor stood there with a cold smile on his face. "Haha, good. Then the Dragon Phoenix Empire will ask everyone from the Blood Flow Empire to help solve it."
The 2 elders from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop laughed loudly and said, "Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, we'll destroy them this time. The Blood Emperor's face revealed a cold expression.
Since that's the case, let's make a move immediately. These past few days, all the dynasties and sects in the Luhai region really thought that we were afraid of them.
Even the citizens of our imperial city thought that we had to lower our heads to them. Hee hee.
One of the emperors said with a face full of killing intent.
Haha, it's been a long time since any faction dared to provoke our blood flow empire. This time, we'll let all the factions in the Flowing Sea region see the consequences of offending us.
It's been a long time since we've made a move. Today is a good time to move. The other emperor laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, a large saber appeared in his hand. For level 6 insightful void martial artists against 2 level 6 insightful void martial artists. They were confident that they could keep their opponents here. They were also confident that the upcoming battle would not affect the imperial city. As the emperor of the Blood Flow Empire, they had this confidence.
Gather all the insightful void martial artists in our Blood Flow imperial city and gather all the forces of the subordinate dynasties.
The Blood Emperor immediately gave the order.
Its father. Crown Prince Tang Shuwen replied loudly with excitement. A ferocious expression appeared on his face.
He had never thought that he would be able to see that the kid's body had been damaged in the Blood Flow Imperial City so quickly.
The night in the Blood Flow Imperial City was even livelier than during the day.
Especially around the Imperial Palace in the center, there was not much space between the entire street and the day.
The night pearls were inlaid on both sides of the door, looking exceptionally beautiful. The Blood Emperor's order.
The Blood Emperor has arrived. He wants all of us to go to the palace. What's going on? Is it because of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty and the Heaven's Sword sect? Is it because they want to make a new plan? When the subordinate forces received the Blood Emperor's order from the Blood Flow dynasty, they were all astonished.
However, they were not the Dragon Phoenix Empire's Skysword sect. They did not dare to resist the Blood Flow Empire's order at all.
The subordinate forces immediately rushed toward the Imperial Palace. When they arrived at the Imperial Palace, all the subordinate forces had shocked expressions on their faces as they stood in front of a hall. The burly Blood Emperor wore blood-red armor that covered his entire body. He was riding a dragon horse at the 4th level of the Profound Void tier.
The dragon horse was covered in scales of sword shadows. Its tail was 5 to 6 meters long.
It had a huge mouth full of densely packed sharp teeth.
And behind the Blood Emperor, there were 2 more. No, they were emperors who were also wearing blood-red clothes.
They were also riding on dragon horses of various kinds, their faces filled with killing intent. They were all dressed in military uniforms and riding dragon horses. What was going on?
Especially behind the Blood Emperor and the Emperor, the Crown Prince, and over 100 insightful Void tier experts of the Blood Flow Empire were all standing behind them, fully armed.
This formation caused the people from the subordinate forces to be filled with shock. Everyone follow behind and listen to the orders. Kill those who seek death. The Blood Emperor looked at the 156 insightful Void martial artists from the 20+ forces and ordered coldly. Yes, it's the Blood Emperor.
Everyone was slightly shocked and quickly stood on both sides.
Let's go.
The Blood Emperor stood in the center and shouted coldly.
Roar. The dragon horse roared and dashed out of the dragon palace.
The experts of the affiliated forces were all shocked.
They were going to destroy the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, the Heavenly Sword sect, the Light Dragon dynasty, and the Bloodstream sect.
The incomparably prosperous imperial city of bloodshed had undergone 7,000 to 8,000 years of history. The power of the dynasty had caused this imperial city to not have experienced war for thousands of years.
Powerful, harmonious. When it was past 7 o'clock in the evening, the sun had already set, and the entire imperial city entered a lively night. In the huge square in front of the imperial palace, many citizens of the imperial city of bloodshed were here to rest and have fun.
It was a beautiful scene.
Pa pa pa. At this moment, muffled and loud sounds suddenly came from within the imperial palace, causing everyone to be slightly stunned.
Boom, boom, boom. When the main gate of the imperial palace opened, everyone's faces were filled with shock as they looked at the group of people walking out.
The Blood Emperor and the 3 emperors were riding side by side on their dragon horses. They were all dressed in military attire as they rode towards the outside.
Behind them, there were many insightful emptiness realm experts.
These experts were all familiar to the surrounding citizens.
Other than the insightful emptiness realm experts from the Bloodflow Empire, there were also a group of kings and sect masters from the affiliated forces.
At the very back, there were over 1,000 blood-armored guards wearing blood-red armor that covered their entire bodies. That's our emperor, the Blood Emperor. The few beside him are the great emperors. The former emperor. Oh my God. What are the Blood Emperor and the others trying to do?
3 emperors?
Don't we only have 2 in the Bloodflow Empire? Why is there another one? Is it the level 6 insightful void martial artist who has been hiding all this time?
Oh my God, they are all dressed in military uniforms. Look, the Blood Emperor and the Emperor are all dressed in military uniforms. They are going on a war. What are they doing leading so many experts?
Did something happen to the demonic beast clan? The Blood Emperor and the 3 emperors are all on the move. Has a war broken out? Everyone in the front of the palace widened their eyes and discussed in shock when they saw the Blood Emperor and the others coming out of the palace in military attire.
Blood Emperor, according to the information we received, the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty, the Bloodstream Sect, and the Light Dragon Dynasty are all at the Sky Sword Sect. An elder reported to the Blood Emperor at the front.
Lead the way.
There was no expression on the Blood Emperor's face. Yes. The elder nodded and respectfully led them to the right.
Oh, it's in that direction. The Blood Emperor and the others are not leaving the city. What is this? When everyone saw the Blood Emperor and the others heading to the right, they were slightly stunned. On the right, that was obviously not the direction to leave the city. That direction, I remember now. The Heavenly Sword Sect, Dragon Phoenix Dynasty, and the others seem to be heading in that direction. The Blood Emperor is going to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty and the others.
A citizen suddenly exclaimed with his eyes wide open.
Destroy the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Light Dragon Dynasty, and the Bloodstream Sect. Haha! The Blood Emperor is mighty.
I knew it. No one dares to be arrogant in our Bloodstream Dynasty. As long as he dares to be arrogant, we will destroy him. I thought our dynasty would bow down to them. Now it seems that the Blood Emperor is still domineering.
A few days ago, they could only be arrogant when the Blood Emperor was not here. Now that he is here, it is time for them to die.
The Blood Emperor is mighty. Our Bloodstream Dynasty is the strongest. Excited voices came from the surrounding areas.
In the past few days, the things that came out from the Imperial Palace made the people of Bloodflow Empire feel aggrieved. Those 4 forces actually slapped the faces of their Bloodflow Empire. Now their doomsday had arrived. This caused the people of Bloodflow Empire to take a deep breath. Their eyes shone as they stared at the strongest team of their empire.
In the Flowing Sea region, we are the Emperor. No one can offend us.
When Crown Prince Tang Shu-Win heard the discussions of the people around him, he raised his head slightly. A proud expression appeared on his face. He shouted softly and his voice entered everyone's mind.
Haha, it's true. The Blood Emperor and the others are really going to destroy the 4 forces of the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Sky Sword Sect.
The eyes of all the surrounding citizens lit up as they hurriedly followed behind.
Very soon, the news of the Blood Emperor and the 3 emperors personally leading a group of insightful Emptiness Realm experts to kill the 4 forces of the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Sky Sword Sect spread throughout the entire Imperial City. When the people from the other dynasties and sects received the news, their faces revealed a shocked expression.
In their opinion, the Bloodflow Empire would definitely lower their heads and compromise this time. However, they never expected that the Bloodflow Empire would actually go over and destroy them.
This was simply too overbearing. They hurriedly walked towards the castle where the Heaven Sword Sect was staying.
When they arrived, they discovered that there were already tens of thousands of people gathered in front of the temporary castle where the Heaven Sword Sect was staying.
In front of the castle, the Blood Emperor and 3 emperors were standing at the front on their dragon horses. They stared at the castle in front of them with cold faces.
3 emperors. It turns out that the Bloodflow Empire has been hiding 1 emperor and 4 of them are at level 6 of the See-Through Realm. It's more than enough to fight against the Sect Master and Wuxia of the Heaven Sword Sect. There's a high chance of killing them.
Hiss, why would the Blood Flow Empire choose to take action at this time?
This is too overbearing.
Perhaps the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Heaven Sword sect didn't expect that the Blood Flow Empire would be so domineering. Even if they had 2 people at level 6 of the see-through realm, they would still take action. Some of the experts from the Empire's sects looked from afar. Activate the formation. Don't let any of you go. Everyone around retreat. Don't accidentally injure all of you.
The Blood Emperor rode his dragon horse in front of the castle and shouted loudly.
His gaze stared at the castle in front of him and an icy light shot out from his eyes. Dragon Phoenix Empire, Sky Sword Sect, Bloodflow Sect, and Light Dragon Empire, the people from the 4 factions, come out and accept your death. Come out and face your death. The cold voice covered the entire castle.
All the people of Bloodstream Empire retreated, staring at the castle.
It's over, it's over. I didn't expect Bloodstream Empire to destroy us. I didn't expect them to have 3 6th level Profound Void Martial experts.
How could it be? Why would they attack us at this time? At this moment, in the castle of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Hierarchy's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He stood there and said with a pale face, before the Blood Emperor's voice could be heard, they had already learned of this matter. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to escape. Even as a top sect in the Luhai region, facing such a situation made him feel a little flustered. The Blood Emperor of the Blood Flow Empire and the 3 emperors, who were dressed in military attire, had charged over directly. This was something that they had never expected. At the side, the king of the Guanglong Kingdom was also extremely embarrassed. Even his arms were trembling. His gaze was fixed on the sect leader of the Spirit Sword Sect and Wang Xian, waiting for them to speak.
Get out. I want to see if they dare to fight in the Blood Flow Imperial City. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He was very surprised that the Blood Emperor of the Blood Flow Empire had brought 3 emperors and a group of powerhouses to kill them.
However, he was not afraid.